but the D-backs take the lead.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You know, as the kids say, you know, they always say, like, you know, tell me the Giants lost without telling me the Giants lost. Well, if I didn't watch the game last night, I would know the Giants lost. And I tell everybody why. It's because yesterday, everybody with the exception of me, had Giants gear on. Today, I got Langford in the Warriors hat. I've got London wearing some Miami University of Miami gear. And I got Shasky and Adidas fit. Ain't nobody wearing Giants gear today. That's how you know they lost. And they lose last night in heartbreaking fashion, 3-2 to the Diamondbacks in a game that they had to have. The Padres win yesterday against the Marlins 10-3. They throw up a 5 spot in the first inning. Dominic Leone blows it. We'll get into whether or not Duvall maybe should have been inserted into the game for a 4-out save. Rodon pitched well. It's a typical Giants loss in 2022. We should not be surprised.
Highlighted by poor bullpenning at an inopportune time and horrific defense again from the same culprit. Austin Slater should stop playing center field. I'm not going to rant and rave. It's so obvious. How many balls? I've said this, I feel like 10 times this year. How many balls has he misplayed near a wall in center field?
It's happened all season long, so it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise.
But it still hurts all the same because Rodon pitched a gem.
What are the options? And we're going to get into Capper Sound.
Well, I'll tell you what the options are.
What?
The option was maybe you kept Duggar, your only true center fielder on the team defensively. You're screaming. Look, I'm not here to I'm a Duggar stan. At some level, you got to put somebody out there for some defense. Did you hear the story Jeremy Affeldt told about Bruce Bochy?
No.
Jeremy Affeldt was telling.
When was this?
It was recent. Affeldt told the story recently about Bruce Bochy back in the day. And I guess Bochy was debating whether or not to pinch hit Xavier Nady. Okay, remember Xavier Nady?
I do, from Cal.
Yeah.
From Cal University.
And he said...
Or University of California, Berkeley.
Bruce Bochy said, yeah, I'd pinch hit him, but then he'd be an absolute circus out in the outfield, so I can't do that. Not knowing Xavier Nady was right behind him.
Wow.
And heard the whole thing.
Wow.
And then Xavier Nady basically was like, yeah, he's right.
He's right. And how long was he on the Giants after that?
I mean, who knows? But the point being is that, I understand that certain positions you have to sacrifice defense for some offense. I'm totally with that. First base is typically one of those positions.
How about Brandon Belt with the bad toss to Rodon?
Well, come on. The guy. It's painful to watch him play. But center field, Ponte, center field.
Yeah,
this is the organization that Willie Mays. We can't get a good center fielder.
Well, Brett Butler, Darren Lewis, they were pretty damn good center fielders. Kenny Lofton for a half season.
I'll take Darrell Hamilton for crying out loud.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, Darrell Hamilton was a very good Giant.
Marquise Grissom at this point.
Yeah. Who wants to smoke today? Oh, man. Giants lose 3-2. Carlos Rodon pitched very, very well. Very well. And, look, those are games that you got to have. Dominic Leone comes in, and my thing was, as soon as I saw it, and I was like, man, runners on second and third. Padres win. You know what? Why not Duvall for a 4-out save? And the reason why I'm thinking about it,
I said the same thing.
I don't think about this stuff often.
Well, it would have been a 5-out save because he ended up getting a pop-up.
Yeah, he got the pop-up
on the next batter.
They had the mound meeting, though. They had the meeting on the mound, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe they may make a change.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. And the reason why it was on my mind is because I just got through watching the Jeter doc. And how many times did we see Mariano Rivera come in and get 6-out saves, 5-out saves, 4-out saves? Hell, he got a 9-out save one time in the World Series.
B. Weezy, who we celebrated the 2012 team this weekend, he did that a lot. Here's the counter to that. God, that's a lot of stress on a guy's young arm. You know, he's 25 years old. I hear you. I agree with you.
We got to win games.
I tweeted it out. I wanted to see Duvall in that situation. But then the question becomes, how much is it about winning in the now, and how much is it about prolonging a player's career and doing what's best for him?
So are we rebuilding and retinkering? Or are we
Look,
trying to go to the playoffs?
I wanted to win that game. So I admit, I agree with you. I tweeted it out. I said, this feels like a 4 or 5 out opportunity for Camilo Duvall. The second there was a base hit there. And what was crazy, I was listening in the postgame show, and Sean Estes is like, I don't think anyone was up in the bullpen. No,
that's a joke.
Nobody up in the bullpen?
That's a joke.
But here's my other question. You don't want to go to Leon there. Who else you going to?
I don't know. Not going to Brebbia again.
Well, I'm not going
to
to
overuse him.
Well, yeah, you have overused
Are you going
him.
to Rodgers? I don't know
you
if
used
I'm doing
Garcia
that.
in the inning before,
Right.
so you burned him. I don't know. I'm not really sure who you go to in this situation.
Let's hear from Kepler and why he didn't bring in Duvall late in the game in the 8th inning.
A little too early in the season or too much of a workload recently for Camilo to consider, maybe bringing him in some of those situations?
It's worth consideration. I mean, I think everything is.
For like 4 outs, not for like a 6 outs.
I think anything is worth consideration and is being considered.
Tonight specifically, what went into that consideration with Camilo potentially coming in with 2 outs in 2nd and 3rd in the 8th?
It was a consideration, and it was one of those things where we need to have confidence with everybody in our bullpen. Like Camilo Duvall cannot handle the load for the entire bullpen all the time. We have to have everybody contribute, and we trust these guys to do so.
Is that the Willard and Dibs show? I was expecting. Is a consideration sensation?
Consideration. It's the word of the day. It's a consideration. What? Okay. Here's this back and forth about pitch running.
Can we sink into that for a minute? Replay that. No, this is the most absurd answer I've ever. And I'm defending him because there's no arms to go to. Like, that's the thing. I will defend him. But this answer
answer's crap. This is the type of answer that gets you run out of town. This is the type of answer that reporters look around
Kepler.
Hey, these are the type of answers where you look around at each other and say, what?
If Tom Sula said that.
Oh, we'd be crushing them.
Give me the answer again. The whole questioning was great. First time,
a little too early in the season or too much of a workload recently for Camilo to consider, maybe bringing him in some of those situations?
It's worth consideration. I mean, I think everything is.
For like 4 outs, not for like a 6 outs.
I think anything is worth consideration and is being considered.
Tonight specifically, what went into that consideration with Camilo potentially coming in with 2 outs in 2nd and 3rd in the 8th?
It was a consideration, and it was one of those things where we need to have confidence with everybody in our bullpen. Like Camilo Duvall cannot handle the load for the entire bullpen all the time. We have to have everybody contribute, and we trust these guys to do so.
So if he considered inserting Camilo Duvall into the 8th inning, why weren't there any arms up in the bullpen? Obviously, it wasn't a consideration if the bullpen was dead. There's nobody warming up in the bullpen, so obviously Duvall was not a consideration for that game last night in the 8th inning.
Just word salad. I mean, it's just. By the way, my favorite is how Alex Pavlovich kind of limped in there with the question, very afraid of the answer,
and he stiffed-armed him.
Somebody, I think Susan Slusser got in there, and then somebody else got in there with a question. Well, is it worth a consideration? Everything's worth a consideration.
I mean, good morning to all our YouTubers. Good morning to all our Twitchers.
It's worth consideration.
On the Comcast business text line. So
I gotta look at the film.
Listen, let me consider the film. Listen, if there's nobody warming up in the bullpen,
I can't believe
there was nobody in. He didn't consider Camilo Duvall if nobody was up in the bullpen.
It's worth consideration.
I'm imagining him like the Thinking Man statue. What's the name of the Thinking? Is it called the Thinking
I know
Man?
what you're talking about.
Where he's got like the hand on the chin and he's looking forward and he's like, I'm really thinking hard about considering that.
I'm considering Camilo Duvall in the 8th inning, although I don't have him up warming up in the bullpen. I don't have anybody up in the bullpen, but it's a consideration. We're considering everybody.
I think anything is worth consideration.
Anything.
Luis Gonzalez number of outcomes.
Hey, Luis Gonzalez pitching. That's a concern. I'm going to consider that.
Well, he's down in AAA, but I agree with you. Yes, it's just. I mean, look. We're laughing at Kepler for the answers because the answers are a little ridiculous.
Dave Johnson,
they're
YouTube.
A little ridiculous.
Kepler consideration is a new Singletary's got to look at the film.
That's 100% correct. It's a cliche thing that we pivot to, like infinite number of outcomes.
Those are the type of answers that get your ass fired.
Well, you're right. Well, so are the.
It was a consideration.
The other part of this is I could see him already being set up to be the scapegoat.
Oh, well, that was set up last year when everybody gave credit
I don't think
to
it's
Farhan.
fair.
Well, it's not fair, but everybody gave Farhan Zaidi credit for the 107 wins. Even though Kepler won NL Manager of the Year, everybody gave Farhan credit. I've seen the writing on the wall with this 2 years ago that Kepler is going to be the fall guy. If everything fails, Kepler is going to be the fall guy. It's not fair because look what he's working with. I mean, he's considering Tyler Rogers. He's considering Dominic Leone.
It's worth consideration.
These are poor options.
Very poor options.
And I'm being gentle.
I mean,
and here's another thing.
I'm not trying to crush the guy. Slater.
Forget Slater. 4-year player for the Giants, 4-year player. Mike Yastrzemski
Oh my gosh.
comes into pinch run.
Oh my gosh.
And gets thrown off of second base.
I think
that's little league crap.
Hey, look, I think here's the back and forth.
It's inexcusable.
No, that's not it, Slater. That's not it, Steven.
Inexcusable to get picked off in that situation. Bonte,
what is
if
this
I
back
had
and
done
forth
that at
with the
Reardon,
report? Hold on.
If I would have done that at Reardon, I wouldn't have seen playing time for weeks.
Steven, what's this Kapler back and forth with the reporting?
They asked about Tommy LaStella getting on in the bottom of the ninth and whether they should have pinch ran for him.
I wanted him to. Tommy LaStella hasn't run all year.
I know his legs are shot.
Well, first off, he takes his hat off, and I'm doing the appearance thing.
No,
he looks so old.
Well, if you think this answer from the Camilo Doval thing was bad, just play this one.
Play this one, yeah.
I think LaStella was fine in that situation. Did something happen there that a pinch runner would have been valuable?
No, I mean, obviously, he's got the Achilles things and is not quite as fast as he.
Right. But what I may be missing something.
No, just wondering, because usually that he would be a guy in those situations where you might consider a pinch runner for.
With a pitcher in that situation?
Well, you didn't. That's what I'm saying. You don't have.
I'm just curious. I feel like you might be seeing something that I'm missing. So I'm curious if there's anything there.
Nope, just asking.
Okay.
Oh, Kapler's
is
getting
he really?
testy.
Well, come on.
Kapler's getting testy.
Yeah.
He's getting testy.
Let me ask you this question.
He just joined Willard Dibs yesterday.
I would rather. I'll answer him. I would rather have Logan Webb running in that situation than Tommy LaStella. And I don't even know if Logan Webb can run hard. I know Tommy LaStella can't. It's process of elimination. Bonte, how many games has he played in the field? Can you check the game logs? Dude. I want to see how many games has he played. He was signed to be a third baseman and a second baseman.
Dude, this is not good.
LaStella can't even run.
Shasky, this is not good.
Yeah, well,
This is not good.
I go up to the front office.
And you know what? Heads are going to roll. Heads are going to roll. In order for Farhan to maybe save his job,
Heads are
the
gonna
ownership,
roll,
the ownership
roll,
group may be looking at this saying, "This is our manager." He's going, and you know how
it's worth consideration.
Like you know how the our media base here, you're going back and forth with Cap, with Pavlovich and Slusser.
Yeah,
what do you think they're thinking in the press box when they're writing their story?
Could you imagine,
it was a consideration.
Could you imagine if the NFL media came to interview Kapler?
Oh man, you better be lucky Tim Kawakami went at the game last night. You better be lucky.
Well, maybe he would have been pitching for Gabe to join him on the TK show.
Right.
But after that, yes, he would have been ripping
So we
him.
got consideration, sensation, and
It's worth consideration.
And we have this.
I think LaStella was fine in that situation. Did something happen there that a pinch runner would have been valuable?
No, I mean, obviously, he's got the Achilles things and is not quite as fast as he.
Right. But what I may be missing something.
No, just wondering, because usually that he would be a guy in those situations where you might consider a pinch runner for.
With a pitcher in that situation?
Well, you didn't. That's what I'm saying. You don't have.
I'm just curious. I feel like you might be seeing something that I'm missing. So I'm curious if there's anything there.
Nope, just asking.
Damn.
Can I raise my hand?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Gabe, I'll tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a guy who's barely played in the field this year, whose Achilles is hanging by a thread.
It is.
By a thread. A 4-year-old's tooth hanging out of their mouth that needs to be pulled out. That's the Achilles for Tommy LaStella.
That's a great analogy.
But like, that's the reality, though, Pete. It's a reality.
No, I hear you.
Okay, so he gets the strike 3, but the ball goes past the pitcher. He's running down the first baseline. I literally tweeted out, I'm going to find the tweet, because I literally tweeted out, that's the hardest he's run all year. I watch every single game. Every single game. That's the hardest LaStella has run all year. Give me a pinch runner. My goodness. That was my tweet in the 9th inning. And then basically everybody saying, absolutely. And then your boy, Sean Jordan, he's making $13 million next year, Tommy LaStella.
Yeah, I know.
I may be missing something.
And you're going to tell me that you can't afford Rodon because you're paying $13 million for the needle that's holding together Tommy LaStella's Achilles?
It's worth consideration.
Let me tell you something.
The little tiny string?
Listen, Tommy LaStella is slander proof for me. I'll tell you why he's slander proof.
Because he won a gambling bet when Trevor Gott was pitching Angels versus the Giants.
Puerto Vallarta
2020
won me some big money on a parlay with that 3-run jack.
It was a consideration.
Tommy LaStella, you're good in my hood, baby. Even if that Achilles is shot. Look, man.
I may be missing something.
He's feeling the heat. If Susan Slusser has you like feeling like
tap dancing, going back and forth,
bro, he looks like Elvis Gerbach in the '96 regular season, scared of the pocket.
But here's the deal:
it's worth consideration.
Are you going to pinch hit or pinch run for Logan Webb for him? Are you going to pitch run somebody? Because there's not many options on this bench.
It's not
There's
like,
not many options.
But it's not like, pinch running a pitcher is some crazy out of left field thing. This is a team that tells me they're smarter than everybody.
Well, how about Mike Yastrzemski getting picked off at second
that's
base?
Inexcusable.
That was embarrassing.
To me, I'm telling you now, Mike Yastrzemski has played himself right out of the lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been saying that for weeks.
He's played himself right out of the organization.
Well, defensively, he's fine.
You can't come back with this guy as a starting outfielder.
No, and they've been talking about him like he's a pillar of the organization.
Well, yeah, I know Farhan has.
He bats 200.
Which is a joke.
He's a pillow hitter.
Well, again, he's batting it's now below 147 in the last 30 days. Yeah, at 31 days, it's down to 144.
And to me, the base running, when you're struggling, B, you cannot get thrown out at second base in that situation.
No, you can't.
You just can't.
I may be missing something.
You can't. You can't at all. Brandon Belt with another 0 for 4 night. The error trying to toss it to Carlos Rodon.
He's working on one leg.
Yeah, well, you can't play him.
Again, going back to options. You're tinkering with all the options. Like you brought up Littell yesterday. Why wasn't he warming up in the bullpen? I don't even like Littell.
You know what, Kapler? That's a game you had to win.
Kapler,
I don't care what the spreadsheet said. That's a 5-out, 4-out save for Camilo Doval. Doval has to be in that game yesterday. He has to be in that game yesterday with the Giants up 2-1. He has to be in that game. You cannot let Leon. Leon's got a 4.5 ERA now. How many times we're going to see Leon blow a game?
It's worth consideration.
It's a 2-1 game. And when Rodon left and he struck out, who did he strike out with the bases loaded? And he comes off the mound. He's fired up.
I forget who that was.
Innings
I know
over. Force 11 strikeout, right? It's a 9-out game. All right. How do I get the ball to Doval with a 2-1 lead? At that point,
I know
the game is right there.
I know.
That is the ball game at the top of the 8th inning.
Tomorrow's not promised, so that's why.
Not promised.
To me, you've seen it already multiple times this week, where a team gets a 5 or 6 run lead. Like, you might be down or up. To me, that was a classic moment where, all right, I don't want to use the guy here, but I feel like I have to go to my kid here.
All right,
it was a consideration.
Can I tell you something?
Comcast business text line. Hold on.
Yeah,
One
give it to me.
second. 1 second. 408. You need to consider how inconsiderate his consideration really is. How about this one? 510. I'm going to consider not driving 100 miles per hour to work today out of consideration. I'm going to do 75. That's our boy Oreo Cookie.
It's worth consideration.
Consider everything a consideration. It's considered to be considered at this point.
I may be missing something.
You know what? I feel bad for Kapler, though.
Paying my mortgage this month. It's a consideration.
It was a consideration.
I can't defend the antics or whatever you want to call it at the podium or in the scrum. I can't defend that. But Bonte, here's an example.
I didn't hear that because I was in bed.
Oh, well, I
was in bed. I was getting my 7.5 hours of sleep. Screw you guys.
Tommy LaStella. Let's just go to Tommy LaStella. They signed this guy to play multiple positions for them and be a defensive kind of a guy who could hit at the top of the order. He has played in 48 games this year.
I know.
How many in the field of the 48?
I'm guessing 20.
20?
It's worth consideration.
It's 12.
It's 12?
He's played 12 games in the field, and I believe how many at first base? Which he never played first base.
Yeah, he never played.
I may be missing something.
He's a second, short, third base.
And this is after being hurt last year where he only played 77 games.
3 of those games at first base. This is a guy who's played a total of 9 games out in the field, and just merely suggesting that he should have a pinch runner is something that you're going to like flex up on someone on.
It's worth consideration.
You're going to flex up on Susan
It's a bad
Slusser.
moment for him.
It's a terrible moment for him, and it's a moment that like, adversity is hitting. Adversity is hitting him.
I've got some Rodon numbers.
You know what?
No, I want to get into this because
you know what?
I'm already seeing.
Gone.
No, I'm seeing them say that. Yeah, and I'm going to defend why they should. They absolutely need to pay him.
Shasky, they're not. The Giants may.
It was a consideration.
The Giants may have the best offer for Carlos Rodon, and he still may leave. He still may walk away from the situation.
That might be true, but I'm going to make the case for why the data tells you it is so over the top that this guy has to come back.
I don't think he is.
I
don't think the Giants are. I don't think the Giants have enough to bring him back.
It's going to disappoint me.
Well, I consider yourself disappointed.
It's worth consideration.
What is coming up on the game is sponsored by Save Mart. Hey, man, we got Trey Lance's college coach from North Dakota State, Matt Entz, coming on. He's going to join us a little bit later in the program. And Brandon Schneider, the COO of the Golden State Warriors, at 8 o'clock. We had a schedule released. I got the back-to-backs. I got the rivalry week. We got Christmas Day. We got homestands. We've got road trips. We've got it all. And there's some conflicts that the 49ers are boys going to have to work through. But Warrior schedule has been released.
That's at the top of my priority list.
That's top of my priority list. Not yours, but mine. You better believe it. This is problematic here. All right, more coming up on the Morning Roast. Gabe Kapler, hey, consider coming back to join the program. Can you consider it, please?
It's worth consideration.
5 p.m. emails from your boss, surprise visits from your in-laws, missing soccer cleats? Let Lucky California help you out with home delivery powered by Instacart. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50 using promo code LUCKYCA10. Place your order at shop.luckysupermarkets.com.
Just a quick with BetQL.
Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Feels like I'm at a rave right now. Feels like an EDM concert. Where's my glow sticks at? Somebody got glow sticks?
It was a consideration.
Zucchi Man, what's up? Tell us why Rodon should consider coming back.
It's worth consideration.
Hold on. Shout out to my guy GSW Lee up there in Washington, man. He's always listening. He sends me a DM. He's up early working at the hospital. GSW Lee, please skip the Dubs content. Nobody wants to be depressed this morning.
It was a consideration.
All right, let me ask you a question.
What?
Let me ask you a question.
I'll consider it.
It's worth consideration.
All right, I'm done with the considerations.
I'll consider answering your question.
It was a consideration.
Ask it and I'll consider.
Carlos Rodon.
Okay.
Is there risk in any pitcher being signed to a 4, 5, 6-year deal? Like, I don't love any pitcher on a 6-year deal. Really don't love a lot of pitchers on a 5-year deal. I don't care if you're, the best pitcher in the game right now. Pick whoever you want to pick, right? Like, there's always the next pitch could be your last pitch. There's risk, right? And
there
I know
is big time risk.
Even guys who have no injury history at all, injuries just happen. Okay, Walker Buehler had no injury history. He's out for the year with a big-time surgery right now. So these things can creep up out of anywhere. So there is always risk. But I look at somebody like Carlos Rodon. Let me just go through the year he's having. I don't know if people really understand how great he's been. How many times, Bonte, will we say, man, Alex Wood can't even get through the fifth? Through the fifth. How many times has Carlos Rodon gotten through the full 5 innings?
Well, I mean, getting through 5 shouldn't be a badge of honor, but it feels like every single start outside of the Sunday Night Baseball against St. Louis, he's gotten through at least 5. Maybe 2 starts. The one at Dodger Stadium where they couldn't play defense. Who was it? Luis Gonzalez who dropped the pop fly in right field?
22 times. 22
out of what?
I think it was 24, 25.
So the 2 times, St. Louis Sunday Night Baseball.
Yes.
Possibly that Dodgers game at Dodger Stadium when Luis Gonzalez dropped the pop-up and they score 5 early. I can't think of the other game where he didn't go 5.
Well, it's basically him and Webb are leading this team in every statistical category, right? And we all know Logan Webb, stud, absolute stud. Okay,
Colorado. He didn't go 5 against Colorado June 7th.
So you look at Webb's done it 22 times as well. Webb has gone straight through 5 innings 22 times. Wood, the guy that we rip a lot, 17 times. The other starters, Cobb's done it 15 times, and Junis has done it 9.
So
all right?
Twice for Rodon. Twice.
2 times.
2 times.
That he didn't go 5.
At St. Louis and at home against Colorado.
Okay. We consider that what? Bare minimum, right?
Yep.
That's what you expect from your, 1, 2, and 3 starters?
Absolutely.
Okay. 7 full. How many guys go 7 full in this day and age?
Not a lot.
Okay.
Max Scherzer, maybe you get Max Fried going 7.
Yeah, Rodon's one of those guys.
You'll get a Robbie Ray. You'll get a McClanahan from Tampa Bay. You'll get a Garrett Cole. But there's not many. That's not baseball today.
Okay, top 3 in the National League going 7 full. Rodon and Webb. Rodon got 8. Webb got 7. The rest of the Giants starter and staff has a combined 4.
Well, that's not a surprise.
But Bonte, when you look at a team that has a horrific bullpen and needs to retool everywhere, I need pitching in my starting rotation that can go deep in games.
Honestly, let me ask you this question. And I'm not even trying to be funny here. Rodon's going to opt out.
Well, there's no doubt.
He's going to be 30 years old in December.
I know.
Why should he consider coming back to the San Francisco Giants?
I don't know what
it was a consideration.
I don't know what his.
I'm not even trying to be funny. Why should he consider coming back to this team with this lineup?
Money.
They need 21 new dudes.
Well, money.
He's going to get money from somewhere.
Well, I don't know.
Seattle may give it to him. The Dodgers may give it to him.
We can play that game with every free agent.
Yeah, but
I'm saying why the Giants need to make him priority 1. All right, he is on pace. If he goes, I think it's 5 or 6 more starts. It depends.
Well, he's going to have a career high in innings pitched this season.
Absolutely.
It'd be his career high.
Okay. He's got 50 more strikeouts than Logan Webb, who is second most on the team in strikeouts. Now, Logan's not a strikeout pitcher per se, but just to contextualize this, in the modern era, since 1900, the Giant with the most strikeouts is Christy Mathewson.
Right.
Okay, we're going 1903.
Yep.
He's on pace to be right near that 1903 number, all right? Bumgarner did it twice, 2015, 2016, where it eclipsed 240. Lincecum did it 3 times, 3 years in a row.
Yep.
08, 09, 2010, in terms of getting more than 240 strikeouts.
Well,
this guy's on pace for that. He is a dominant pitcher. His ERA is the team best. He's got the best whip. He's got the most strikeouts. He's second most in innings pitched. This guy's been an absolute stud for you.
So he's going to eclipse a career high in innings pitched. He may eclipse a career high in wins.
Yes.
13 was last year. That was his career high. He's got 11 right now. He's going to have a career high in innings pitched. He's going to have a career high in strikeouts. Maybe, the walk totals are low. He's opting out. And he's going to get a big money contract from a contender.
Well,
there will be a team like St. Louis. There will be a team like the Dodgers. There will be a team like the Red Sox. So my thing is like this. Rodon's pitching this well, and he's looking around saying, I got Slater misplaying balls in center field. I got Luis Gonzalez, who was up here, misplaying balls in right field. I can't even get Brandon Belt to underhand a toss to me to first base without it going into the opposing dugout. He is good as gone.
Well,
and you know why I know he's good as gone?
It's easy to say.
No, it's not easy to say.
We don't know what motivates him.
No. You know why it's not easy to say? Because Dave Fleming joined us on Monday. And Langford, if you could find the sound from Dave Fleming, I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that, but Dave Fleming, in a very eloquent way, basically told us, don't be surprised if he moves on. Don't be surprised because Farhan, this is the arrogance of Farhan Zaidi.
I don't know about that.
They feel like they could find pitchers anywhere. They could find an Alex Cobb. They could find a Jacob Junis. They could find Alex Wood. It's a drop-off.
Okay, but B, I just showed you these guys that we're all praising. Junis has gone over 5 innings a couple of times this year.
Farhan may think it's a fluke.
To go into the 7th, as a staff, outside of Logan Webb and Rodon, they've done it 4 times.
Here's what Fleming had to say about the situation where Carlos Rodon.
I think some team's going to come in with Rodon and just, make a massive offer. And I just think the Giants are going to believe that we need some help on the position player side. We got to spend some of those dollars on getting a beefier, consistent lineup, and we can find more pitching. I'm not saying they don't want to bring Rodon back. I think they really do. My fear is that somebody's just going to make a massive offer, and the Giants are less likely to decide that, man, our big move this offseason is that. I think they probably feel like they need help elsewhere.
Flem also added this about Rodon possibly getting a bigger deal than Kevin Gausman, who was a Giant last season.
My guess is that with Rodon, it has a chance to be even a good bit higher than that, just because the ceiling is so high with Rodon. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's viewed a little differently than Gausman. He's a lefty, that helps. Gausman's got the split, which is a great pitch, and I have a lot of faith that that's going to hold up over time. But one thing about Rodon is it's like, man, when the fastball is working like that, everything else can be going wrong, and you can still get guys out.
Now, Gausman signed a 5-year, $110 million contract with the Blue Jays. Robbie Ray signed a 5-year, $115 million deal with the Seattle Mariners.
Less than 22.
Rodon's going to get, I believe he's going to get somewhere in that ballpark. But let me play devil's advocate for a second. This is a contract year. I'm very weary of paying dudes in a contract year. When I look at the track record of Rodon, and I get it, he was young in his career, but look at the ERAs, 4.04, 4.15, 4.18, 5.19, hurt, 8.22. It is the American League. I get it. They had the DH before the National League. It's a more hitter-friendly league, so the ERA is going to be inflated a little bit here. I do caution myself on paying this guy massive money when he's 30 years old.
It's not massive money. That's the cost of doing business for starting pitching in baseball. You want a number 2 or a number 3 starter, it costs you minimum $20 million.
Yeah. By the way, I've never been to an EDM fest, but I hear you there.
Bonte, that's what the market rate is. And here's the other thing. Their salaries right now, they've got 110 to 120 million coming off the books.
They do.
Okay, go around the free agent list. Go around. Take Judge to the side. Even if you spent money on Judge, you would need to spend $75 million. That's if you gave him $50 million a year.
Right.
$75 million across the board over all these different positions to even come close. I look at that free agent list. There's really only about 7 or 8 names that are going to command big money from the Giants.
No doubt.
So Rodon should be priority number. He's clearly the best pitcher available.
He should be priority number 1. But I believe, in my heart of hearts said he's going to walk.
No, you might.
And I think the Giants are not going to offer him anything.
But
I just don't want you to be.
I will not accept.
I just don't want you to be disappointed.
He's the number one starter in free agency. They have a hole in the starting
They've
rotation.
got holes everywhere, Shasky.
Yeah, I know. And so if you're going to make another hole,
they got holes at third base. They got holes at first base. They got holes at second base. They got holes in right, left, center field. They've got holes in the bullpen. They've got holes in the starting rotation. I don't believe Farhan's going to commit that much money to Rodon.
Alex Cobb, there's these people that say this thing. There's a false narrative. And we could just find the next Alex Cobb. The next is, look at the innings pitched for those other guys, and then look at the innings pitched and the impact Carlos Rodon. How many times has Carlos Rodon been on that mound, and your team has had a chance to win that game?
I hear you. Rodon sitting there on the mound.
90% of the time.
Rodon sitting there on that mound saying, man, weather is nice in Southern California. I'm pitching for the Dodgers. I'm winning that game.
Well, money talks. And he's in a great pitcher's ballpark.
Well, you can go to another great pitcher's ballpark. Busch Stadium in St. Louis ain't bad. Hey, by the way, what's coming up on the game sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer? We got Trey Lance's college coach, Matt Entz, coming on at 7:30 to talk a little Trey Lance as he had the joint practices yesterday against the Minnesota Vikings. I do want to get into that coming up on the Morning Roast, and that'll be brought to you by, again, BioNTech and Pfizer. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection at their primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible.
Spend your mornings with the Morning Roast.
Stop it with the Giants. They don't have guys. So why not move up Bart? Why not move up Estrada? Let these guys hit. Let them play it first. Let them see what these pitchers are doing here. They're 3 back in the Padres.
You know what?
Experiment.
And your afternoons with
On absolute fire. He's at training camp in Denver, the Jets, the Eagles, hit Vegas. He's everywhere. Breaking it down. And did you see what happened in the joint practices yesterday in Minnesota, Shasky? Trey Lance to Danny Gray? Trey to Gray? Is that a thing? And how about Javon Kinlaw making some noise? Nick Bosa blowing up running backs. Ayuk look good once again. Hey, Niners may have something special this year. What you take away from it, Shasky? Why are you looking so glum?
No, I want to see Carlos Rodon come back,
gosh.
and I can't
Hey,
get over it.
hey,
you always
consider
do
him
this.
gone.
No, because this is what you always do. Well, this team's going to get him, and it's good. The Giants have one thing that they have at their disposal. Gobs of money. They should not. I get it. Guys are going to have other interests and want to play, but they should be throwing money at this guy. And I know there's a risk. He has to come back as a Giant.
I'm sorry I have to be the truth teller to all you Giants fans.
No one is saying that he's coming back. I'm saying he needs to be their first priority.
Listen, all money ain't good money.
What does that mean?
All money ain't good. What that means is the Giants' money may not be good for Carlos Rodon because he may not be contender for anything next season. Carlos Rodon wants to win.
If Live Tour has taught us nothing, everyone has a price.
But that's different. Golf is different. Golf the PGA Tour. Nobody gives a
the
damn.
Seattle Mariners when they were the worst they could possibly be because of extra money.
He took the money and he became irrelevant. I guarantee you he regrets that. I guarantee you Cano regrets it.
I don't know.
I guarantee you he regrets it. His career's never been the same.
I don't know. Guys,
Pujols, he's back in St. Louis. Back in St. Louis in his career. I guarantee you he's like, damn, I went to the Angels. Really? I became irrelevant.
These guys want to get paid first.
They do want to get paid.
Yeah, they want to get paid first. And I just look at what the Giants need.
How about this?
They need to absolutely retain this guy. He's a top of the rotation guy.
Hold on.
And if you don't have a guy like him going this deep into games, you are depreciating your bullpen even more.
Steve Cohen may get this dude $150 million with the Mets. I'm glad you said that, Zucci, man.
Well, they're already up to $200
And this is why
million.
I do this, because I keep it real. The Giants, their money right now, when you look at their team, Rodon, you see the passion he's walking off the mound with? The guy wants to win. The guy wants to be in the playoffs. The guy wants to pitch at a high level. I don't think the Giants are doing that next season. They are so far away right now,
You're asking a different question. You're asking, why would Rodon? I don't care why would Rodon. I'm saying from the Giants' perspective, he is the first priority. He is the first domino. Before I even look at outside players, I am trying to retain him from within. Forget what he thinks. I'm going to throw so much money that he doesn't consider other options, or it's the equalizer. And maybe other situations are significantly better than what the Giants are, but money is the great equalizer, and it's the thing they have in abundance.
Let me tell you why they shouldn't do it. It's because this may be an outlier season for Carlos Rodon.
He's been an all-star 2-3 times in a row now.
2 times. Last year and this year.
He's been really dominant.
This year. Contract years. He's been really good in contract years.
I mean, you can say that about a lot of players.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that about Carlos Rodon right now. We're focused on him.
You need to get somebody in that rotation. Yeah, but you need to get somebody in your rotation.
I agree, but the philosophy that Farhan has taught us, and he's told us over the last 3 years, and what Fleming told us on Monday, they believe they could find pitchers and have reclamation projects. They're showing us this.
Are they?
They are.
I'm looking at the
Gausman just walked.
Yeah. Gausman was awesome for them, fantastic for them, and they
didn't even blink an eye.
Well, they brought him back on a one-year deal. He played like 7 games in 2020. They brought him back on an $18 million deal for 2021, and he was outstanding. Broke the 200 strikeout mark.
And that's the only way you're going to get Rodon is by giving him a big deal.
Yeah,
you're not getting Rodon back on a 1-year deal.
No,
you're not getting him back on a 2-year deal.
The cost of doing business is 4 or 5 years. Like that's the minimum for when you want to talk with someone like this. But I just look at the other pitchers that are going to be available. They all have warts. All of them. David Price, Chris Sale, Syndergaard. Like, go down the list. Charlie Morton. It's a bunch of guys that are finished. He's still at least in his prime. He's significantly younger. He's a lefty. He's under. The guy fits what they need right now.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm not disagreeing with you at all about Carlos Rodon. But the data is telling you the way they do business, what the play-by-play for the team, the play-by-play announcer for the team.
And I disagree with them.
I disagree with them too.
I disagree with them.
I disagree with the philosophy.
He needs to be priority number one.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing it at all. But the play-by-play announcer's telling us.
Well, that's unacceptable because then what's going to end up happening, again, you look at this free agent list, all right, and you look at it and you say to yourself, how are they going to spend $120 million out there? Like, how are they going to get, they need to be in the top 10 of payroll. Would you agree?
I do, but
perennially?
I don't think they're going to do this.
Okay, so they're going to so it's going to be acceptable. I'm asking out loud.
I'm telling you, it's not acceptable that Rodon's going to walk, but he's going to walk, and we're going to have to accept it.
Forget that for a second.
You're not going to watch Giants baseball if Rodon walks?
I'm going to watch.
You're going to watch it regardless.
Yeah, but I'm also
Carlos
sick.
Rodon.
I'm also sick in the head, and the people are telling you when they go to these games, like you're the third tier when it comes to my importance. It's Niners, it's Warriors, and then somewhere down below is the Giants.
I don't even think the Giants, I wouldn't be even shocked. They'd say, hey, if you're going to opt in, great. If you're going to opt out, well, this is where we're going to draw the line at. You're 30 years old. We may not go above 3 years. Rodon's going to say, man, I'm 30 years old. I'm trying to be in a destination for a long time. I want at least 4 to 5 years, especially when I'm looking at Robbie Ray, a lefty in Seattle who just got 5 years for $115 million.
Yeah, but
that's where it starts.
Yeah. $115 million, $22 million for a starting pitcher who's going to be your number 2 in the rotation. That is below market value, Bonte. Like, look at the numbers. Like right now, David Price is coming out of the bullpen. Out of the bullpen and pitching one time a week, he makes like $35 million.
I hear you.
That's the going rate for starting pitching and elite starting pitching.
Get yourself worked up at me. I'm telling you what's going to happen. I already know what's going to happen with Rodon. He's going to walk. And people are going to go crazy, and he's going to go sign with a contender for the same amount of money.
But he needs to be their first priority. He needs to be their first priority.
I think the Giants will look at him as a first priority. However, they have so many holes on this roster. So many holes. Can you really commit that much money? You're saying, hey, it's only $22 million. The Giants may not view it like that. They may be frugal and say, no, we're not going above $22 million against this guy. We're not going above 20 against this guy.
Have nothing
and if you're
on
Carlos
the books.
Rodon, I'm just taking a picture of the player.
But you have nothing on the books.
I'm taking
right
the
now,
player.
You're paying Tommy LaStella $13 million next year. Okay, I'd rather have 50 one Carlos Rodon over 50 Tommy LaStellas. Like that's
Carlos
just
Rodon.
factual.
He may get a deal. Let me throw a team out. If you're Carlos Rodon right now, I'm gonna just say Joe Shasky the Butcher, and you're out there on the mound. You throw 6 innings yesterday, and you have 11 Ks. And I'm looking at the Mariners and I'm looking at the Giants, and I'm saying the AOS. Okay, the Astros are going to slow down at some point. I have a young stud in Julio Rodriguez. I've got young prospects coming up. I got things cooking in Seattle. If Seattle get offers, especially with the state taxes in Washington, no state taxes. Seattle offers Rodon the same deal the Giants offer him. Aren't you taking the Seattle deal?
Bonte, that's why I'm saying they cannot just give the guy what everyone else is giving him.
So you have to overpay for him.
There's a Giants tax. Yes.
So you have to overpay him.
That's how business works. And also, I don't know what makes him tick. You and I have different opinions on what motivates us every single day. Everybody makes decisions in their life. Like right now, Scott Reese, who was working at KTVU for the last, I think decade or so.
Stanford play-by-play guy.
He just took a job in the Midwest. I would never take a job in the Midwest. You know why? Because my family's based here. That's what motivates me. I want to stay here. That's mine. Not everyone's wired that way. I don't know if Rodon and his family like the Bay Area.
From Miami, Florida.
I don't know. Does he like the coaching staff?
Floater.
Does he think that they actually manage him very well?
I don't know.
Is winning the number one priority?
I don't know.
Is money the number one? I don't know these things.
Look at the lineup behind them.
The one thing I do know is that the Giants have an abundance of money. Even if they spent $50 million a year on Aaron Judge, and you spent $30 million a year on Rodon, you'd still have 40-something million to go out and spend on other players.
I understand all that. But I'm going to just take myself, and I'm going to put myself, and I can't do this because I'm not Carlos Rodon. But I'm looking at the lineup of the Giants, and I'm looking at the lineup of the Mariners. Or St. Louis. If I'm looking at the lineup of St. Louis, and I'm looking at the lineup of the Giants. I would rather pitch with that lineup behind me than this Giants lineup.
But the St. Louis Cardinals, when you look at their financials, right, they're very, not frugal, but
they spend
discerning.
money. No, they spend money.
Bonte, they're discerning. They're very smart with how they spend their money.
They spend money.
Part of the Bader trade was they didn't really want to pay him moving forward. They have a guy in Nolan Arenado who's going to opt out probably.
And they have young prospects coming up in the system.
Well, I don't know. They might keep Arenado. They might not. I don't know where their money is going to be allocated. That's what I'm saying. And a lot of these teams are tapering spending because they're up against the luxury tax. The Giants, unlike a lot of those teams, have a coffer of money sitting there waiting to be spent. I mean, they're looking at about $50 million on the books next year when it comes to their actual players that they're going to, have under contract for next year.
St. Louis Cardinals 12th in payroll right now, $161 million.
Exactly.
$161 million.
And then we'll
Blue
see
Jays.
with the Arenado situation because I think he's on the books right now for 30 or whatever.
He can opt out and get a new deal.
He can opt in.
He's having a monster year too. Red Sox got a slash payroll. We can look at the New York Mets with $262 million spend. What the Mets say? You know what? We got Scherzer on one more deal. We don't know about the health of Jacob DeGrom.
Well, they paid Scherzer last year.
Yeah, they did, but he's got one more deal. One more year left on the deal. Next year's a free agent year for Max Scherzer. DeGrom, you don't know how that shoulder's going to hold up. Right now, he's throwing 6 innings. He's been dominant since he's returned. He's been dominant, but you don't know how long that's going to last. Exactly. Steve Cohen would throw out money. Say, man, I could get Carlos Rodon as my number 3.
So they're going to have a $300 million payroll. They
don't
maybe
care.
would.
It's New York City.
They maybe would. But
I'm just a billionaire owner.
But if they're going to offer him $25 or $30 million, then the Giants should be in the same ballpark.
Look,
now, again, I don't know what's motivating a player, but I do know one thing: money is a factor, and you have lots of it. You can't control, to an extent, how much better their roster is than yours. But he's been in this system. Maybe he feels very comfortable here. I don't know. But the money needs to be there for him. And if you have to overpay, then
honestly,
be it.
Do you believe Farhan Zaidi's going to overpay for Carlos Rodon?
I think he has to do it.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, do you believe he will do it?
That's the $1 million question. I don't know. I'm going to be so gut punched if they don't spend
I hear you.
$120 million this offseason. I don't think they can do it.
The philosophy of the Giants and what they've done and how they spent their money and who they went to go pick up. Do you honestly believe that Rodon is going to get a 5-year, $130 million deal from the Giants?
I don't, and I'm going to be pissed because I would do it. Even if I know year 4 and 5 might not be the greatest, I'll take Rodon as my number 3 or my number 4 as he's 33 years old. Like, look around baseball. There's not... Alex Wood's 33 years old. He's their number 3 right now.
It's easy to say it. It's easy to say it. And look, man, I'm a Giants fan like everybody else. I'm setting up. I know this is a 1-year deal. If I'm Rodon, why am I coming back to this team? Why am I coming back to this team?
He might like the coaching staff. He might say, "Hey, they actually got me my best year."
I also think he likes winning, and I don't think he likes losing.
Everyone likes winning. Everyone wants to win.
I think he likes having major league outfielders
but they
playing
are a
behind
winning
him.
team right now. So as much as
oh my gosh,
that's factual.
Oh my gosh,
is it not?
Are we really doing that?
Look,
are we really doing that?
I don't think they're on the level of the Dodgers, but they are a winning team. We're acting like they're the Pirates.
They're an average team.
Well, they're above
a 500
average.
baseball team.
Okay.
They're a 500 baseball team, Shasky. It took them sweeping the Pirates and 2 against the Diamondbacks to get over 500.
And everything's gone wrong this year.
They're a mediocre team.
Look, and everything's
gone wrong.
Yes.
They're a mediocre team.
You lost a Hall of Fame
Things
catcher.
go wrong for mediocre baseball teams. Mediocre baseball teams don't fill their positions.
Are they above 500?
What, by 2 games?
By definition, they're a winning team.
That's where you're throwing at me?
I don't think
that's
they're
what
a
you
contender.
got right now.
There's levels to it. Like there's nuance.
Is levels to it.
There's nuance.
The Giants aren't on the level of these contenders.
And to remain there and to compete with them, you need elite pitching, and this guy's a big part of that.
Rodon's having a career year, and they're barely over 500.
Because they don't have any other reinforcements.
And they're not going to reinforcements
are
not
get
coming.
Closer to the Dodgers by letting him walk. So that's where I would disagree with Farhan, and I would say to myself, no, he needs to be priority number 1. You're never going to find the perfect contract, okay? And Damon has a great line. He says, along the way, as you're passing up perfect, you're missing very good to very great. And I agree with him. Look, is Rodon perfect? No. He's really, really, really good.
He is really, really good. Who deserves to play behind a better lineup, behind better defense.
Well, that's if he wants to.
You don't think he wants to?
I think
a pitcher wants to go out there and
guys want to get paid the most amount, and they want to win.
You think a pitcher wants to work his ass off to strike out 11 guys, and then watch Luis Gonzalez drop flies in right field, and watch Steven Dunn, and watch Austin Slater.
They're the best team in baseball, and they're doing a horrible losing streak. They won on a walk-off,
and they're still in first place.
Well, and they're still
got one of the best records in baseball.
Pressure, you know, I mean, Randy Johnson's a great example. Randy Johnson went to New York.
He was old as hell by that time,
but he wanted to win, and he wanted to play for a contender, and it didn't work for him.
He was old as hell at that point.
Joey Gallo was still young. He went to New York. It didn't work for him.
Joey Gallo's never been good. Don't you defend
I'm not
Joey
a Joey
Gallo
fan, but what I'm saying is that
Joey
some
Gallo
guys don't
year.
work in certain situations.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Look, we both agree Rodon's really, really good. I'm not disagreeing with you at all about him being priority number 1 with the Giants. I agree with all that. But what Fleming just said, and I'll play it again for our audience who missed this.
I disagree with him.
Here's what Fleming said about possibly re-signing Carlos Rodon.
I think some team's going to come in with Rodon and just, make a massive offer. And I just think the Giants are going to believe that we need some help on the position player side. We got to spend some of those dollars on getting a beefier, consistent lineup, and we can find more pitching. I'm not saying they don't want to bring Rodon back. I think they really do. My fear is that somebody's just going to make a massive offer, and the Giants are less likely to decide that, man, our big move this offseason is that. I think they probably feel like they need help elsewhere.
Fleming also added this when he joined us earlier this week about Carlos Rodon.
My guess is that with Rodon, it has a chance to be even a good bit higher than that, just because the ceiling is so high with Rodon. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's viewed a little differently than Gausman. He's a lefty, that helps. Gausman's got the split, which is a great pitch, and I have a lot of faith that that's going to hold up over time. But one thing about Rodon is it's like, man, when the fastball is working like that, everything else can be going wrong, and you can still get guys out.
Look, if their payroll was so exorbitant and you had to make tough decisions, I get it. That's not the case for the Giants. And then my counter to Fleming, and you and I were doing the interview, and I looked at you. I wanted to get in there. We were up against the break. Why can't that team that throws a lot of money at someone, why can't that be the Giants? Aren't we tired of coming in second place? Are we in the business of letting really, really, really good top tier, right now?
They've been coming in second place for free agents for a long time.
And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
It's a reason why they are.
If I rank best Giants 2022, where's Rodon? 2?
Top 2.
Okay. So why would we let him go? Just taking a step back, forgetting all the external factors.
Shasky,
internally, why would you let him go?
They don't have an option. They don't have a choice.
They have money.
The consideration Rodon's going to get the Giants is saying, well, what are you going to do around me? What are you going to do around me?
Scott Boras clients have proven year after year after year, top dollar. And so if you know that going in, if you know the cost of doing business, to me, it's not easy. I'm not pretending that it is, but this is one of the best players on your team. And you want him to roll back in next year. And I think the only way for you to compete long-term and short-term is elite pitching. It starts with retaining Rodon.
Well, we'll see if it happens. Giants lose 3-2 last night. He goes 6 innings, 11 strikeouts. He will probably opt out of his contract, and we'll see what the Giants.
It's good business for him.
You know what?
It's good business for him.
Yeah, it's great business for him because somebody's going to walk. I'm not even going to go there. We'll just see how it plays out. Matt Entz, college coach for Trey Lance, North Dakota State. Factory up there is going to join us at 7:30. 7:30 he's going to join us to talk about Trey Lance, how he's developed into a quarterback, what he's seen so far in his young pro career. The scrimmage just got me excited yesterday in Minnesota. I wanted to start with that to get us all in a good mood here, but you got yourself worked up on
Rodon because he pitched the gem last night, a 2-hitter.
You're stuck on him, we'll see if we'll see what happens in December or January when the hot stove season starts. But I loved what I saw in the scrimmages yesterday. I loved what I saw. The highlights from some of the intel I got from Minnesota. I said, Niners may be damn good. I don't know how good Minnesota's going to be, but I was excited. That excited me. I was happy about it. Now you're raining on my parade for being happy about joint practices.
No, I was just excited with Rodon last night, and I came in here saying they got to keep this guy. That was my whole point, and I'm not worried about what the other team's thinking. Now,
is this true?
What's that?
SC and YouTube. I don't know if this is true because I haven't looked into it. I did see at the All-Star break that Rodon and Trey Turner took a lot of pictures together.
Yeah, they're buddies.
They go
way back when. Yeah,
they were college roommates together.
College roommates.
Yeah, but Trey Turner's also been linked to the Phillies in the free agency, and so we don't know. Who knows?
It may be a package deal. Maybe you could get Trey and Carlos Rodon to wear Giant uniforms. Imagine that. Trey leaving the Dodgers coming to the Giants.
I mean, that'd be leaving the Giants going to the Dodgers.
No, I'm saying Trey Turner leaving the Dodgers coming to the Giants.
Yeah, I would love that. Oh, I thought you meant Rodon. I would love Trey Turner to come to the Giants, wouldn't you? But that's the other thing with the Fleming bite. I know we'll get back into the Niners, but that's the other thing with the Fleming.
You spent so much time on it. This team is so mediocre. We're trying to
we're talking about one big move. They're like 50 moves away.
Exactly.
And this is one of the 50 moves.
That's why spending a lot of money on Carlos Rodon may not be the wisest move. Maybe you got to spread that money out somewhere. They're so far. How many people have we talked to this season about the damn San Francisco Giants where they say, well, in 2024, this guy's going to be up and that guy's going to be up and this guy's going to be up and that guy's going to be up?
5 prospects? It's completely flipped. Elliot Ramos not even in the top when it comes to their prospects. It's 3 new guys I've never heard of.
Everybody has dismissed 2023. Everybody hasn't even. They're 59 and 58.
Although Harrison is the 21st best prospect in baseball and Luciano the 17th best prospect in baseball. But what does that do for their big league team? Nothing.
This team is so far away. And the only reason why we're talking about them right now being in contention is because Major League Baseball thought it was a great idea to add baseball teams to the damn playoffs. Honestly, do you really want to see this team in the playoffs? You want to go see Austin Slater lead off in a playoff game?
The franchise has been to the playoffs since they moved to San Francisco like 8 times. So
I do not care.
I'm not going to thumb my nose down at the playoffs.
Come on. Look at these teams that are going to be in the playoffs, man. God, really? Really? The Giants, playoffs?
I love baseball. I love the Giants. I want to see them get into the playoffs.
That's why I was watching Yankees Rays.
And play spoiler.
Yeah, I do love baseball. I love good baseball.
Look at one of the great Giants moments. I don't love the baseball that's being played at third and king. But one of the great Giants moments is when they knocked the Dodgers out of the playoffs when Joe Morgan hit a home run pre-World Series. Yeah, that's how Giants fans are wired.
We weren't even born yet.
Yeah, but it's still one of the seminal moments of a Giants fan. Every Giants fan remembers the Joe Morgan home run.
Yeah, we weren't even born yet. That's how I remember it.
So
it's
what?
1982. Talk about 30 years ago.
More 40.
40 years ago.
It's actually
40. Talk about a moment 40 years ago.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now? Come on, man.
Sue me.
Come on.
Because I like Rodon and I want to see them keep the guy.
We all want to see them keep the guy. He has a decision to make. And you know what? When I see his body language after these guys drop pop-ups and Brandon underhand something
and Lashemski's getting thrown out at second base.
Why would you come back to that?
Well, money.
It's worth consideration.
Somebody's going to give him the same money.
Well,
he's going to be like, you know what? I'd rather go to that team.
But that's the thing. Like Aaron Judge equation. It's the same thing. Well, there you go.
Break.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
How much Giants baseball is Baldy watching? That's what I want to know.
It's worth consideration.
Well, he texted me about going to a Giants game, in fact, at one point during the summer. But that would require him to want to come to San Francisco, and I don't know if that's on his docket.
It was a consideration.
Especially when you're down in South America swimming with sharks.
No doubt about that. Don't forget, Beat the Streak. There's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak daily podcast to find out which players had the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak daily on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. I wanted to get into what Kapler had to say about Joey Bart yesterday with Willard Dibs, but we do have Matt Entz coming on, Trey Lance's college coach at North Dakota State, to talk a little Trey Lance and who he is as a person.
Well, B, you had asked me a question before I went off on a tangent on Rodon, and I want to ask you the question. Because I struggle with watching practice through the lens of social media. I don't know what's real, what's not. I don't know how excited I should be or shouldn't be. When I'm there, I feel like I have a better gauge on it. Like, because you get the context of who's out there. When you see all these videos circulating with Trey Lance, it's not a bad thing, obviously.
It's not a bad thing.
How excited does it get you?
It gets me excited because the highlights are excited. So what I do is I take it a step further. I text people who are out there.
Oh.
I'm like, hey, what really happened out there?
Sources.
That's what I do.
I like that.
Because you need context. I'm not a highlight guy. I like to know what's happening.
It's really hard to tell in these highlights, too.
It's hard to tell because you're zoomed out.
You don't even know who's
who. You don't know what's the completion percentage. How does Shanahan like it? From what I hear, Trey looked really good yesterday.
Really?
And we're going to hear from Brad Grant from SF Niners tomorrow about that. I heard Trey looked really good. I heard Brandon Ayuk looked really good.
What was it that looked good? His touch?
Footwork.
Okay.
He's getting better every day. The pocket presence. The touch. You see some of those highlights.
Well, the fourth down one.
Touch. The fourth down one looked really good.
For those that are just getting in their car, he had like fourth and 10? And I guess he scrambled to his right and then threw back across his body to Deebo Samuel over the middle of the field for a big-time play. And that was the one that got the crowd all fired up.
That was nice. Hey, here's Kittle on Trey Lance's touch yesterday at practice.
Actually, I think his touch has definitely gotten a lot better since he first got here. Like, I'm pretty sure one of my first 5-yard routes, he threw it at my head and tried to take my helmet off. Now he's got some nice touch to it. So, like I said, he's gotten so much better than when he first was here, and he's going to continue to improve.
Pardon me, that was George Kittle. Here's Shanahan on what he saw from Trey Lance.
I mean, good at times, bad at times. Kind of like all that is. When you drop back, you get in some third down situations. That's what you expect. Some of those 2 minutes, that's what you expect. I always want to do better, but it was about what I expected.
About what he expected.
I mean,
Shanahan has a lot of expectations. He considers Trey Lance to be his savior.
Does he? Like right away?
Absolutely. Well,
he's probably their long term. That's what he's hoping. I mean, right? But I don't know about if he thinks he's his savior for this year. Do you?
No, he's got to play well.
The touch thing by George Kittle, that was more interesting than the Shanahan sound, quite frankly.
No doubt.
Because the one area that I do think when we look at the great quarterbacks, what keeps them great for long periods of time is being able to fit that ball underneath and to also hit those checkdowns. And that's like the one thing Kaepernick never, it really held him back. We knew he could make the big play down the field. He could never hit that guy on the little swing pass.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's what Trey Lance had to say about finding rhythm with his wide receivers.
Playing football, I mean, it's kind of throwing where the defense tells me to throw the ball more than I don't kind of just go back and pick a guy. But, yeah, absolutely. I mean, finding rhythm. Missed a big one with George and a big one with Deebo today. But, yeah, I mean, those are great things to go back and watch on tape and just talk through with those guys.
What I like about him is he loves to take accountability. He loves to discuss what he missed on film and what he needs to improve on. And that, to me, it says a lot about a young quarterback. It says that, hey, he does want to improve. Hey, he does want to make those throws. And he accepts nothing less than perfection. He wants to be perfect at his craft. And I like that about Trey.
Do you think that he gets more out of these scrimmages?
There's no doubt.
Than what he would if he played just hypothetically, all 3 preseason games?
Absolutely. Here's what Kittle had to say about the joint practices.
Yeah.
When you do combined practices, especially I think both teams here are trying to get better. You didn't see a couple guys trying to go out of their way just to hit someone or start a fight, something like that. You have 2 teams that are trying to get better, and when you can compete kind of in this environment too, where you can slow it down, you can kind of talk about stuff, and there's not the bullets aren't flying, and I think it's really beneficial to both teams. And honestly, I think these 2 practices are more important than the game. Honestly, I mean you're gonna you have a chance here to show out in front of a lot of people, like coaching staff. They're going to see everything, and all the scouts. Everybody gets to see it. So, I mean, this is an opportunity for you. Like, who knows? Like, someone that might not make our team might make a Viking, and someone that's a Viking might not make them, and we might pick them up just based on these practices. So this is huge for everybody.
Why are they not filming these things on YouTube and putting them on the 49er webpage?
You're running a lot of plays, a lot of actual game plays, and you're running smoke screens, and you're kind of game planning a little bit there. And so you don't want the film to get out quite yet. You don't want teams getting a head start like the Bears, right? The Bears are sitting down there, and it's the Niners and Vikings, so the Vikings are in the same division as the Chicago Bears. So if you're the Minnesota Vikings and you're the Niners who play the Bears in week 1, you don't want the Bears seeing none of this stuff.
Yeah, but a discerning person could go through the internet and find like a lot of different things from practice, from the fans and whatnot.
You can.
I know it's not perfect. It's not the all 22, but do you get where I'm going with this?
I do, but no, that's for the fans. I'm sure we all want to see it, but I get why the teams would enclose this information and say, no, this is G13 classified. Also, you have players who are on the fringe, right? And there may be some players teams are hiding. Niners may have a guy who's the number 53 man who's saying, you know what? We can't let anybody see this. We kind of want to hide them. What if we wave them and bring them back onto the practice squad? We can't let the Bears or the Vikings or the Rams see that stuff. So I get why teams don't show this footage from scrimmages. We would all love to see it. But you know what? There are fans there watching but then you also see the offenses too. They got 2 other fields. Yeah. So some of the stuff is like, hey, we're going to just run the offense down here. We're not going to show the fans this stuff. So I get why they don't show this stuff.
I know we're heavily focused on Trey Lance, but the guy who I just keep going back to, who they need to have a monster year this year, it's Javon Kinlaw. Like, they need something from Javon Kinlaw this year in terms of not living up to the number 13 overall pick, but just being a really good player for that defensive line. And I just saw a couple of highlights yesterday. Man, if he could show them anything, imagine how deep this D-line can end up being.
Well, I loved what I saw from Kinlaw at the end of his rookie year. He started to show himself, right? He started to show himself and show that he was worthy of being a first-round pick. He started to be dominant. And Baldy broke this down as well. He said, man, I'm seeing the flashes here. He's starting to pop on tape. Then the injuries start to derail you. Then you have to rehab your entire offseason. Then you come back after rehab. You can't get right. Then you're shut down for the season. This is the first offseason he's had in the NFL weight room.
That's a good point.
Remember, when he got drafted, it was a pandemic.
Yeah.
He wasn't allowed to come to the facility. Now he's been here. I remember when I saw him at Chase, and he's like, yo, I'm here all year. I bought a house. I'm down to Santa Clara in the weight room. I'm sending videos to John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. I'm here. And you see it with his body. Just how much better does his body look?
Oh, well, that's the biggest takeaway that I had. Last year, he was gassed. You saw him. He was on one knee, just putting water all over his entire head and everything. He looked a little bigger. I mean, I hate doing the body thing with these pro athletes because all of those guys' bodies are better than any normal mere mortal that we meet throughout our normal day. But he does look significantly thinner in the midsection than he did last year.
He looks like
he looks more explosive.
Yeah, he looks like he's in absolute great shape. And if you could get anything from him, alongside Eric Armstead, alongside Nick Bosa, and you've got some guys
Drake
here.
Jackson?
With Drake Jackson, but there's another guy Bosa was talking about here who was making plays yesterday. Kamoko Toure.
Oh, yeah, Toure, number 53. So when you watch this guy, Steven, physically, Toure, he stands out, and you're like, oh, my God. Is that the Terminator? Like, you look at it, he's got huge guns in terms of the arms, and then he's just tall and big, right? Right, Steven? How big? You said it to me, I think, 3 different times. 53 is humongous.
Yeah, he's a monster. It's like you wanted a replacement for Arden Key as a big, lean edge rusher. Like, Toure could be that guy. I was hoping he could be that guy, and he showed out in that preseason week 1.
And you saw some of the highlights yesterday at the scrimmage, and so I was like, yo, it's Toure real, and we're going to hear from Brad tomorrow, Brad Graham, tomorrow about Toure, because I want to, can this guy contribute on his team? They just cut Robert Nkemdiche. We were talking about him, how he flashed in and out, baby. He was quick. He was gone. Didn't earn that paycheck. So Toure looked like, I was like, man, he blew up the screenplay. Then he chased it down after they let the play go on because they don't count sacks. They don't stop the play. So Toure's really intriguing, and it's another Chris Kosaric find.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And then I look at Samson Ebukam, and I don't know about like everyday impact or every play impact, but when you watch him at practice, clearly, he's more of like the veteran type teaching the younger guys because he's very like hands-on with Drake Jackson. I've been really impressed with him. But don't sleep on Ebukam. I think there's some plays to be made for him as well on this defensive line. I'm watching these videos, and it's hard for me to pluck away what's real and what's not. It's just really difficult.
Yeah, well, I tell you what I do. I'm keep hearing reports about Danny Gray,
which is a great sign.
And look, man, Danny Gray, I've been waiting for the Niners to have that consistent third down wide receiver. Kendrick Bourne showed flashes with that.
He didn't have the speed,
but he didn't have the speed that Danny Gray has.
Quickness, he was very good. He had a knack. Kendrick Bourne had a knack for getting open.
Everybody was hoping that Trent Taylor was that guy. Everybody was hoping Everett James Jr. was that guy.
Why is it when you bring up Trent Taylor, I get triggered?
Dante Pettis. I mean, you get triggered by a lot of things I say.
Bruce Ellington, Quentin Patton. I put them all in the same boat.
You've been triggered by a lot of things I've said this week. I'm surprised. Let's just not bring up number 10, all right?
It was a consideration.
Then we'll really get derailed here. But Danny Gray.
You went accountability, and I thought you were going down the Jimmy G never takes accountability rabbit hole, but neither here nor there.
Hey, look, man, tell me you hate Jimmy G without telling me you hate Jimmy G.
This was not my opinion.
But Danny Gray, I'm really excited about him, man. Now, it's a tough asset rookie to have a major impact on the wide receiver position, especially under Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan's hard on these wide receivers, but it does feel like that.
Kyle's not alone in that.
No, he's not.
You look at Tom Brady, who's everyone agrees, greatest quarterback of all time. He is so hard on young receivers.
Did you hear what Aaron Rodgers did?
Oh, he just threw the kid under the bus. I never even heard of the kid.
He cursed out all his young wide receivers. And then the next day, he's waiting in the quarterback room as the receivers trickle in, and he's like, and he gave it to him again. Like Aaron Rodgers, it's going to be wild up there in Green Bay.
I actually was listening to a couple of different podcasts, and they were talking about what LaFleur inherited and then what Shanahan inherited. And if you look at like the playmakers on the Green Bay Packers, even though they have one of the great quarterbacks of all time, they really haven't developed under LaFleur any great playmakers. He inherited a lot of great playmakers. You contrast that with Shanahan. Ayuk feels like he's emerging. Debo is obviously a star. Kittle's a star. Elijah Mitchell was emerging last year. It feels like Shanahan has a more knack for finding playmakers.
He does.
Whereas LaFleur, great play caller, he's kind of inherited those players. So we'll see if he can develop those guys.
And it feels like he's clicking with Trey Lance. Trey Lance is clicking with Danny Gray. We saw that in the first preseason game. We're seeing that in practice.
Absolutely.
He's also clicking with Brandon Ayuk. And if Trey Lance could get on the same page with Deebo Samuel, look out with this offense. Let's talk to Trey Lance's college coach out of North Dakota State, Matt Entz. He's been the coach up there in North Dakota State since 2019. He's been up there in that program since 2014. This is a powerhouse. And Matt Entz, his record right now, 37-4. They are the Alabama of the FCS. And Matt, Coach, actually, I'm going to call you Coach. Coach, good morning. Thanks for joining the Morning Russell, Bonte Hill, and Joe Shasky the Butcher. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, and I appreciate you guys having me on this morning.
Oh, we appreciate you spending the time with us because, look, we've been in love with Trey Lance since the pre-draft process. We're trying to figure out who's going to replace Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback, and you got all these great quarterbacks and Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones and Zach Wilson. You have Justin Fields, and we threw on the tape of North Dakota State and saw Trey Lance throw a deep bomb against Youngstown State. I said, oh, my God, who is this guy? So tell us a little bit about Trey Lance. Why is he so prepared to run an NFL offense coming out of your program?
Well, I'd like to think some of it has to do with a little bit of the preparation that he's had here. And again, we only had him for really 2 full years, and he grew immensely while he was here. He got an opportunity to learn from Easton Stick, who's now with the San Diego Chargers. And one of the things that, and I'm sure it's still the same today, is Trey is an unbelievable prepare. He's going to dive into the film. He's going to dive into the game plan and have great understanding of what's going on. And he was like that for us, since day one. And then the other thing, I think he's got great maturity, which allows him to handle some of those unique situations, those pressure-packed moments where he can continue to flourish. And I think you're seeing that right now. He's growing every day. He continues to get better. I haven't had a chance to visit with him a lot this fall, just text messages here and there, just wishing him the best of luck. And I'm sure he's concerned about getting the 49ers to play as well as they possibly can.
Coach, I want to ask you about the competition level. This is something that kind of drives me crazy because great talent in any industry can come from all different backgrounds. And if you're great, you're great. It doesn't matter where you came from or who you went up against. You can level up. When you hear people dilute Trey Lance's success or dilute your program or say, hey, it's only, Division II or FCS, what's your counter to that?
Well, guys, through the process, and I'm referring when I say process, I'm talking about the evaluation process of Trey by the NFL, GMs or scouts or position coaches, that was one of the comments that we routinely heard is, Matt, Coach, can you expand on the competition level? And my comeback was, guys, I can't control what the other teams look like, but I'll tell you what, the competition level that he faced, or the level of competition he faced in our program, that's where he developed. We feel like we have a pretty balanced program here. We have an explosive offense. We have a really good defense. I mean, those two things are going to allow you to play at a high level and to win games. You just look at the class that he was drafted in. We had an offensive lineman drafted in the second round. We had a linebacker that was drafted, in one of the middle rounds. And we've had 8 kids drafted in the last 3 years. And so I kind of flipped it on him and said, it's all the guys he saw in spring through fall camp. Those are the guys that help develop him. It's not what happens on Saturday. It goes back to the process, not the results.
Head coach of North Dakota State, Matt Entz, on the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Coach Trey in North Dakota State, of course, he's won 2 national championships. He's got a career record of 37-4, and that's a great point, Coach. You've had a lot of talent coming out of that program going into the NFL, not including Carson Wentz, who was the number 2 overall pick way back when. So I want to ask you about the arm fatigue deal, because everybody made a big deal about arm fatigue. And when I see Trey, I see a rocket arm. I see a guy who can make all the throws. What was your thoughts when this arm fatigue story started circulating there? It felt like people were just bored, Coach.
Well, there's something to be said about that comment, just being bored or looking for something to spice up maybe a storyline or something. It's never been anything that we ever had to deal with here at NDSU when we had Trey. And believe me, his first year, he kind of got shared between scout team and working under Easton Stick back in 2018. So it's something that's never reared its head when he was playing in the green and yellow. And I highly doubt that it was much of an issue. Maybe someone wanted to create a bigger issue than it was. But like I said, Trey's a true professional, and he's going to take care of his arm. He's going to take care of his body the best way he knows how. And I know he's working with a number of people. And so I highly doubt that arm care and or arm fatigue was much of an issue.
Coach, obviously we all believe that adversity toughens you up and makes you better, and you get the true sign of someone when they falter a little. When you go undefeated and you're one of the best players at your level, it's hard to see the adversity on the surface. Take me through a moment where Trey did struggle. What did he do to overcome that, and then what was he like after that?
Well, I think you could go back to the year that he played for us, the 2019 season. I want to say it was quarterfinals of the playoffs, and I think we had an opponent that we played that we're very familiar with, and I think we ended up winning the game like 9-3. We kicked 3 field goals, and of course, what's wrong with the offense now? What's wrong with the quarterback play? We can't run the ball. I mean, all the negatives come out. We still won, though, and we didn't want to talk about that piece. And then all of a sudden you turn around in the following week in the semifinals. I think we in the semifinals, we hang 45 or 50 points on an opponent, and you saw just another level of focus, another level of preparation out of Trey, and another level of the maturation process. He didn't, even though we won, didn't like how we prepared, maybe how we played the previous week. Well, how can I personally help this team continue to grow and thrive?
Now, Coach, and we're talking to Coach Matt Entz, North Dakota State, Coach Trey Lance at North Dakota State, 37-4 record as a head coach, been with that program since 2014. It is interesting to me to see him develop as a quarterback, what we're seeing, the highlights in the joint practices against Minnesota, what we saw last season. This guy ran, the wing tee in high school? Like, I played against a high school team that ran the wing tee. You don't pass the ball at all. So what was your concern when you guys brought him into North Dakota State coming from that offense?
Well, we didn't have much of a concern because we were fortunate. We had him here at camp a couple of times early in the summer, and we were able to get eyes on him. We were able to have our quarterback coach, our offensive coordinator, all those guys get to be around him for a couple of days and really pour into him, and vice versa. We saw the arm strength. We saw we were able to sit down and see or hear the intelligence, the understanding of offense, the understanding of defensive looks, defensive coverages. Coach Bauman down at Marshall High School did a tremendous job with Trey through his 4 years of high school, and that just continued to ascend as he was here at NDSU. And I think, our staff, we pride ourselves on doing a great job of the evaluation piece and maybe finding kids that may not be ready-made players right now, but need a year, need some development in the meeting room, in the weight room, wherever it might be. Their best years are ahead of them, and he was definitely one that we were able to get on board, and he had a tremendous career for us.
You hear from time to time, like when Kaepernick was drafted, Harbaugh said, I went back, I talked to his Nevada coach, and I tried to run some of the plays that he ran there and kind of throw those wrinkles into our offense. Have you talked to Shanahan since the draft process? Have you guys had any kind of conversations back and forth?
I haven't. I know some of our offensive staff has had some conversation just with some things from a schematic standpoint. I think, you guys know there is no original ideas in football. You're borrowing, you're stealing, you're trying to tweak things. Maybe something that you saw on Sunday, something that you've seen in another game somewhere. And like I said, I think there's some shared thoughts and things as far as the development piece goes. But I'm excited to see Trey in the Shanahan offense. I think that's an offense that's going to fit his skill set. He has a ton of tools. You want him in some 5-step pass game, he can be effective. You want to utilize him in the run game. He's going to create a unique challenge for some defenses because he has great speed, great size, and if you're going to play him in single high defense, you're going to run out of bodies eventually on that quarterback run game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen him run over a couple people on the North Dakota film. What about his delivery? Have you seen his delivery? Every coach has their own little small mechanical things that you want to clean up. What have you seen in terms of change in his mechanics of how he throws?
Well, I think one of the things when he was here, one of our big emphasis were just to get long in the delivery, and which again, the faster level of football you're going to play at, the quicker we want to get that thing out, and so I think you've seen his ability to continue to grow at the NFL level and just delivering the ball, just faster out of the pocket, more urgency getting in his drops, and so I think with the elevated level of play, you got to continue to practice and play at a faster level because you're playing against some of the best athletes in the world.
Coach, we're talking to Coach Matt Entz, North Dakota State, and you know what? A lot of talk when he came out in the draft and he got drafted by the 49ers was that, he's got great legs. He's a running quarterback. And from what we've seen so far in his career, I feel like he's more of a pocket quarterback where, he'll run when he has to. Mm-hmm. Do you see the same thing, Coach?
I do. I mean, he's always been able to make all the throws. Just within what we do offensively, we were able to take advantage of his legs as well. And he became a two-headed monster for us, a guy who could step back and he could throw those 9 balls, or a guy we could utilize in the quarterback run game equally effective and really stress teams. And I'm sure there'll be a moment during the year where they're going to do the same thing at San Francisco, where they're going to take advantage of his ability to extend plays, move the pocket, and or quarterback run game.
Real quick, Shaska, I was going to ask just about the pre-draft process, and when Shanahan and John Lynch and the 49ers brass were coming up there, when did you know they really fell in love with Trey Lance?
Well, when I think the first indication was the volume of 49er people that were here for our pro day.
Was Mike Shanahan there?
Yes, Coach Shanahan, John Lynch, and again, those guys having conversation not only with numerous people that are part of our program, strength staff, academic people, trying to get talking to our offensive staff, myself included. That's when you knew, just the deeper the questions become, the more interest you anticipate that this program or this organization has in this young man.
Yeah. Coach, I think in the Bay Area bubble, we don't, North Dakota State, most people have never even been to North Dakota or met anyone from there. I'm just being honest, and so they kind of thumb their nose down at the program because it's not one that they're accustomed to. But I look at Carson Wentz being the number 2 overall pick, and you referenced Easton Stick. I mean, these are larger-than-life guys on your campus, okay? And we're talking about Trey now being the successor to Jimmy Garoppolo. What was it like for that transition? Just give our audience an idea of how big of a personality Carson or Easton Stick was and the shadow that they cast that he had to overcome to be the guy at North Dakota State.
Well, you guys, the thing you're going to be surprised about is Carson did an unbelievable job of mentoring and modeling what it looked like to be a quarterback at North Dakota State for Easton Stick. And Easton Stick passed that on to Trey. And Trey passed it on to our current quarterback, Cam Miller, right now, who had won a national championship last year as a freshman going into a sophomore year, feeling very confident. And I think the thing that I get most excited about and I think is most unique is the humble approach that all three of these young men took while they were here. That this isn't a program that spotlights a lot of individuals, but we do spotlight just the program itself and the success we've had, and how we play football. We feel like we play at a high level. We feel like offensively we mimic a lot what they do in the NFL. I think that helps our quarterbacks transition. They're responsible for checking plays at the line of scrimmage, protections. They have a lot of input on game planning, and he learned from a couple really good ones, and it's exciting to see how those guys thrive together. They continue to connect. That brotherhood that they created here at NDSU is still alive and well.
Well, Coach, I think our audience, I think we're just totally excited about Trey Lance, and you just poured gasoline on the fire, man. We can't wait to see number 5, week 1 against Chicago. We're all excited about his prospect as a future quarterback of the 49ers. Thanks so much for the time, and best of luck to you this season.
We'll be rooting for you guys.
Yep.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for having me on, and you guys continue to cheer on Trey, and I wish nothing but the best for the 49ers.
Absolutely, Coach. North Dakota State head coach Matt Entz on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Give us a lot of intel, and I mean, where do you want to pick apart this? The mentals, the throwing motion, the Niners bringing in all their brats and talking to school counselors and academic counselors, and then your boy Mike Shanahan involved in it.
Well, I've long told you that I've had this belief. Again, I had nothing substantial. I don't have sources. Just my thought. Like, I know that anything I do in life, because I'm close with my dad, like I'll run it by him or I'll run it by an uncle or whatever. Now imagine being in the same industry as your father, who taught you the game essentially, and then basically allowed you to go out and get a job somewhere else to prove that you were worthy enough to be on his staff.
Yep.
And you're not going to use I consider Shanahan a Hall of Famer. You're not going to use your Hall of Fame father's assessment when it comes to quarterbacking.
Of course.
So the fact that Mike Shanahan was involved in the process, it makes me feel so much better, because it's like, the old wise one was there checking the boxes.
Because Mike Shanahan has a Hall of Fame offensive mind. He does. And I know the things that happened in Washington, and RG3 gives them the bad rap, and who knows what really happened out there. That organization is an absolute mess. But you think about Mike Shanahan, he's a 3-time Super Bowl champ.
Steve Young said he changed his career.
He did. I mean, that offense, the Niners' last Super Bowl win, 94-95, it's most dynamic, possibly the most dynamic offense of all time.
Absolutely.
So Mike Shanahan being there, and you see him at the joint practices. You see him at all the practices.
I love him.
He's always been in training camp. He's got the little smile. Looks like Master Splinter, right? This guy, he does. He does. I'm not even joking.
He's not a rat, though.
The fact that he's been there, he's not a rat.
He's the lobster man with that suntan.
He's not a rat at all. And then you would see him at there in North Dakota State. And,
Master Splinter.
Hey, I knew the Niners were going to be in because they started bringing more and more people up. And the day they made the trade for the number 3 overall pick, you remember where they were at? Remember when the Niners made the trade?
They were at, what's his face's pro day?
Zach Wilson.
Thank you.
BYU.
I was on the tip of my tongue.
And everybody thought, oh, man, they're trading up for Zach Wilson because you see Lynch and Shanahan up
staring
there.
At him.
Staring at him.
They duped the Jets.
Oh, they did.
Can we call it what it is?
They did. They suckered the Jets. Remember we had Boomer Esiason on, and we were like, you know what? We were like, Boomer, are you guys really sold on Zach Wilson? And it's like, oh, yeah, he's our guy. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, the Jets are going to make another mistake. Another mistake, and he's now hurt. It's tough for Robert Saleh.
It is, and, the New York market in general is a very difficult one to navigate. To go from Provo to New York and the Jets, that's a big leap. As much as we make the North Dakota State leap, I don't know, that Provo one might be bigger.
It's a big one.
It's a culture shock.
It's a big one.
You know, it's a
one.
big-time culture shock. The thing that I came away from the interview with the head coach from North Dakota State, the biggest thing for me was the humility, and I think that serves you well. I know we were talking about how you address the media and things like that. We were talking earlier in this show about Kapler and how he's fielding the questions. I'm not saying that because you're humble and you say all the right things that it automatically equates to you being a great quarterback or a great player. No, that's not what I'm saying. But it does serve you. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Being humble, it ingratiates you to other teammates. It allows you to be coachable. It gives you a little leeway when you struggle. It's a good thing. And I think it's the hallmark of the greatest players. On some level, they at least begin their careers off being super humble.
Right, yeah, no.
They
Trey
might
Lance,
evolve into egomaniacs as time goes on, but you got to start off being super humble, and I love hearing that about him because I want to root for good people.
Yeah, Trey Lance has all the makings to be a great one. He does. He really does. And when you hear Coach Matt Entz say that out of North Dakota State, man, it makes me feel really good about this draft pick. The Niners did their due diligence. They move up to go take Trey Lance, and here we are. The Trey Lance era has begun. It has begun. Brandon Schneider, COO of the Golden State Warriors, a man who replaced the Hall of Famer Rick Welch, is going to join us in about 12 minutes.
Nice.
And he's going to talk a little
Peninsula
schedule.
Zone.
Yeah, a little Warriors basketball. The training camp's going to start, September 24th? Man, it's coming.
And there's something that the NBA did that I actually think is amazing, and I was listening to Steven, and him and I, like, on the same wavelength, totally agree regarding that NBA schedule. I think it's a fun way of doing it. It's not perfect, but I really like their concept.
What's that? The rivalry week?
It's a great idea.
I loved it too.
Okay, so let's tell
I don't
the
like
audience
the
what
I
it
don't like
is.
the Warriors Raptors matchup because that's not really a rivalry, but I like the concept. I do love the concept.
I think baseball should embrace something like this, rivalry week. I think it's awesome. I know the NFL schedule is so difficult because there's not a lot of inventory. It's tough to line everything up. But yes, as a concept, rivalry week, it's a great idea. So what you got, like Lakers, Celtics that week, and obviously you said that the Warriors are going to go up against the Raptors. Not necessarily a rivalry.
Well, let me pull it up because
I
Ben
think it's
Golliver.
just a great idea, and it's after the Super Bowl, correct? Right before the All-Star break.
Yeah, let me pull this up
or
here.
maybe it's after the All-Star.
Let me pull this up here. Ben Golliver, Washington Post, had it all down. By the way, the Warriors have 15 back-to-backs this season. 15 back-to-backs.
So what, 60 games played for Steph, Clay, and Dre?
I'd say 65. If I had to put a max on it, 65.
It's kind of sad
NBA
that
rivals
that's the way we look at it.
So it's from January 24th through the 28th. And that may
so
be...
it's before the NFC Championship.
So it might be Pro Bowl week for the NFL, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know
it could
what
be
the...
Pro Bowl.
I'll look it up now.
Yeah, but 11 rivalry games. You have Celtics Heat, Boston Miami. That's a nice little rivalry. Clippers Lakers, of course. Nets Sixers. Got Ben Simmons going back to Philadelphia. Grizzlies Warriors. It's a rivalry now. Lonzo Ball versus LaMelo Ball. Suns Mavericks after the Mavericks beat the Suns by 30 in Game 7 in Phoenix. You got T-Wolves and Grizzlies. There was a lot of smack talking there. But you have no Patrick Beverly, so I'm not sure where that rivalry is going to go. Raptors Warriors. Nikola Jokic versus Joel Embiid. Knicks Nets. And you got Lakers Celtics. I like the concept.
I
think this is something they can grow. And you can make the regular season meaningful. This is one way to be like, all right, big regular season week, rivalry week, let's make sure we have this happen. And another thing the NBA did is before the Christmas Day games and before the primetime games, they're giving teams a day off before and a day off after to try to ensure that they play their stars.
I was hoping that COVID would kind of make these leagues reassess where they're at in terms of the schedule and the calendar and just making things more palpable. It does feel, just for me, and I love hoops, it's too early to start the season, man. I wish the season would start on Christmas Day. That feels like a great ceremonial first start of the year.
Well, here's the deal, too, in the Bay Area. We have a little pickle. We're in a pickle here.
What's that?
October 23rd.
I love a good pickle.
Oh, I don't know if you like this one. October 23rd, Chiefs-Niners at Levi Stadium. Kickoff at 1:25. That also happens to be the Warriors' third game of the season. 5:30 p.m. at Chase Center, the first network game for NBC Sports Bay Area. They play the Kings at 5:30. Now, I guess a lot of people are going to be going Chiefs-Niners. They're going to bypass the Kings. But we got a dilemma here. The next game for the Niners, October 30th, against the Rams at SoFi Stadium. Warriors are in Detroit.
Are we? Can I ask a question?
What's up?
Are we doing Niners Warriors schedule or are we doing Bonte schedule?
We're doing a little bit of both. So 5 straight games the Niners play, they have a conflict with the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, that stinks. And if the Niners And if the Niners happen to play in the NFC Championship game, they're going to be playing the Brooklyn Nets. The Warriors are at Chase Center. So to be the return of Kevin Durant at Chase Center in front of fans.
No, he's going to retire before he plays for the Nets.
Well, you saw him come out. He came out and tweeted and said, "I'm not retiring at all."
I mean, they're all posturing. It sounds like he's going to the Celtics. They're the front runner right now. Who knows? I don't know. But I do like that the schedule gets released and we all get excited. And then after like a week, we're like, the season's way too long.
Maybe. I like the 82 game schedule. I'm with you though. I wish when they resetted the schedule during the COVID year, they started the week of Christmas. I thought that was perfect.
Yeah.
The first month of the season, you could throw away those games. You can have Warriors Kings all you want to, and then you go into July. Basketball's a great summer sport.
It is a great summer sport,
and you don't bump heads with the NFL. It does feel like basketball just ended. It feels like we were just in Boston. It does
because we were.
It does.
A month and a half ago, we were. So there's no other way around it. So I don't know. I do get excited when the schedules and stuff come out, but it feels just way too premature for basketball to be starting in October. It's just too early for me.
I know.
And one of the things you hear from a lot of potential NBA free agents when they're choosing their destination cities, because the league is so winter heavy when it comes to the calendar, it stinks and it drains you playing in the Northeast with all that snow. And so guys want to live in sunny parts of the country because the bulk of the schedule is during the winter and they want to have some sun. Who doesn't?
And also the Warriors, Tim Roy tweeted this out yesterday. The schedule is out and it's old school. The team will have 4 road trips of 5 or more games during the 2022-23 season. The last time the Warriors played at least 5 consecutive road games at least 4 times in a single season was back in 1976-77.
Wow.
Your dad's favorite player, Rick Barry, is on that team.
Nice.
Yes.
So they got some long road trips here. So we'll talk a little schedule on what's happening with the Golden State Warriors. They also go to Japan in the preseason.
Oh,
Japan.
Nice.
They eat some sushi.
It's like the Niners in the early 90s going to Japan as a road tour. Yeah.
Remember that?
Going barnstorming.
Take a lot out of your body. Yeah. Also, the A's played the Mariners out in Japan. Remember that to start the season?
I do, and they got hurt. Chris Davis got hurt in that game.
He did. All right, Langford, you know what time it is.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, those Cincinnati Reds. Yesterday was a tough day. How about this season? This season's been tough for Cincinnati. But Joey Votto, his season's going to come to an end. I wonder if it's his last. Is this the end of Joey Votto?
I think he's going to play another year or two. At least that's what it sounded like from the Field of Dreams thing.
Votto told reporters yesterday that he'll undergo rotator cuff surgery tomorrow, which will sideline him for the remainder of the season. He said his shoulder has been bothering him since 2015. But only recently had the pain become too much to bear. No wonder the power has been sapped, especially in that small ballpark in Cincinnati. The recovery time for the surgery is approximately 6 months, and the Reds expect Votto to be ready for the start of spring training. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. The COO of the Golden State Warriors, Brandon Schneider, joins us on the roast.
Spend your mornings with the Morning Roast.
Stop it with the Giants. They don't have guys. So why not move up Bart? Why not move up Estrada? Let these guys hit. Let them play it first. Let them see what these pitchers are doing here. They're 3 back in the Padres. Experiment.
And your afternoons with Damon and Ratto.
If the Dodgers are a perfectly...
nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill, and we are glad to be joined by the President and Chief Operating Officer of the Golden State Warriors, Brandon Schneider, doing a hell of a job replacing the great Rick Welts, and we had a schedule release yesterday, and we're going to get right into it. Brandon, this offseason feels so short, man. Basketball's around the corner.
No kidding, Bonte. Good morning. Thanks for having me on today.
Anytime, man. How's your offseason been?
Well, like you said, you got to put air quotes around that. It is short. You know, it's crazy. We have our first preseason game in Japan 43 days from today.
Jeez, 43 days away. Japan. Are you ready for that flight?
It doesn't matter if I'm ready. I want Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, and the guys to be ready. No, we're excited. Obviously, a special season. I think the guys have been celebrating as they deserve, as we've seen. And we're excited to get back at it and defend the title.
No doubt about that.
So what do you guys got planned for this year? We'll get into the schedule in a second. Is there certain nights throughout the year that you're going to unveil some championship stuff? But forget the championship stuff, because that's awesome and amazing. Any statues getting unveiled this year? Maybe the Rick Barry underhand, maybe a Wilt Chamberlain,
Brandon,
Steph
I'm
Curry.
sorry. He loves statues.
Maybe a Steph Curry one. I don't know. Are we going to do anything like that this year?
I mean, if you put a Steph Curry statue outside of Chase Center right now, what would people be like? Wait, doesn't he still play for the Warriors?
Yeah,
I think we will see statues someday. No statues unveiled this year.
Okay,
but look, you want to talk about rings? We got ring night coming up. That's in 61 days, by the way. That's opening night against the Lakers.
Did you request the Lakers?
No. And even if we did, the league doesn't listen to us. No, it's funny. In all seriousness, the schedule process is crazy because, they're looking at arena availability, right? And Lakers is a good example because you got Crypto.com Arena that they play there, the Clippers play there, the LA Kings play there, and then all the buildings have concerts. Chase Center is obviously a ton of concerts, so it's a complicated process. But I won't say. I think having the Lakers in on opening night for ring night will make it pretty cool for the fans.
Well, yeah, the NBA schedule makers didn't do any Bay Area fans any justice. 5 conflicts with the 49ers are in the regular season, man. We got to split our attention here, but it's all good. Brandon, you talk about concerts. Brandon Schneider, we're talking to the CEO of the Golden State Warriors. You talk about concerts, and I'm hearing the concert list is pretty loaded. Alicia Keys is coming to the building. Duran Duran, nice. Kevin Hart, Carrie Underwood, Shasky's favorite, Smashing Pumpkins. What the hell is going on at Chase Center with concert season?
Yeah, it's exciting. You named a lot of the big ones. We have the Killers coming up on August 23rd, and then, like you said, Alicia Keys after that. We have 11 concerts between now and October 1st, and I think this is what we imagined, right? Like, we opened in 2019, and then 6 months later, COVID hit, right? So we haven't seen the full effect of what Chase Center and Thrive City are going to be. But you think Golden State Warriors, but we've become this sports and entertainment company because the reality is we're going to have more other events at Chase Center than we'll have Warriors games. We hope to have, like last year, 56 Warriors games deep into the playoffs, but we're going to have more concerts than that. And the idea is to have entertainment for everybody. I know it's crazy to think, but not everybody is a Warriors fan, right? So we want to have other content, whether you like, country music or hip hop or rock or alternative, whatever it may be, family shows, comedy. We want to have something for everybody at Chase Center.
Yeah, my wife and all her family went and saw Joe Coy maybe a year or two ago out there. He was packing the place for multiple nights. What's the one game that you look at on the schedule and you say to yourself, yeah, that's the one I'm not missing?
It's so hard to say that. So Joe, I've been with the Warriors 20 years, and I think in the early years, like when we're out there and people want to go to games, they're worried about the opponent. They're picking the game they're going to go to by who we're playing. And I think that's changed. Our team's so good. It's like you're going to see Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, the young guys, Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. Now we got the draft picks from this year, PBJ. Now they're coming to see the Warriors, right? So, that's what we talk about, honestly, is like you look at the energy that we had at Chase Center all year long, and then, you saw it really peak as we got into the playoffs and the finals. And just how excited the fans were inside Chase Center, outside Thrive City. You guys see all that. What we talk about is how do we make every game an event like that, right? So all 44 games, 41 regular season, the 3 preseason games, people come out and there's something that makes it like special every night, right? Because we know like there's a lot of, we have tons of people that go to a lot of games, right? All our season ticket members and partial season ticket members, but there's a lot of people that go to one game, right? And that might be the XYZ game on a Tuesday night in November, or that might be Christmas Day.
Right.
We want to make every game special. I'll answer your question more directly. I mean, ring night obviously doesn't get old. It's the fourth time we've done it. Watching the guys get the rings going to be amazing. We talked about that.
First time at Chase Center.
First time at Chase Center. You're right, Bonte. That's a good call. That's going to be special. You got Christmas Day is always special, and this is our 11th straight appearance on Christmas Day. Look, this is like the showcase day for the NBA. So when you're picked, it's not great to have to play on Christmas, right? The guys would like to be with their families, but everyone understands. Like, that means you're a marquee team. So 11 straight Christmas Day games is special. And I just told you that the league picks the schedule. That's the one exception. I think Draymond Green and John Morant scheduled that game. Oh. Right? I mean, we all know that on Twitter. And then the other one I have to call out, and this one's, you guys are going to probably comment on my comment, but January 22nd, Sunday night, the Brooklyn Nets come to town.
I know.
And I'm one. So Kevin Durant has played one game at Chase Center since he left the Warriors and went to the Nets. The problem is only about 100 people saw that game because that was during COVID. I was at the game. Mm-hmm. We did a great intro, a great welcome back video, but it was 100 people there. So I think having him come back with the Nets for his first game back.
I hope he's still there,
for fans. Well, that's what I was waiting for. But look, that's all. As of now, that's the game, right?
Yeah. Brandon, for ring night for the Golden State Warriors, have you carved out enough in the budget so that Bonte can get a ring too?
Stop it.
Wow, put me on the spot.
No.
I'm teasing. He's been negotiating hard for this. We'll have to see how it shakes out.
You know what? I think you should get him one of those like fake rings that you hand out that you give to all the fans. The first 15,000.
Yeah, I've got a few of those on the nightstand already, Brandon. You give me the real deal. I may sell it for a mortgage out here in the Bay Area.
Don't do that.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, don't do that. I'm kidding here. But also what's cool, we're talking to Brandon Schneider,
Jewelry
the COO and president of the Golden State Warriors. Also in San Antonio, the Spurs need fans, right? So why not schedule a game against the Golden State Warriors at the Alamo Dome for a chance to break the all-time attendance record? How cool is that?
It's pretty awesome. So the league reached out to us about that, and we were like, "Yeah, that would be amazing." So the all-time NBA attendance record is 62,000 fans. That was at the Alamo Dome against the Chicago Bulls.
Wow.
So the Alamo Dome. Sorry, I think I said
Georgia Dome against the Hawks.
Yeah, thank you. We're at the Alamo Dome. So the capacity is going to be 65,000 people. And again, I mean, for us, we take that as a compliment because when the Spurs go to the league and say, we want to break the attendance record, get us the best opponent that you can, and they select the Golden State Warriors, that's cool, right? That speaks to the power of Dub Nation, right? We got fans all over the country, and you're going to see a lot of Spurs fans at that game, but you're going to see a lot of Warriors fans at that game too.
All right, so we're talking schedule, and we're talking with Brandon Schneider, the COO of the Golden State Warriors. But what about these two jerseys you released? The Run TMC one, that's very near and dear to my heart. There's no doubt about it. And then the new one. So what's the collection of jerseys looking like this year? Are we rolling back the black ones? Because I loved those jerseys.
Yeah. No, I do too. Everybody does, right? I mean, we had a couple of new jerseys this past year that were popular. I don't want to confuse everyone listening because you don't need to know the NBA rules like I do, but there's specific rules. So we all have what used to be a home and a road jersey, right? And now it's icon and association. That's the classic blue and white that we all love. So we'll always have that. And then you have 2 to 3 other jerseys every year. Some of them change out every year, and you have to. So like the black jersey you're talking about. That we don't have a choice. That has to change out.
Oh man, they were so sweet, Brandon.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. Look, I mean, how about the classic edition last year? The blue. I mean, the blue jersey where you had the court with it. I mean, that
one. That's the old San Francisco Warrior one from way back when. Man. That one's awesome.
Well, actually. That one was from Philadelphia days.
Yeah,
that was from Philadelphia because that was the 75th anniversary. That was the jersey that Wilt wore.
Mm-hmm.
But because there's a team in Philadelphia, we cheated a little bit. I shouldn't say cheated. We doctored it a little bit.
Gotcha.
To put San Francisco, but the design was from the Philadelphia days. So you just mentioned it. So Run CMC. So the downside is you don't get the black jersey again. The upside is you get new jerseys again this year, right? So you're getting. I mean, you guys probably saw the ad with our friend Molly.
Yeah, pretty cool.
You're getting the jersey from the Run CMC, the Molly days, which is awesome.
Yeah, we've been waiting on those jerseys for a long, long time. Shasky and I have been advocating for those jerseys. Like, when are they bringing those back? And I know you guys had the crossover, which had a little bit of the Run TMC and the new school version, but these are going to be sweet. To have video of Steph Curry saying, yeah, I like these, with the C on the chest. Also, Shasky and I really care about the community. We've been wondering what's going on across the street from Chase Center. There's a lot of construction going on. What is happening across the street from Chase Center?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We're fired up because I mentioned earlier, COVID hits right after we open, and not everything has come out the way it was going to be, right? And that's Chase Center getting all the concerts in, and that industry getting going. But it's also Thrive City and outside, right? So, and that's on our site, by the way. So you've got a bunch of restaurants open, and Gott's and Miller and Lux and Dumpling Time. More to come. You're out there doing pregame shows, postgame shows out there. Which is awesome, right? Out there in the plaza. And then obviously you had everyone out there watching the home and road playoff games, finals games out in Thrive City. Across the street is a big part of it, and that's Bayfront Park. So this was always part of the Mission Bay redevelopment plan, is to have a city-run and operated park right across the street from Chase Center, so right there on Terry Francois Boulevard.
Nice.
And it's all gotten delayed because of COVID. But I was out there 2 weeks ago with the supervisor from our district and then Mayor London Breed. And so we did a groundbreaking, and that park's, as you said, it's under construction and will be done next summer. So this season it won't be done. It'll be getting built. But before the start of next season, we'll have a beautiful park right across the street from Chase Center.
I can't wait for that. We need more parks. I was just talking about Crocker Park in my neighborhood needing to be redone. Brandon, you grew up in the Bay Area, Peninsula boy. I never thought that Thrive City could come out as good as it ended up being completed in terms of the vibe. Because after these post games, like when I was walking out there to go to see Bonte, see the TNT set, whatever, it's just mobs of people. And like, it was so cool and it was so fun. It's better than I ever anticipated. Has it reached your guys' level of expectations? Because I think just the whole campus for that Warrior Arena and Thrive City, I mean, to say it's a grand slam feels like an understatement.
Well, thank you for that, Shasky. We agree. I mean, it's awesome. But I would say we got a ways to go. I mean, I think the energy that you saw, and Bonte mentioned this will be our first ring night. It was our first playoff run at Chase Center. And look, it was awesome during the regular season too. But as you saw it go during the playoffs, I think it was kind of a coming out party where people go, okay, we got all this stuff going on outside. And part of what we love about that, by the way, is there's only 18,064 seats inside Chase Center. We've got millions watching worldwide, but to have extra space for people to be able to come and be part of the energy and be out in the plaza or watching on the big board outside, eating dinner at one of the restaurants, watching the game. We love those opportunities. But I think you're going to see it continue to grow. The vision is to have Thrive City activated, packed morning, noon, and night. Kaiser Permanente is a big partner. Chase, obviously, doing different programming, health and wellness programming, having different sporting events on the board, having concerts out there, comedy acts out there, movie nights out there. You're going to see more restaurants opening up too. We got a bunch of things. We got a bunch of things working. The other thing, you got the two office buildings. Uber, like a lot of companies. So those buildings, Uber's are a tenant and actually a partner in those buildings. And like a lot of companies, they're not totally back to work yet. So when that happens, and you've got all their workers coming out, having lunch, being a part of that energy, I think you're going to see the action in Thrive City no matter what time of day or what day of the week you're there.
Damn.
It's a grand slam.
It's a grand slam.
Like,
you guys
my wife and I had such a great time after all the playoff games going out. And it just like flows out into just chaos in a good way. And people are just dancing and contact high and all that. So it's just amazing out there.
I agree with almost all that.
Brandon, man, it's always good to hear from you. Go ahead, Brandon.
The energy out there is unbelievable.
It's incredible.
And you know what? All the people that thought, whether or not the crowd noise would transition from Oracle Arena to Chase Center, I think you guys, The Memphis Game 6 on a Friday night where Kevon Looney grabs over 20 rebounds. Of course, the NBA Finals against the Celtics. The Conference Finals. Chase Center was on a fire last year, especially in the postseason. I can't wait to be back there. The champs are coming back to town. Ring night against the LA Lakers. What do you say, Brandon? 61 days away?
61 days away. 61. You got it.
61 days away. 43
Roger
away from
Maris.
Japan. Yes, Roger Maris. There it is. Brandon, always good to hear your voice,
Hernandez.
man. Safe travels to Japan. I'm sure we'll see you before then.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it, and let's have another great season.
Thanks,
Absolutely. Brandon Schneider,
Great guy.
president and COO of the Golden State Warriors. Chase Center is popping.
I can't
Our
wait.
city.
I got to
Those
get one of
jerseys,
these
too.
black jerseys now. Now that they're going out of circulation.
I can't believe that I got to wear those.
You want to do a Twitter poll every day, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
the Twitter poll today. There's a Twitter poll today, right?
Is there already?
Yeah, Lubman texted to us.
I had one that I wanted to put up.
Yeah, well, we could put up another one.
Well, can
It's
we?
Twitter. Yeah,
Can we?
absolutely.
Yeah, there's no limit on how many Twitter polls you can do.
All right, well-
This one only has 53 votes.
Oh, how about this one? I would like this one to go viral. Should Monte Hill get a ring?
No, I shouldn't get a ring. No, don't put that up.
All right, we won't put that up.
No, don't put that up. I don't play. I don't coach.
It's worth consideration.
Yeah, it's not worth consideration, Cap. It's not. I don't play. I just do a TV show. I'm a figurehead. You know what I'm saying?
It was a consideration.
I'm going to be honest with you. If a team wanted to give me a ring, I would gladly take it. I wouldn't wear it. I'd put it up on the, my little sports shelf.
You'd wear it.
No.
You'd wear it.
No, I'm not a jewelry guy. I don't even wear my wedding ring every day.
Oh, wow.
Well, I don't like jewelry.
Oh, wow.
This is a championship ring, though. This isn't just any
Wedding
kind of ring.
What?
Wow. That's a Twitter poll.
What?
How many men don't wear their wedding ring every day?
Well, no, time out. There's certain reasons why I take it off. When I'm playing sports, I always take it off.
Okay.
If I know I'm going to go do some workout or whatever right after the show, I take it off. When I'm swimming, I take it off because it's a little loose on my hand. I'm not a jewelry guy. Wow. I just have a simple little gold band. Wow. I was also very poor.
How many men?
I don't wear the wedding ring that often.
Wow.
And it's not because I don't love my wife. She knows I love her.
Wow.
Very dedicated.
Wow.
I don't like jewelry.
I'm
not a watch guy. I'm not a watch guy. I'm not an earring guy. I'm not a tattoo guy. And I'm certainly not a wedding ring kind of a guy.
I'm looking for my second chain, man. I'm trying to be like
I'm
two
not
chains,
Andy
man.
Dalton. I'm not wearing the
32
rubber
chains,
ring
man.
while I'm playing sports.
That's it's a trap, man. Boy, oh boy. Twitter poll so far. Are you confident that Carlos Rodon will be a giant next season? And the poll so far, yes, he'll be back, 17%. No, he is not coming back, 83%. Only 54 votes. We got to get that poll up.
It was a consideration.
Here, there's a retweet. There it is. Boom. Let's hopefully get more votes on that. Another Twitter poll, whether or not Bonte gets a ring. No, let's not do that. You have to wear those plastic rings. Buy those plastic rings for yourself while you play sports.
I don't wear watches. And it's not,
Yeah.
nobody cares.
650.
I'm not like out on the town. Hey, ladies. Hey, I'm not wearing my wedding ring.
Joe is crazy for saying that out loud. I thought you.
My wife knows I love her.
Oh,
when you're very secure in your relationship, you don't have to worry about those things.
I wonder, though. I wonder.
Look, let me tell you, I have spent enough money on her rings that I know where I stand in life.
Just stop, Shasky. Let's go to Robin.
Let me just tell you this
Let's
right now.
Let's go to
Every
Robin.
woman wants to be upgraded on their ring, no matter how nice or beautiful it is.
I may be missing something.
No, you're not missing anything, Gabe.
Just go to Robin. Just go to Robin and SF. It's been a long time since I heard her voice.
Robin, I don't like jewelry. Sue me.
Hold up. I called in for something else, but Shasky, I'm going to give you 5 on that, sugar, because I'm not a jury person either, baby.
Thank you.
You're right about that, baby. Stand on your ground about your manhood, about your wife, right? You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Robin.
That's it. I know some dudes. Hey, Robin, I just know some.
Babies.
Listen.
You done stood by. You done made the money. And if the ring make a difference to her, that's on her. Not
But hold on, Robin. Hold on 1 second, Robin.
I love you,
I know
Robin.
some dudes who get kicked out of the house for not wearing that ring. I said, I know some dudes.
Let me tell you something about my daddy. Let me give y'all a life lesson. And this might be, y'all going to have to cut me out because this is not what I even called in here for.
No, I need it.
I'm going to teach y'all a lesson that my daddy taught me. Let me tell you what my daddy taught me. My father married a woman with, we'll let that go, with 10 kids. You know what he told me? He said, when a man have a woman, have kids by another woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can't never win. He said, so if you ever tell what I do for you, right, I'll never do anything for you. He said, because that's the problem men have. They don't know how to separate one thing from the other, okay? I learned that from her. Hey, Shasky, baby, I have nothing else to say.
Thank you.
Today, I'm going to let it go what I called in for.
Yeah, what did you call it for?
Baby.
No, I want to know what you called it for.
I love you, Robin.
Robin, what did you call it for?
No, because you got to let a woman know, Shasky. I love you, baby.
And you're the best. She's the best. So look, growing up in my neighborhood, if you had things that were dripping, like you had to tuck them. You had to be careful.
So hold on.
So I never got into jewelry because I saw it as something that would attract attention and create somebody. And I just also don't like. I know a lot of people are into watches. I don't care if it's an iPhone watch.
Yeah,
or
I'm not a
whatever.
big watch guy.
I just don't like how it feels on me, and I don't like jewelry. I'm not a jewelry guy.
Yeah, I'm not a big watch guy.
And
By the
it's
way,
not me being better than anyone. I just never have been a jewelry guy.
Fine, this chain ain't fake. Trust me, bro. My neck ain't green. Our boy Dwayne Dibs tweeting in at us. What's up, Dwayne? I'm with Joe. I don't like wearing jewelry either, but my wife notices when I don't, so I wear it to avoid any issues.
Well, that makes sense. And like again, there are certain days where I know I'm going to go work out or whatever. Like again, playing softball. You think I'm putting a wedding ring on to go play ball? Like no, I have more of a fear of losing the ring than I do of being caught without it.
You know, it's just something I wouldn't say on the airways. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm very comfortable.
Yeah, well,
with my relationship.
Michelle yells at you a little later. Joe, you're not wearing that ring.
I don't think she's ever said that to me.
Oh, okay. All right,
if anything, this is what happens when we go to like the river or the pool. I go, Michelle, do you have your? If I don't take it off before we leave, hey, do you have your wallet? Can you put my wedding ring in your wallet so I don't lose it in the river?
707. I got married back in May. I wear my wedding ring maybe once or twice a week. Tweeted a day. So here's the poll, Lubman. Maybe here's the poll. How many days a week do you wear your wedding ring? For all men out there, how many days a week do you wear your wedding ring?
I know some people leave it on all the time, no matter what, right? Again, I'm not a big jewelry guy.
So what are the options here? You got to have options on a poll. It's got to be,
2 days, 3 days, 4 days, every day.
Yeah, is
4
it every
days?
day or not every day?
Yeah.
I think keep it simple.
Every day
or occasionally.
Occasionally, 1 or 2 times a week. It's got to be something like that.
Or just a simple, do you wear your wedding ring every day? Yes or no?
Yeah,
that's good work.
That is good work.
Now, look, if you're
hardcore
going out,
producing right there.
If you're going out together or whatever, or you're going out and you're going to see other people, I'm always wearing my wedding ring in those certain circumstances. Like if I'm wearing, normal. Again, when I play sports, when I work out, if I'm going to do, I take it off.
Well, this is what I know about my crew here at the Morning Roast.
I'm playing video games.
This
gotta come off.
This is what I know about my folks at the Morning Roast. Lubman, Langford, and Shasky. They don't wear Giants gear after the day after the Giants lost. They keep it at home. They win. They're rocking all the gear. Your boy had to rep the Giants today because I knew you jokers would not wear your Giants gear after they blew a game last night.
My outfit has nothing to do with my confidence level of the Giants. I'm disappointed.
Sounds like you're using today to fit your narrative, Bonta.
What narrative? I don't have a narrative when it comes to Giants. There's no narratives with me. They're a mediocre baseball team. They've been mediocre all season. And a loss last night is not surprising because they're a mediocre baseball team. So I don't know what narrative you talk about, nice guy. What's your narrative? There's no narrative when it comes to the Giants. They're mediocre. Mediocre. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by SafeMart. We can go wherever you want to go. 888-957-9570. You want to talk Giants? Let's talk Giants. You want to talk joint practices with the Vikings, Niners? We can do that. We can talk Carlos Rodon. We can talk Warriors schedule. The choice is yours on the Morning Roast.
5 p.m. emails from your boss, surprise visits from your in-laws, missing soccer cleats? Let Lucky California help you out with home delivery powered by Instacart. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50 using promo code LUCKYCA10. Place your order at shop.luckysupermarkets.com.
Spend your middays with Willard and Dibs.
Obviously, we feel that bike rides on the Embarcadero are good for the soul, and losses are not. And Gabe, could you please answer the question?
Followed by Steiny and Guru.
Can Trey Lance be as monster as Buster Posey or as Steph Curry? Can he be an unbelievable leader?
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. with a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees.
This is a great wedding song.
This is a great song.
It's a great
I love
wedding
the dance
song.
too. You can do the dance. Which you,
Yeah.
Look at Lubin.
With the high
Look
heels.
at Lubin. There you go.
Lubby.
I was actually bumping some Beyonce on the way to work. That album is a
The
banger.
new one?
Oh, it's good.
Is it good?
It's good. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Put you in a really good mood. Rings. Garlic fries and baseball, guys. Speaking of rings, looking for the newest podcast for all your Giants talk needs. I'm eager to listen to this next one. This one gets recorded today, right?
No, we recorded last night.
Oh, is it released yet? Has it been released?
Should be out.
Yes, it is available on all podcast platforms.
And you can also find it on 95.7 The Game's YouTube page. By the way, if you're listening to us right now and you're not following us on YouTube, what are you doing? We're going to do some fun, unique giveaways, but you have to be subscribed to us on YouTube. It takes 2 seconds. Create the little profile. Everyone's got YouTube, and just boom. Hit it. If you miss something throughout the day, like for example, yesterday, Gabe Kapler was on with Willard and Dibs. Whole entire interview up there. Boom, ready to go. If you got an interesting angle on robot umps, I don't know if you heard this yesterday, but Willard was going in on why we need robot umps. 6 minutes on YouTube. Boom, ready to go. I reposted it last night, needing it because the umpires were so bad in that game.
You know, before I finish,
It's worth consideration.
You are really distracted.
No, I'm not. I was going to say something. You just derailed me, but it was a great promo, great ad lib. I loved it. But I was going to say to subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball guys, and I was going to ask you about the podcast. But Mike Snow, aka Raider Debater,
what's he saying?
My marriage is over if I take the ring off.
Oh, well, that's I don't hate on anyone who has that particular prerogative or relationship. That's fine.
It's not even that deep. It's just, I'm seeing some marriages overrated tweets. I'm getting called a sucker because of this.
Marriage is
Whatever.
overrated, huh?
Why am I a sucker? I'm not married. Why am I a sucker? I'm just saying. I know dudes like Mike Snow. If they take the ring off, it's a wrap. You better keep that ring off. Keep that ring on. Excuse me. That's all I'm
This is not
saying.
good radio. We're not going to continue on with this.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much.
Okay, for example, I saw Lucille at the Giants game the other day. Boy, Lucille, is a very complicated person for me in my life. I'm not a big Lucille guy. Understand why it's great entertainment for the people that are out there. But he's got the permanent 3 rings on his hand at all times.
Always.
Do you think that that's a good look for him? Is he just going to have 3 rings forever?
Maybe. The Giants not getting the ring this year. It won't be
Until he
another
gets a fourth ring.
It's not coming this year.
Does he get 1 for the thumb if they go to 5, or does he go to the other hand?
Maybe go to the other hand. I think you got to go 3 and then 2. I've never been a big
Oh, so you're like Big Daddy
A's,
Kane.
like Big Daddy Kane. You got the ring on the pinky. You got the pinky ring.
Nice.
It's a little too much for me.
Yeah.
A little too much
Little
for me. I
Ghostface
can't
Killer?
do that. Can't do that. Can't do that at all. Mikey Dubs wears the ring once or twice a day. When would the Giants get that other ring? Did you guys discuss that on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast? So this is before Rodon start then that you guys recorded, right?
Yes, it was before it.
What's the topic of conversation?
Well, we were just talking about the Giants' philosophy as a whole and what they need to do in the offseason. And part of, before Rodon even had that start, I'm going to continue to say it just because I see it. I think that their number one priority, whether they believe it or not, I think their number one priority should be retaining Rodon. And I think that he's been a great Giant. I understand that there's risk involved in it, but they have so many holes. I'm not trying to create starting pitching as another hole that they need to fill via free agency.
These married men calling me out. You're right, Tyler Miller. They are calling me soft. Married men, I take my ring off twice a day.
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't say. I'm
Oh.
not saying you. Don't be so defensive.
Oh.
Shit, some of these guys, I guarantee
My
you get
bad.
your wives on the horn. Them rings are tight. Tight. Yeah, I never take my ring off. Yeah, now you guys are all talking because your wives ain't listening.
I tell it every time I go to the pool, I turn to her and I go, hey, can you put this ring in your purse or in your wallet? Because I'm going to lose it. And there's nothing worse than when I can't find my ring. I go crazy.
Oh, man, that is too funny, man. That is too funny.
Yes.
Logan Webb. I know Dibs doesn't like must-win game. Don't you feel like you got to have this one going into Colorado? I mean, after last night, don't you feel like you got to have this one? I mean, gosh. We lose that game last night. And then, you know what? consideration. I considered not playing a Gabe Kapler sound again for the show, but you know what? It was so good. I considered it, and I'm going to play it. Here's Kapler on why he didn't bring in Camilo Duvall in the bottom of the 8th inning, to kind of shut down the Diamondbacks.
A little too early in the season, or too much of a workload recently for Camilo to consider, maybe bringing him in some of those situations.
It's worth consideration. I mean, I think everything is.
For like 4 outs, not for like a 6 outs.
I think anything is worth consideration and is being considered.
Tonight specifically, what went into that consideration with Camilo potentially coming in with 2 outs in 2nd and 3rd in the 8th?
It was a consideration, and it was one of those things where we need to have confidence with everybody in our bullpen. Like Camilo Duvall cannot handle the load for the entire bullpen all the time. We have to have everybody contribute, and we trust these guys to do so.
Wow. 6 consideration references. How long was that soundbite?
36 seconds.
So 6 times between the beat writers and Gabe, they said consideration.
And here's the other one.
It was a consideration.
Here's the other one. Here's the other thing that we missed from Alex Pavlovich. Is it too early in the season to consider... We're in mid-August.
Mid-August. It's August 18th. We're closer to September than we are to July 31st.
Hey,
It's worth consideration.
Pass, just catching it up. It's only 6 weeks left in the season.
God bless
Pavs. That's how draining this season has been for Pavlovich. Is it too early?
He's been busy. He's been doing the entire 2012 rehearsal dinner. Every day he's had a different interview with a guy from 2012.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't blame him.
Oh, man.
But they do dance around asking him the direct question. Here's the reality of it.
They should have pitched. They should have brought in Camilo Duvall. You got to win that game last night.
4 or 5 out save, because they did get the pop up, or the fly out, or whatever, however you want to designate it, to right field, to get to 2 outs in the 8th inning with runners on 2nd and 3rd. So you would have gone to him before that. You would have asked for the 5 out save.
Yep, I would have asked for it. 4 out, 5 out. Hell, I may have even started him in the 8th inning. But no, you got to. Once ducks are on the pond in that situation, I got to bring in my closer. I got to shut this down.
I agree with him, though, that you got to be a little careful in terms of just how you view Duvall. And I think that maybe this is a bigger indictment on the current status of the Giants. If this were a different version of the Giants, don't you think Duvall pitches in that game? If they really believed that they had one of those kind of teams and this was a playoff spot on the line? Or,
I mean, they're 2 games over 500. I guess, but this is.
Well, they could have been 3 or 4 games over. I mean,
I got some things for some of the YouTube guys. This wedding ring thing has gotten people to sidetracked. Apparently, I can't speak on the ring topic.
Sidetracked?
I can't speak on the ring topic because I'm not married.
I may be missing something.
JP Picard. I don't talk about a 6-pack if I ain't got one. What? Talk about 6-packs all I want to. I've never had a 6-pack. I've had a 2-pack. Maybe a 4-pack.
All eyes on you? 2-pack?
I like that. I haven't even come close to having a 6-pack since I was 18. Man, I can still speak on it. Like, man, Kapler, he has a 6-pack. He's ripped. I can't speak on that.
Well,
I can't speak on muscles, even though I don't have muscles.
Well, Siskel and Ebert weren't great actors. They can't have, opinions on movies. Bill Walsh didn't play in the NFL. You think he can have an opinion on the NFL?
Man, look at this. There was something here I wanted to read. Somebody was like, look, just go to the next cut with Kapler about pitch running for Tommy La Stella.
Okay, because La Stella swings and misses, goes to first base on a wild pitch, and the guy hasn't played the field all year because he can't move. I think this is a fair question to ask. I don't even know on the bench who you go to.
Jewelry's not for women, 925. Come on, man. Both gingers can wear jewelry.
I think La Stella was fine in that situation. Did something happen there that a pinch runner would have been valuable?
No, I mean, obviously he's got the Achilles things and is not quite as fast as he.
Right, but what I may be missing something.
No, just wondering, because usually that he would be a guy in those situations where you might consider a pinch runner for.
With a pitcher in that situation?
Well, you didn't. That's what I'm saying. You don't have.
I'm just curious. I feel like you might be seeing something that I'm missing. So I'm curious if there's anything there.
Nope, just asking.
Okay. So using a pitcher as a pinch runner, we've seen Kershaw do this. We've seen this happen before. We've seen Timmy do it, in fact, during the Bochy era. I've seen this happen. Gosman did it for them a couple of years ago. But this is the other part, because I don't know if, were you listening to the Kapler and interview with Willard and Dibs? He was talking about lineup construction and how they build the lineup out based off what the bullpen matchups might be. But because me and Mark were talking about this, and
it was a consideration.
It makes sense, but then you get to the end of these games, and sometimes you've made so many substitutions based on the matchups and things like that, you're left without many options.
It was a consideration.
So last night, because LaStella gets to first base, he literally can't move. He's played 9 games in the field outside of first base. He's played 12 overall in the field. He's been a DH primarily because he can't run. You're left with nobody to pinch run, and the other pinch runner that you used earlier in the game, who was Mike Yastrzemski, he gets thrown out at second base.
He got picked off. By the way, the poll here, do you wear your wedding ring every day? So far, 97 votes. 63% says yes, they wear their ring every day. 37% say no, they don't wear their ring every day. Very interesting. Here's what Gabe Kapler, when he was on with Willard Dibs, by the way, Willard with the great Gabe Kapler impersonation. Kapler loved it. Gabe Kapler on possibly moving Joey Bart up in the lineup.
Yeah, I think there's a thought. I mean, Joey's not going to be in the lineup today, so he needs a day off from time to time, as tough and as durable as he's been. I think it's always worth consideration. I think the flip side of that is, do you want to move a guy up, maybe apply a tiny bit more pressure, or do you want to kind of leave him alone and let him succeed and thrive where he is? You're not going to move him much up in the lineup, because I wonder if you're as a right-handed hitter, if you're going to pop him above a guy like Flo or Longo or Estrada, the way they've been swinging the bats as well. Maybe it's just that you let Joey have the success that he's having and try to build on it. But I think it's always worth considering, to answer your question directly.
I'm not trying to overkill the consideration.
It's worth consideration.
That was yesterday. He was talking about consideration. I guess everything was yesterday, but that was with Willard or Dibs. And I don't like that answer.
Why?
It's like you're treating Joey Bart with kid gloves. He's a pro ball player, all right? His confidence is an all-time high. He's hit third before in his life.
I do
He's
understand.
hit fourth before in his life.
I'll let you keep going.
But no,
I do understand. I do understand trying to ease the guy in. But the other part of this is you're holding these, and I just conceptually, every great hitter wants to bat higher in the lineup so they have more opportunities with runners in scoring position. Right, B?
Yep.
All the great hitters, they live for those moments. What do you dream of in your backyard?
Yeah.
Oh, bases loaded, 2 outs, 9th inning. Up comes Shasky, up comes Hill. That's what you do in your mind. Every great hitter is chomping at the bit to get into those situations. But I understand them being reluctant to push them up there. But come on. It's not like your options are so much better. And that's the other thing. They keep batting Estrada lower in the lineup. Estrada should be top of the order.
Should be batting second.
At least. Maybe even lead off.
I mean, get some speed up at the top of the lineup. He's probably one of your quickest guys, your fastest guys.
I mean think about Yastrzemski. He's batted in almost every single slot in the lineup this year.
It drives me crazy.
Right? So I don't know why we treat these slots like they're the holy grail.
I was gone. I was really happy. My brain was refreshed. And I know why. I was really happy. Because then I have to talk about the sad sack baseball team every single damn day. And here I am. We spent half our show talking about this mediocre baseball team. I got Trey Lance throwing bombs in Minnesota. We got the Warriors schedule out. They're about to defend their championship. Ring night 61 days away. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm killing myself talking about this sad sack baseball. It's the same thing every day. Mike Yastrzemski getting picked off. Austin Slater misplaying a ball in center field. Braden Belt throwing the ball in the opposing dugout on a simple toss to Carlos Rodon. Bad base running. Bad situational hitting. Bad bullpen. Dominic Leone blowing it. It's every single day. They're 59 and 58. We spent half our show talking about this sad sack baseball team. They've got no preview players. Nothing. I was so happy not to talk about this team. And from before, watching them lose 8 straight to the Dodgers. And then blowing it against San Diego. And blowing left. It's nauseating. They do the same thing every single night. Every single night there's something. By the 5th inning, there's two errors on the scorecard. No, you got runs, hits, you got RHE. Runs always below 3, hits always below 5, errors always over 2. It's the same thing every day.
But let me ask you this. I guess, and I would ask the audience.
They're so bad.
Yeah, but would you rather talk about hypotheticals and the calendar, or would you rather talk about the games that are happening right now?
The games just drive me crazy. We talked about the hypothetical of Carlos Rodon for the first hour.
Well, but because Carlos Rodon is having a great year. If I were just measuring who's had great years in Bay Area sports since it's turned January 1, he's one of the top guys. I'm not saying he's better than Steph, but what I'm saying is he's having a great year this year. He's been a great player, and I'm starting to develop an emotional attachment to Rodon. I enjoy watching him pitch.
Gosh.
I want to see him come back.
Every time I try to be positive about this team, and the more and more we talk about them, I'm just like, what am I doing to myself? Like I already told you. I told you guys back in June. I apologize to the entire fan base. I led y'all astray thinking that we were going to be in the sweepstakes for Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. That is so damn laughable.
Did you see the Aaron Judge lookalike yesterday at the stadium?
I did see that.
Reggie Crawford?
That's about as close as we're going to get to Aaron Judge.
I was ready for him to put a uniform on and either pitch in the 8th inning or, be ready to platoon out in the outfield.
Let me tell you, that's as close as we're going to get to Aaron Judge in the Giants uniform.
How about this question? Did you see pregame who was taking some throws over there at first base 2 days in a row?
I didn't see that.
Jock Peterson?
Gosh.
What
It's
about
worth
that?
consideration.
Positional change? Why not? What do you have to lose?
It was a consideration.
Can you imagine Jock Peterson diving and stretching out for a ground ball at first base?
No, first base is where you
Have
put
you
a lot
seen
of
the way? Have you
limited
seen the way,
physically guys.
Have you seen the way he's run
Actually,
down balls in the outfield?
He's played defense better than I thought the last 2 months. I'm being real. He's made a couple of really nice plays down the line. And that's the other thing. When you go to the game, you notice that everybody plays the gaps now, both right center and left center. These guys are so shaded, they're giving you the line. And so you're going to have to make a lot of plays going toward the line on both corners.
5-1-0. You're actually with your 5-1-0. So what's the difference between our two teams? The A's don't have the Diamondbacks and Rockies in the A's division. Oh, man. Even A's fans getting in on the Giants. That was a tough one. You got to win that one and win 6 in a row. We're all giddy about winning 5 in a row, 5 in a row,
Well, you're
5
not
in a
gonna
row.
win out the rest of the year.
Yeah, but you got to win a Rodon day.
I'm with you.
You got to win
It's
a
a
Logan Webb
frustrating
day.
loss.
That's a terrible loss.
And it's situational defense.
You lose ground to the Padres. It's just like, look, I apologize to the audience. It's not that I don't care about the Giants, but I try to be positive. And it's tough to be positive about this baseball team. They're boring, like I told you guys in April. They're unwatchable. The same damn thing happens every single week.
So
and I continue to watch it.
Let me ask you a
I
question.
should be watching Hard Knocks.
You say they're unwatchable.
I should be watching Better Call
No,
Saul.
I hear you. Do you enjoy watching Rodon pitch? Just on the surface. I'm not asking about money and all the. Do you enjoy?
He's fun.
I find him to be a lot of fun.
He's fun.
I enjoy watching him pitch.
He's fun.
I probably geek out more on pitchers anyway.
He's fun.
But on a team that doesn't have a lot of, must-see guys, I do find his starts to be compelling.
Yeah, he's fun. He's having a great season. But then I feel sorry for Rodon. I'm watching him strike out batter after batter after batter. I'm like, he's getting no run support against the damn Arizona Diamondbacks. Zach Davies was pitching yesterday. Zach Davies is a mediocre pitcher.
Future Giant.
God, he probably is.
On a 1-year deal.
Probably. That's more realistic than Carlos Rodon coming back.
That does nothing for me.
Zach Davies becoming a Giant is more realistic than Carlos Rodon resigning.
You're probably right, and that stinks.
And that's sad, right?
It stinks.
But I've been conditioned to think like that under Farhan Saidi and this regime. This is what they do.
Did you see Austin Wynns with the catcher interference again?
Oh my
last
God,
night?
I
think
did.
it's the second or third one in 10 days.
I did.
Like what?
I did. It's just embarrassing. Every single day something happens. It drives me insane watching this damn team. It drives me insane. Honestly, it puts me in a bad mood. I'm not even gonna lie. Matt Nahigan, program director, there's 2 things that puts me in a bad mood. Jimmy G rumors and Giants baseball. It's so bad. I'm so sick of Mike Yastrzemski getting through. Like when he got picked off, I had to walk out to the patio, take a deep breath.
A little conference call with yourself?
Conference call with myself, like, I can't believe I'm watching this stuff.
I should be
reading Baby Chaz bedtime stories.
When you come set as a pitcher on first, well, any kind of guy at second base situation, there are certain high school plays. I'm going to come set, count to 3, count to 4, whatever it is, and I'm going to spin around, step off. There's a spaghetti move. There's the hold. There's all these. That was a high school level play. You would be benched for a week or two if you got thrown out in that situation.
Lubman called me yesterday, and I blew him off. I rejected the call right away because I couldn't talk.
Was he trying to defend the honor of Tyler Rogers?
No, we're going over the show, and I said, you know what? I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm watching the Sask baseball team. Then I'm going over watching Brewers Dodgers. I'm like, damn, that's baseball. That's baseball. That's high level baseball. Then I go to Yankees Rays on the MLB app. I'm like, that's baseball. And then I'm watching this stuff.
Well, the Giants went toe-to-toe with the Brewers this year. I hear you, but like and I know we're acting like they're 15 games under 500. No, it's not been a great year. And yeah, all those things that you're saying are valid, but then you look up and they're still 2 games over 500. They're still alive.
Don't do this to me,
No,
Jasky.
I'm not saying they're a contender.
Do that.
But you can't. We got to assess it for where they are. You have to look up and contextualize. Like, yeah, it's been a pretty down year. That being said, you look up, they're still 2 games over.
Think about what you just said. The way you just said it. They're still 2 games over. That's our 2022 banner. Well, they're still 2 games over. We went from Mark Willard saying, hey, they're 9 games over, to, hey, they're 2 games over.
I mean, it's the reality. I mean, did we have fun during the Warriors season?
So we got breaking news here. Breaking news. Sources saying that Deshaun Watson. Go ahead. Nice try.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news. Looks like Deshaun Watson will be fined $5 million and suspended for 11 games. 11 games for the Cleveland Browns. He's going to get popped for 11. Deshaun Watson. 11 games. He's not even going to get suspended for the full season. 11 games for Watson. He gets suspended for, and he gets fined $5 million. So that leads us to the other question that we've been talking about since April. Is there a lane for Jimmy Garoppolo to wear orange and brown? I don't know, man. God, I'm losing my mind right now.
These go to 11.
Maybe I need another vacation.
Can I make you feel better?
How?
So in my Madden franchise, where I'm the Niners, I, as head coach of the team, I created myself. I traded Jimmy G for the 7th, potentially, overall pick to the Chicago Bears.
Wow. They gave you the 7th overall pick?
They gave me the 7th overall pick.
Wow.
Well, potentially. This is before the season even started.
Yeah.
Did a lot of roster movement last night on my team. Now, I don't think they're going to get a first-round pick in real life. But just to tell you, you know
what?
If you can make that move now.
It's so bad. My brother, Joe Shasky the Butcher, is out here talking about, hey, they are still 2 games over 500.
Look, I'm not throwing a parade, but like at the same time, I'm not going to thumb down a team that's thinking like, look, the Warriors year. Like, just for a second, just why did we talk about the Warriors a certain way, and they went all the way down for the play-in game, for the play-in to get into the playoffs?
Because they had Steph Curry, and we knew Klay Thompson was coming back.
Okay,
this team don't have a Steph Curry. This team don't have a Klay Thompson.
Well, Steph Curry's a unicorn.
They don't have a Draymond Green.
I don't even think the Niners have a Steph Curry because Steph Curry's on a whole nother level. Like and Klay didn't play that year. Klay didn't play that year. And I get it. We're emotionally attached to Steph Curry. But why was the narrative surrounding the Warriors dramatically different than what it is around the Giants right now?
Because we knew that regime had won championships.
Okay.
We knew they had a premium player. We knew they had picks. And we knew the future was bright. It was easy to see. We don't know. This team needs 22 new players.
Well, can't you be optimistic at the very least because none of their young players have come through?
Optimistic about what?
What the future might hold.
Well, listen, Lockhart told us 2024 is when all the prospects are coming up. That's 2024. We haven't even been into 2023.
I have a losing hand. I'm grasping at straws.
2023,
here.
and I'm wearing this damn gear. Drive me crazy. Flex Mob of the show. They're 59 and 58.
Although Harrison is the 21st best prospect in baseball and Luciano the 17th best prospect in baseball. But what does that do for their big league team? Nothing.
This team is so far away. And the only reason why we're talking about them right now being in contention is because Major League Baseball thought it was a great idea to add baseball teams to the damn playoffs. Honestly, Do you really want to see this team in the playoffs? Do you want to go see Austin Slater lead off in a playoff
The
game?
franchise has been to the playoffs since they moved to San Francisco like 8 times.
I do not care.
I'm not going to thumb my nose down at the playoffs.
Come on. Look at these teams that are going to be in the playoffs, man. God, really? Really? The Giants? Playoffs?
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Flex moment of the show, and we got the changeover coming in. Dan Dibley, Mark Willard, and look, Deshaun Watson gets popped for 11 games, and right under this tweet from Jake Trotter, Calvin Ridley still suspended for 17 games. Watson gets 11. That is just, it's just ass backwards.
I'm not defending it. But for the Ridley thing specifically, when you're in bed with the gambling companies the way that they are, like, again, that suspension is because of you have to keep the integrity of the gambling and the lines and all that. I'm not defending the Deshaun Watson. The Deshaun Watson thing makes no sense to me. $5 million? Like that, I don't get where they even come up with that number.
I mean, comparing.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's additional money that will be donated to bring the total, I think, more like closer to $17 million, but toward victims of this sort of crime. Can you even say crime when he wasn't criminally charged?
Yeah,
the whole thing's a mess.
It is a mess.
I don't think we can. We'll go crazy comparing this suspension to that suspension. Tom Brady got 4 games for deflating balls,
exactly.
so it's like it's always gonna. It's never going to make sense, but there's no doubt that based on everything we've said, everything we know, everything we think, this is a win for Deshaun. This is absolutely a win for Deshaun Watson today.
Is it a win for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, yeah,
that's a good question.
That is the question now for us here, which is that this feels kind of like a tweener. This is like 11 games is more than half the year. I think it's too many games to think that Jacoby Brissett can keep you in the season.
I agree.
But it's maybe not enough games to think we want to go get Jimmy Garoppolo, because how awkward would Jimmy, Jacoby, and Deshaun be week 12?
More awkward than
what is
right
that
now,
quarterback room, right?
Yeah.
That'd be wild. Well,
I don't know. Jacoby
and
Jimmy used to be boys out in New England.
Right, yeah.
Right.
You got that one.
They could be like, look, we're backups together again. Woo! Yay!
So
I don't know.
Cleveland, Carolina, Jets, Pittsburgh, Atlanta. Their schedule's not that bad.
The first game he'll be back, Kyle found this, would be the Houston game, which is about as perfect as it gets.
Are you kidding? The NFL do that.
Always.
The NFL is amazing.
It's a show.
And isn't Baker
It's a
playing
show.
next week
At
one?
Houston. It's at Houston.
And we
December
talk
4th.
about the integrity as it pertains to Calvin Ridley. We want the integrity of the game preserved, yet, at every turn, there is no integrity. And that's why it's a joke that he gets a year, and this guy who, and you look at the details of what he allegedly did
they're bad.
with his anatomy, it's beyond bad. It's disgusting, and it happened more than 24, maybe 36 times. And we got to haggle to see how long this guy's going to be out.
The NFL.
And he didn't serve a suspension last year. That's the thing. He chose, quote unquote, to sit out. Whether that was the team or whatever. He still got paid.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The whole thing
WWE
is
/
slimy.
NFL. The fact that blows me away. His first game back will be in Houston.
What a coincidence.
That is unbelievable.
And by the way,
week 1, they played Baker Mayfield.
I know, Carolina, yeah.
Right, but from Deshaun's perspective, Bonte, to your point, how many times did we hear it could be a year, but it could also be 12 games?
Right.
It could be a year, it could also be 12. And all of a sudden, it's 11.
It's 11.
And they play Houston in the 12th.
In the 12th game.
Right. Yes.
I'm blown away.
Do I believe that that's part of the theater? Yes.
The NFL.
It's an entertainment vehicle.
And you know what? We're all suckers. We'll all be watching it.
Can't wait.
Of course. Tyreek Hill, we haven't blinked.
Fantasy draft on Sunday.
Yeah, and we talk about the integrity.
Too early.
The guy's going to be suspended, and yet he's able to play preseason. He's able to start on Friday, even though he's going to get bagged for at least half a year, maybe 3 quarters. But because of the the due diligence and the due process and all the rest of it, go ahead and we're going to trot you out here and play, even though we all know what he did with all these different masseuses.
No,
it's just disgusting.
It's brutal. I will say this, because now that he's suspended, he can't be with the team and he can't practice. So eligible to come start week 12 or week 13
there might be
against.
An ease-in period. Is what you're saying? Yeah.
Maybe. Like I just thought of that. Like this guy will have had relatively no time with the team whatsoever, and who knows what they're going to be, who's going to be injured by then, who's going to be available, what his running game looks like.
He's playing.
Maybe they do. Maybe
he's playing, and when he comes back, I
don't know.
I don't know. It's the Cleveland Browns. And they paid a lot of money for Deshaun Watson.
Not this year.
Not this year. I get it. Not this year.
What if you
but for
acquire,
next year?
What if you acquire Jimmy and you're 7-4?
There we go again. Welcome to San Francisco's problems. You know.
Wow.
Now what do you do?
What do you do? That's an entirely different conversation.
9-2. You look at trade
and if the
Deshaun.
Niners are 6-5, oh my gosh, the NFL, man. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Jimmy. Is this the time to go trade for Jimmy? I mean, it feels like that's the only landing spot left. And I've always believed that Cleveland, Jimmy,
for a
in
trade.
that weather, before a trade,
Well,
for a quick fix.
Gosh, okay, there's a couple
If I'm
things
Jimmy,
here.
I'm begging on the door saying send me to Cleveland because they do have a Super Bowl type of roster.
I
They're
agree
loaded.
with you. That's why I've thought Cleveland all along is that it makes sense to all the parties involved because Jimmy, that's his best spot to audition for wherever he's going to be the year following. But this is fewer games than I really thought that where this was going to end.
It's double the original one, though.
Yeah, but I thought it was going to be at least 15. I mean, for a while, I thought it was going to be the whole year. So maybe this changes the calculus. I do think there are other teams who would definitely pick up Jimmy. I don't know how many would trade for him. I mean, the Seahawks are probably off the table for a trade. And then there's just other lurking stuff out there. Two teams that I would just say just kind of keep an eye on.
Houston?
No, I'm more thinking the New York Giants.
Okay.
Who don't like Daniel Jones, and now they're starting to go, well, what about Tyrod Taylor?
Boy.
Yeah, so there's that situation. And then with like 49ers East is essentially being established in Miami. And
But they're going to do that to Tua?
Look, I think they want to be ready.
That's true.
I think they want to be ready. Their quarterbacks threw 6 picks in practice yesterday.
Oh, God. Here we go. Miss me with 6 picks in practice.
You know?
Jimmy G threw 5 picks in Denver
I
last year in
understand that.
practice, and they went to the NFC
I understand
Championship.
that, but
2019.
But
We all agreed that practice stats are not to be
I totally agree.
taken
But
in any way.
It's not the first time we've heard that rumor, and you're dealing with a head coach that's been working with Jimmy for the last 5 years.
Right.
And
ran
had some good
from him.
moments.
Couldn't wait to get out of town.
No, come on.
I don't think you're going to give up on Tua just yet.
No, but you might want to bring in a backup.
Such a great week.
If you
like the 5 interception practice, that was a great week of radio.
You know, we
that was
talk about
unbelievable.
I can't.
Guru
Yeah,
had to go on Instagram. Get off my timeline. Stay off my timeline. That was unbelievable.
You know what they call it on the internet in Miami? Because like we have this whole Jimmy thing here.
My gosh.
They call it Tuanon. I'm dead serious. It's a great name, isn't it?
That is good.
When there are
Stay off of my timeline.
That week was unbelievable.
and non-Tua truthers.
I got
and
caught
they
up
call
with
it
Garoppolo
Tuanon.
mania.
That's great, isn't it?
It is really good, and I just can't imagine they pull the plug on it that soon. I think New York's an interesting one
What about
because
Atlanta?
Danny Dimes is terrible,
Yeah,
and
I'm
I
not-
still think Seattle is going to be the post-cut prime destination.
Yeah, that's possible. But again, Miami, I'm not saying pull the plug. You're not pulling the plug. You're A, getting yourself ready for multiple scenarios, and B, you do sometimes want to send a message to players. Like, it's time to play.
Yeah.
Or else we've got another option.
Sending a message to your receivers. Sorry, guys, don't expect the ball more than 12 yards. You have weapons
know.
up the
Hey.
You have the fastest receiver
Waddle.
in football.
Right.
You've got
Tyreek.
multiple
Yeah.
deep threats.
Have you looked at
Here's Jimmy.
Debo's numbers last year? Like
Yeah, it was all yak. He led the league in yak.
And that's what Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle would do with Jimmy.
They would.
I mean,
They
come
would,
on.
though.
This is the
They're-
same coach. They
Lot
know
of-
what they're doing.
A lot of smoke screens, a lot of
Yeah.
slants, a lot of hitches,
Yeah.
a lot of speed on that
Tyreek
field.
would love it. He'd just be like,
Lot
get
of
the
speed.
ball in my hands faster. Give it to me here.
Is Jimmy an upgrade over Tua?
I'm not sure.
We don't know about Tua
I
yet.
don't, you know,
That's,
I don't know.
that's reason enough
I
to
think
not
right
make
now,
them.
yes. I think right now, yes.
Yeah.
But maybe by the year's end, they're thinking Tua's better. I'm
Something's
leaning
up-
Jimmy.
Something's up with Tua because when he first hit the scene with Alabama in that national championship game, and he threw one of the best spirals I've ever seen in my life from a lefty, I was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. Then he lit it up the next year. Then I watched him at Levi's against Clemson, and he just started throwing like
The hip.
It was the hip.
Horrible
But it
injury.
just feels like he hasn't been right since. When he throws the ball, it just looks like a medicine ball.
He had a Bo Jackson. Bo
I know.
Jackson's career was
I know.
over. Same injury.
Yeah. Saban
Two is
should have
not
played
the
him.
athlete he was. I know
And he had
mock
the and he
medicine.
had the ankle
And
injury.
the ankle.
He had the ankle
But the
injury.
hip, bro. Like
Yeah,
that. I don't know. Like for a thrower.
Exactly. I think it's a major issue, and plus he throws with the wrong arm, guys. I mean, Steve Young, okay, and then
relax.
It's Stabler, and that's it.
Oh yeah, you're
Michael
thanking the
Vick,
snake.
Yeah.
Bonte Hill, come on, relax.
Okay, first of all,
Chris Mullen, lefty shooter.
Can I
come
tell
on.
you something?
Okay,
People
now
have questioned
basketball,
your
yeah.
throwing ability.
Exactly.
It's all right.
I'm teasing.
I didn't know you were a lefty.
I am.
Are you lefty?
It's so ugly, and you think he's a right.
Yeah, that explains
Get
a
buckets
lot.
though. Hey, listen. Hey, Miami though. Miami. Jimmy Garoppolo down to South Beach.
I mean,
He will love
You want to
that.
talk about ghosting an
Cleveland,
organization?
Miami.
Right.
Cleveland, Miami.
If you're
what?
Porn star Jimmy.
if you're Don Yee, you're thinking about this stuff.
Yep.
New York, Miami versus Cleveland.
Oh yeah.
It's a part of the conversation.
No doubt.
So was Deshaun.
I just don't know.
Then
I don't-
240 came his way.
If you're Don Yee, you're calling Goodell earlier in the week and saying, "Dude, give him the whole year.
Thank you.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just bag it for the year." But as soon as they went into a negotiation
Exactly.
sensation, you knew it wouldn't be a full year. You know, because they started at 6, and then the league wants a year. Just let's meet in the middle. 11 games. We'll see you in December.
What about this consideration sensation?
Oh,
A
look
little
at you.
too early in the season or too much of a workload recently for Camilo to consider, maybe bringing him into some of those situations.
It's worth consideration. I mean, I think everything is.
For like 4 outs, not for like a 6 outsider.
I think anything is worth consideration and is being considered.
Tonight specifically, what went into that consideration with Camilo potentially coming in with 2 outs and second and third in the 8th?
It was a consideration, and it was one of those things where we need to have confidence with everybody in our bullpen. Like Camilo Duvall cannot handle the load for the entire bullpen all the time. We have to have everybody contribute, and we trust these guys to do so.
How many times was the word consideration
6
said?
times.
Or
No,
6?
6 because the first question had it in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So 6
Nice.
times.
No,
in
so
36
did the third
seconds.
question.
Yeah, I
I know,
had
I counted
7.
them all earlier
I've
today.
got 7.
Oh my God. I had 6.
Listen, look,
I need to consider the cut again before I go away.
I've got Comcast business text line coming down my road. 408. Your negativity, Bonte, is getting real tired. I'm just tired of watching this baseball team. It's the same thing every other day. There's 2 errors. There's misplays in the outfield. There's bad
You guys
bullpenning.
in New York
There's bad
are
hitting.
2 errors.
And the Shasky's, it's weird on Shasky so much. He's like, well, Bonte, they're 2 games over 500. That's where we're at with this team. You compare that to watching Brewers, Dodgers, or Rays, Yankees, and I'm like, man, that's baseball. And I watch this team, and it depresses me deeply. The more the show goes on, the more painful it gets to talking about this baseball team.
Well,
I'm
it's
tired
who
of
they
it.
are this year, and last year was a fluke, and Mark and I can fight about it for the next 3 hours.
I'm with you. It was a fluke.
Well, I only say that because Mark, that triggers Mark big time.
Well, I'm not trying to trigger Mark.
You know what? Refs and upstick. There you go.
No, you're right. And I thought, who up last night? Oh, that's right. You didn't notice because he did a bang-up job.
Terrible.
Actually,
You did not watch the game. He was so bad. He was so bad.
He was very consistent.
It was bad.
He was awful.
It was bad.
Ump scorecards.
No, there's a better one. It's called I'm Here to See the Umps.
Oh, no.
And it's all about umps showcasing themselves. It's incredible. There was one judge got a strike right down the middle, and the guy calls it a ball. Judge goes, that was a strike. Judge says it to the umpire. It was great. It's great.
There's a big article in the ESPN today about how umps are hurt because people think that they're not held accountable, and they are held accountable. So I encourage all of you to Google it, do the homework. But yeah, last year, Flukosaurus Rex, the whole rest of it. This
You're
year,
not lying, Dibs.
this is the team who they are. But you know what? Because of the cockamamie format, they are right in the mix.
Gosh, it drives me insane.
Yeah, me too.
Why did baseball do this?
You know what I want them to do? Go on a run.
The
They
fans
want
don't
us to
believe
keep
it.
talking about it. They want us to still care about a mediocre team.
You got surprised by the tone that I was taking when you got back from your vacation, and I told you it's because until their bullpen
I was surprised.
Until their bullpen looks good, that's when I'll believe that they've got a chance over this next month and a half.
I swear.
And last night, look, you can't ask the bullpen to be perfect every single night,
Right.
but I came in with this. I told Dibs right away.
saw it coming a mile away.
Listen, I've talked to already 5 people who are like, Kapler this, Kapler that after the game last night. I'm like, you know what? I want to be a reliever. When I grow up, I want to be a reliever. Think about
There's
it.
still time.
Half the time when you show up to work, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
When you do have to work, there's never any overtime.
Yeah.
And when you mess up, It's your boss's fault every single time.
Every
Think
time.
of what
No
you're gonna
execution.
You gotta work about 20 minutes a night.
When are we going to ask the relievers to get outs instead of getting mad at Gabe for who he
thank
put
you.
in?
No, you're right.
There's no option.
You're right.
They're like, Dom Leone, who did you want to put in?
Right.
Yeah.
I know you can't
Rogers?
put in
If
Rogers.
he went
What did you
Tyler
want to
Rogers,
do?
people's
Bullpen
heads would
ERA is
Exactly.
a point and a half higher than last year.
So,
And
I-
last year
facts.
wasn't a fluke. 162
I know
games
what
is
you mean. I
never
know
a
what you
fluke.
mean.
But
they outperformed what their
yes,
normal
and this team this
expectations would
year,
be.
this is about what this team really essentially is. You score 2 runs against Arizona. Come on,
I know.
Like
2
you're
runs.
saying, Dodgers, Brewers, Yankees with a walk-off slam
Right.
from Josh Donaldson. The Giants don't have enough punch to avoid having a bad bullpen derail
It's
you.
not just that. Then Yaz gets thrown. He comes in
Yeah.
specifically
Oh, my
to
gosh.
pinch run, and he gets. That is like Little League. You would get benched in Little League.
Eric
And they go,
Tepley.
come sit down next to me. You can't.
My dad pinch
have
ran
that
for me
happen.
twice in the Marin County Championship game. We had to beat this team twice. Drew Miller, the lefty. I was slow, short, fat, and
Okay.
slow. Dad pinch runs for me. Eric Tepley picked off. We win, so now we play him again in
Oh,
the
my
afternoon.
goodness.
And Drew's out there again in relief. I get on, of course, punchy little hitter as I am.
Giants
Singles
could
only, by
use
the
you.
way, singles only. And Tepley in for me again, picked off a second time.
Twice.
Wow,
Yeah.
you'd be a
Yeah.
perfect Giant.
Yeah.
You can find your way on base, and then you
Yeah.
need a pinch runner.
That
you
was
can't move.
time.
I mean,
Stella?
And they asked me yesterday at like 7:30, what's wrong with your face? Because I'm watching this team and I'm like getting
What's wrong with
disgusted.
your
She goes, why does
face?
your face look like that? And I'm just like, this team's just annoying. They annoy me. Yaz gets picked off
They
in
really
second.
annoy
They
you.
really annoy me.
They can
They're
be.
driving me
They can
crazy.
be annoying.
Willard, they're driving me insane,
Man, but
dude.
baseball is annoying. Like
Thank
go
you.
back to
No,
2010.
yeah.
7 out of 10
20
times.
Yeah, I know.
Bonte,
I know.
they won the World Series
I
and we
know.
nicknamed them torture.
Thank
like
you.
that's
I know.
baseball.
But at least
it's
they
like
have
that.
players.
Yeah. I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
got
this
you.
team,
Listen,
like I'm watching
no,
Slater at center field.
Oh,
It's like,
they're
dear
not.
God.
They're not a great team.
They're not a great
They're not a
team,
great
man.
team.
And then Belt at first. I feel bad for him
Oh,
at this
my
point.
gosh.
I no, because I see everyone crush him. I've been an anti-Belt for a decade.
Belt.
At this point, I feel bad for him. I do.
Belt got to my girl Christy last night. We're
Why?
sitting there watching it just because he grounded out and she just goes, "This guy sucks." I'm like, yeah, you know when it gets to the people who are only halfway in, you're like, oh gosh, man, this is getting tough.
Dude, football can't come soon enough, man. I'm telling you,
Oh,
football can't
gosh.
come soon enough. And you got the Warriors 43 days away from their trip to Japan. I may be watching preseason basketball. I've never watched preseason basketball.
Come on, man.
Oh, you're definitely watching this year. You got to get locked in.
What are you talking about?
Hang in there. Don't do win-loss with the Warriors schedule.
I
You
don't. I never do
you
that.
still got action. We
No,
still
the
got
Warriors
action.
Invitational
He's
starts in
already
April.
run
Come on.
through the calendar on the days where he's going to have
Come on.
conflicting
Look,
things.
tomorrow,
Yeah, I do.
Bonte,
I
it's
have.
okay. You've been back for 4 days.
I know.
Tomorrow, you're going to have the Jimmy to Cleveland
Oh,
trade
my
to
God.
talk about.
Thank God.
So that'll
I
get
hope
you to the
so.
How happy
weekend.
would you be if that went
I
down?
need him traded anywhere. I'm starving.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll take bacon, by the way. I'll take
Shasky
bacon.
and I-
I'll take chorizo.
We were about to fight yesterday from 7 to 8 o'clock talking about the Jimmy
I
fake
wasn't.
reports. No, he hates Jimmy Garoppolo. Just won't admit it. But this stuff just drives me crazy.
wow.
Jimmy.
No,
Oh, he
you're-
does hate Jimmy.
You're not,
He hates him.
You're calling them fake reports. I get that you don't like the reports, but they're not
Well,
fake.
No.
They're not fake.
No.
You're talking
Here's
about
my
the
issue
whole
with the
roasting
reports.
people?
Here's my issue with the reports. We rip Michael Silver and Chris Sims all the time.
But I don't.
And all of a sudden, since it fits their narrative, oh, Chris Sims said this. You think Chris Sims is sitting on information like that for 4 years?
I think the media thinks that they weren't sitting on this, that they've said it all along, and we never just really we all kind of took
We
it
thought
as
it
a
was
joke.
funny.
Yeah, George Kittle. Oh, he's a bad texter. We're like, ha 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 ha. Like I never knew that it was that bad with coaches who had to go knock on the door. Did you ever know that? I think the
don't
media
believe
thought that we knew that.
I don't know if I believe that.
I mean, look,
I mean,
whatever.
they called Jimmy to refute the report, but he didn't answer.
Still waiting.
Thank you.
Still waiting.
I just set that up myself.
Low-hanging fruit. It was good. It was good.
I love it.
Good on the table.
You have had like
Let's go.
15 great one-liners
Ah,
in this segment.
shoot. I
I'm
love
not
the
sure-
changeover.
Dude, it's incredible.
This is my favorite.
Listen, I will say, gosh, it's quiet, isn't it? On the Jimmy front,
Man, too
they
quiet.
got it. They got to know something.
Too quiet.
They got to know real quiet. Who, by the way,
Shout out Luke Wyatt.
I thought
Great
was going to
horse.
win the Triple
I
Crown.
know.
for
Mike
sure.
McDaniel
Couldn't get it done in the Belmont.
Oh, my God.
Come on, what was the cartoon we all watched for Shaggy? Come on.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
A little too quiet. Like, that's all I'm
too
thinking
quiet.
about. And then they're going to rip the face off. And
because Fred and Velma were in the
Exactly.
machine.
Jimmy will be like, we would have gotten away with it, too, if it weren't for you stupid radio hosts.
I wonder, though, does Mike McDaniel really want Jimmy after seeing Jimmy over the last 5 years?
If he does,
we know
that's a
Rapapella does
fireable
lot of-
offense. Yeah.
It's a fireable offense.
Yes.
Well,
Damn.
guess what? Sean Payton already has dibs on that job for 2023,
I mean,
so it works out perfectly.
The Dallas job, right?
I know.
No, I heard the reason that they are taking away draft picks from the Miami Dolphins is because they tampered on a boat with Tom Brady
I'm on a boat.
and Sean Payton, who both represented by
Don Yee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Don Yee's had a banner offseason.
Big year for Yee.
Big year.
Big year.
I'm so sick of him.
Do you even know what he looks like if he were standing here?
Yeah, you know why? Because I googled his client portfolio on his website,
I don't even know what he looks
and so
like.
they have like a whole little like about him. He had 4 clients.
Let me get a Don Yee in
Jimmy,
here.
Tom Brady, Sean Payton, and there was one other.
Damn good clients.
You got Yee envies, what you have.
Hey, those are some
Google
damn good
fatigue.
clients, though.
Yeah, Good man.
It's a
Yee
good
fatigue.
portfolio.
He's from the Bay, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a great portfolio,
It's a
though.
great
Brady,
portfolio.
Garoppolo. We got
Yeah.
Garoppolo 137.
Yeah, he did.
He can afford a house
And he
in the
got
Bay.
the Dolphins fined.
Yeah.
And he got the Dolphins fine.
You know?
And he's got Sean Payton.
He could even afford parking at a Giants game.
Damn,
he's
boy.
Doing, he's doing good.
Yeah,
Damn.
that hurt.
You know the Giants are doing that when Willard's taking shots like that.
Well,
Seriously.
no, I'm not taking a shot at the Giants. I'm
This
taking
is
a
the
shot at
happiest
parking.
you've been in months.
I mean,
What?
He's like,
hey,
Willard,
No, I'm not
outside.
happy.
No.
I'm not happy. I want this
I'm-
baseball season to end. They're mediocre. Why do you keep leading us? Just like,
Oh, that's a weird take.
Like, no, it's
That's a
no,
weird
it's,
take.
I just
Like,
want it to
I
end for
want
the
more
Giants.
you want
Fun?
sports to end?
Yeah.
No, I want the
Like,
Giants
I-
season to end. I want them to be done.
Nah, that's a
I
weird
want them to
take.
be done.
That's a weird take.
Let's get to the all
Play
season,
spoiler.
please.
That's a weird
Let's
take.
say they sneak in, hypothetically.
Oh, my gosh.
And they take out the Dodgers.
Hypotheticals.
You wouldn't lose your mind over that? Even if they lost in the very next round.
I'm not even going to go there.
We
Imagine
celebrate
what you
Joe
just said.
Morgan knocking out the
That's
Dodgers.
just, well, we weren't born
Yes.
yet, Shasky, when that happened.
It's still one of the great Giants moments.
Dibley was in high school.
Yeah, I was in like my 7th year of college in 82. Oh, boy. That thing just kept going. 13
Wilder.
years, 3 schools.
Look, the
Got it
Niners
done.
last year, they didn't win it all.
Yeah, but you know what, though? I have faith in the Niners, though. It was a lot of fun with them not winning it all. Because, you know, everybody was doom and gloom. And I said, hey, let me not go there either. Not go there either.
Now call your own play.
No,
Blow your
I'm
own
not
horn,
going to do
toot,
it.
toot,
Not
as
going to
Guru
do
would
it.
say.
Not going to dust off
Giants
my shoulders.
6% chance of making the offs.
Six?
So,
Go
down to 7.7?
Oh, that's a tough
Down
loss.
from 7.7?
Still
Yeah.
a little less than the Warriors' chance of beating the Celtics in the finals.
That's right. Wow.
They were
That's a
more
good
athletic.
call.
Yeah.
They were
That's a good
deep for
call.
1 through 15.
That's
What
a
were
good
they,
call.
But better than a chance of Johnny Cueto getting a hit. So,
dude.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Do you guys want to hear statements from the Browns and Deshaun Watson?
Please, because I was going to ask you what was
Last time
coming
the
up
Browns
next.
came up with a statement, they talked about how everybody was triggered by all of this, which was the worst PR statement
Yeah.
in the history of sports.
Give it to me.
All right, here's Dee and Jimmy Haslam, the owners of the Browns. Quote, as we've previously conveyed, Deshaun and his representatives have abided by the NFL and NFLPA structure, awaiting a final decision, and we have respected the process. Now that a decision on discipline has been reached, we understand this is a real opportunity to create meaningful change, and we are committed to investing in programs in Northeast Ohio that will educate our youth regarding awareness, understanding, and most importantly, prevention of sexual misconduct and the many underlying causes of such behavior. Since Deshaun entered our building, he has been an outstanding member of our organization and shown a true dedication to working on himself both on and off the field. We will continue to support him as he focuses on earning the trust of our community.
I believe in second chances. I'm a product of second, third, fourth, fifth chances. But boy, this would be very hard. If I was a Browns fan, I would really struggle with this. I really would. I don't know how I would proceed as a Browns fan. Could you be a Browns fan right now?
I always feel like this puts fans in an unfair spot.
that's what I'm saying.
Like,
It is
but
unfair.
you're not going to switch teams.
No, but if you're a
Like-
jersey buying person
yeah.
and you're excited about your new quarterback, do you get his jersey?
No, you don't.
Or do you
no.
even get up and tell, like Ray McDonald? I'll never forget. Ray McDonald's going through his stuff, and I'm in the living room with my nieces, and 94 makes a play, and they jumped up, and I was like, oh boy. This finally hit home. Like, now I get it. Like, this is awkward, and I don't want them rooting for someone like
He's
that.
still rooting for Alden Smith.
Yeah, and that's
rooted for Bruce Miller.
Subjective outrage is a slippery slope as we start to draw lines. And I mention Michael Jackson all the time.
I still play his music.
Of course, we have his records.
Right.
R. Kelly, we can't even say his name, but Michael Jackson, we'll still want to be starting something and all the rest of it. So when you get into subjective outrage, it's a slippery slope.
Yes.
However, in this case, when you talk about a guy over 30 times
that's what I'm saying.
Getting aroused and intentionally drive by rubbing on masseuse's time after time, this guy's a dirtbag.
You have Watson's statement?
Disgusting.
At minimum,
you want to read Watson's statement?
You have a mom?
Yeah, I agree with you.
I will read Watson's statement because there's one sentence, and I wonder if you guys can point it out that really... This is what would make it tough for me to root for a team that he's quarterbacking. Quote, I'm grateful that the disciplinary process has ended and extremely appreciative of the tremendous support I've received throughout my short time with the Browns organization. I apologize once again for any pain this situation has caused. I take accountability for the decisions I made. My focus going forward is on working to become the best version of myself on and off the field and supporting my teammates however possible while I'm away from the team. I'm excited about what the future holds for me in Cleveland.
Is it that last sentence?
I apologize
for the
for any pain
Yeah.
this situation has caused.
Yeah, the situation meaning the fact that people complained and he got caught.
You caused.
No, but that's not what he said.
Yeah, he's
right.
he's
That's
not
saying.
taking
No,
I'm
you're right.
saying. Yeah.
Yes,
this
I agree.
situation, you're still 1 degree away from saying I did anything wrong.
Well, the situation is he got caught and he got suspended and now he can't quarterback the team. That's what he's referring to as the situation. You're absolutely right. But nobody apologizes anymore.
No.
Point blank. It's one of the most powerful things you can do.
I agree.
We've talked about that.
Fall on the sword.
I've apologized to all three of you in this room.
No
and
one's
it's not
perfect.
easy.
Yeah.
No one's perfect, and you apologize and you move on.
Yes.
You hope that your apology is accepted. But this falls short of the bar, and it's just another example of, how disappointing this is.
650 to answer your question, Mark. Big Ben, Ray Lewis.
Oh, there's
Kobe Bryant. Those are just three. Like Big Ben.
Mike
got a
Tyson.
farewell tour last year.
Bonte.
Mike Tyson. Everybody loves Tyson.
Bonte, we've all rooted for guys on our team. We don't even know what they're like behind the scenes. Like Frank Gore's going through something right now. We haven't talked about it one iota. Now I'm hoping
we talked about it.
We didn't, but we're hoping it's not true. But who knows? We'll never know.
Hope it's not true.
In my mind, I'm not a moralist. I don't pretend to be. But at the same time, I'd be lying if I didn't say, "Well, I want all my guys to be Steph Curry," knowing they're probably not.
Right.
Knowing that they're probably not.
I mean, based on the details of the Frank Gore incident, hard to imagine that that's made up.
Right.
And I wonder what the 49ers will do because they're supposed to, revere him this year, right? They're having a Frank Gore retirement ceremony of some sort. So
get delayed, huh?
Wasn't that supposed to be in the end of the year, like one of the last home
maybe,
games, I think?
Yeah.
So depending on, what comes out and how that goes, it's just,
I don't think they've removed O.J. Simpson from the Ring of Honor for the Buffalo Bills. Now, that's one of the more severe other end of the spectrum situations, not diminishing with Frank.
Well, he's not guilty in the court of
and
law.
that's the thing.
But that's
so
what
that's
I'm
where
saying.
that's where we get into the Deshaun Watson
That's
thing.
what I'm saying.
He's not, 2 grand juries said there's not enough there
Which is wild.
to charge him.
Yeah.
So that there's that other side of this where, and Mark, you hit on it perfectly, I think. We as fans, I shouldn't have to worry about the jurisprudence of my athletes. I should just be able to say, that's my team, those are my guys, let's go.
And then, like, when you settle, there's not an admission of guilt, but a perception of guilt from all of us. Well, why would you settle? People that aren't, that didn't do anything, they don't settle. And we know that people settle all the time for a variety of reasons, but there's a perception. Well, if you settled, then there's an admission on some level of guilt.
Absolutely.
Right?
Because you wouldn't settle, if you had no part of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you've got the money to settle.
Well,
I mean, money to settle.
Look,
I mean,
yeah. And again, I don't like putting fans in this position. It doesn't mean that you should go buy a Deshaun jersey or whatever, but it's not
uncomfortable.
It's not the fans' fault. I mean, and this is way less serious, but like Padre fans, someday you could root for Tatis again. Like it's not
my favorite player,
right? So and every fan base does that. We're all hypocritical.
Yeah.
Where like we don't understand how could you root for this guy, and then when our guy does the same thing, you're like, yeah, it's okay.
Different.
Yeah, it's different. I believe him.
You're right.
So it's not on the fans because one guy is out of control with something and a league is sort of motivated by money rather than righteousness. It's not on a fan to have to be the one that makes all the changes. Like what are you going to do? Change teams?
No, but I do think I think not that you're questioning your spending habits, but it does just it at least raises your eyebrow and makes you think a little. I think at minimum.
The minute he throws 3 touchdowns in a game, people are going to be doing this.
I agree with that.
We have a quarterback.
I agree with that.
Cleveland, how many quarterbacks have they gone through with the new Cleveland Browns?
So many.
Yeah, so many. They got the jersey and the names. It's like 25 different quarterbacks, 26.
I already have text messages on my phone from people in a league where we already drafted who are jockeying and discussing different trades because of this news. This is the way football fans react.
Transactional.
Your mind goes immediately to the football.
This is something that people don't want to touch, but it is true, and I wondered about this as well because when Deshaun Watson said he wanted out, and we were discussing Watson to the Niners, we were like, yo, and I believe the Niners were in on Watson until they probably found some rumblings like, yeah, we can't touch that. But the 415 makes a great point on the Comcast Business Text line. No one's bringing up the fact that the Texans made all these arrangements, and the allegations came out after he demanded a trade. And we know about the lawyers who prosecuted him being friends with Cal McNair and all that. So
the ownership group was accused, and it came out in public court that they gave template, like prearranged statements for these people to sign, or I guess settlements, for these people to sign. And it's like unheard of in sports for front offices to do that. Yes, they were, in a way, aiding and abetting, I guess is the term that you use.
And Cleveland just enabled his own comeback by the way they structured his contract, fully guaranteed, $1 million for the first year. So as much as we want to express outrage, we have to remember that the powers that be, these two teams in particular, they don't care about the victims. So like you're saying, unless you want to fully boycott all sports, this is just the unseedy underbelly of everything.
Hey, man, good stuff today. Good stuff today. We'll be listening in the car. Willard Dibs coming up until high noon before they give away to Steiny and JD. And that would be brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Okay.
sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Is anybody else refreshing Twitter consistently because you're waiting for the Jimmy Garoppolo to Cleveland trade, or at least some word about it, something from someone in Cleveland? Is anyone else doing that? Because I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, kind of. Maybe not that rapidly, because it feels more and more like it's not going to happen. It's the place that I thought was the most sensible destination. I said it months ago, and yet here we sit. Deshaun Watson, the news comes out. He is suspended for 11 games, 11 of 17. We knew that he'd be out at least for 6. There was thoughts that he'd be gone for a year. The fact that he only got 11 games as a suspension, to me, means it's not highly unlikely, but just unlikely that the Browns pull the trigger on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, there's two sides to this. One, there's the way we're processing it with regard to someone we respect in Jimmy Garoppolo, and how an 11-game suspension might affect any discussions involving him. And then there's the other side to it, which is just our humanity. I'm looking at quotes coming down from Deshaun Watson right now. He's meeting with the media in Cleveland, and this is gross. This is really, really gross.
Give me a taste of it.
Quote.
Is it to the level of, sorry for anyone who I may have offended?
It's worse.
Worse. Oh, God.
Because he apologized before the preseason game on Friday so that he could go out and play. Now you get this announcement. We just read the prepared statement that was released where he said, basically, he's sorry for all of the pain that the situation caused, not the pain that he caused. So he is maintaining his complete and total innocence, which, okay. So now he's being asked repeatedly by Browns reporters and those on the scene, why are you accepting a settlement and why are you apologizing if you are still claiming complete innocence? Listen to this quote. I've always been able to stand on my innocence and always said I never assaulted or disrespected anyone, but at the same point, I have to continue to push forward with my life and career. For everybody that was affected by this situation, there were a lot of people that were triggered.
Triggered, yeah. Triggered by the fact that you intentionally, dragged your anatomy and forced the masseuses to touch you in places that they probably didn't want to touch you. And I don't know how much of the details you've actually read, Mark, or people out there have read, but it's worse than you think when you look at the alleged actions that he, foisted upon these female masseuses. It's beyond disgusting. And for him to quote, I stand on my innocence. No, you don't. Because you continually apologize and you have accepted an 11-game suspension. And, by the way, you have settled out of court with, 23 of 24 purported victims? That is not standing on your innocence. What that is you trying to turn the page. And I don't begrudge him for trying to turn the page, because he's right. He has to go out and live his life. He's 25 years old. He has a long life ahead of him. But to say things in this fashion, to quote, stand on his innocence, it definitely is a little bit disgusting.
Yeah, I just, gosh. I mean, you're right. We've known a lot of people. This is a familiar story when at a certain point, especially when you have that much money, you're like, look, I'm going to pay this situation just to go away. I get that. I understand that. In a way, the NFL just did that. They could have gone to court. They had every single backing they needed to suspend him for a year. But court is hard, and it's frustrating, and it's expensive, and it's unknown.
And it's high profile.
So if you can avoid that, you do. But this is just, it's uncomfortable. It's very, very uncomfortable because, as I said, the position that this puts us in as fans is very, very hard. It's like we get the guilt trip for still wanting to buy tickets and still wanting to have fantasy football teams and still wanting to watch every Sunday. I don't want to give that up. We love this. No, I'm never going to buy a Deshaun Watson jersey. No, I'm not going to put him on my fantasy team. I don't want to do that. But by the same token, why should we have to give up our fandom simply because the league handles it a certain way and individuals handle it even worse? If I'm Deshaun's people, here's one word, because the Browns have now done it, and now Deshaun did it. Moratorium on the word triggered. Stop it.
It triggers you.
It's actually, that's what's triggering us, is you using the word triggered.
And basically the way he's using it, he's saying that it's your fault that this is affecting you.
Like you have something in your patterning that's made, this is what triggered is. This is a huge word that we all use now in mental health and everything. Oh, you're triggered, which is sort of mean there's something in your past that's making you get upset about something you probably shouldn't actually be upset about. I'm sorry. Look,
it becomes a you problem when you're triggered.
Thank you.
I'm not offending you. You're triggered.
I mean, look,
that's what it basically is.
The truth of the matter is, none of us who were not there, we're never going to actually know everything that took place in every one of these situations. So I'm not trying to be on a soapbox. I'm not trying to be high and mighty. I think there's plenty of room for nuance in each individual situation. And the bottom line is, I don't know what happened. A judge can say all they want. This is what happened. Okay, that's what we think might have happened. I'm pretty sure that whatever was going on was unsavory at a minimum. And for us to be uncomfortable with that, Deshaun, does not mean we're triggered. That's not what that means. That means we're human. And it is completely okay to be uncomfortable at a minimum and disgusted at a maximum with this situation and the fact that you have an NFL team that simply threw millions of guaranteed dollars at it. And then in the end, it came down to two sides negotiating, right, as opposed to ever thinking, what's right here? What's the right thing to do? And what's the right thing to do for those victims who were affected?
Well, what's the right thing to do with all of these cases in a sports league? And if you take this out into the private sector and you have somebody for a company that is not an NFL team that we all watch and is a multi-billion-dollar organization and all the rest of it, things are handled differently. But because this is sports, it's high profile, he's the face of an organization, it's a different sort of calculus. And, I would like to see some of the reporters ask him about what is alleged to have happened. And that way we can, really get his responses as it pertains to the things that he's alleged to have done. Because it would have been a lot easier for him to put much of this to bed by owning up to it a little bit more and just saying, what I did, I apologize for. I apologize to the victims, to the alleged victims. I'm working on being better. I'm going to counseling as a part of this settlement. I hope to be back in December in week 12, and I'm going to go out there and try and win as the Browns quarterback. But instead, this just makes it worse. The sad part about this, though, Mark, is the news cycle is such, and like you're saying, your phone already is blowing up with fantasy football trade talk. So we're outraged today. We're going to be bothered tomorrow. This goes on the back burner until December when he gets back on the field. And at that point, it'll percolate back up until the opening kickoff, and then we'll all forget about it again.
888-957-9570 is the number. Comcast Business text line. Already Adam this morning. Keep them coming there. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. We're glad you're with us. Rich Ornberger on the NFL, who, by the way, in addition to a lot of thoughts on the Deshaun situation, Rich tweeting something that I more and more every day am starting to agree with, which is that he believes the 49ers could well be the Super Bowl appearing team out of the NFC this year. So Rich is going to come on with us at 10. He's a funny guy. Can't wait to have that conversation with him. Here's a little Deshaun just moments after it took place.
I've always stood on my innocence and always said that I've never assaulted anyone or disrespected anyone, and I'm continuing to stand on that. But at the same time, I have to continue to push forward with my life and my career. And for us to be able to move forward, I have to be able to take steps and put pride to the side. And I'm going to continue to stand on my innocence and keep pushing forward. And I've always, stood on not disrespecting or sexual assaulting anyone.
Deshaun was pushed further and said, "Why did you wait so long through this whole process to apologize?" Here's his answer.
I apologized beforehand. I think the second time I spoke to you guys, I actually apologized. But I think for some people, it didn't maybe register as I was apologizing. But, I just wanted to clarify, I was apologizing to all women and people that was affected about this situation because it's definitely a tough situation.
Okay, Steph.
He's never disrespected anyone.
Nope.
That's what he's saying. And this is where
and he's going to keep calling it a situation. He's going to keep calling it a situation. Not him, it's a situation.
He stands on his innocence, and he has never disrespected anyone. And, if you look at the details across 30 different alleged victims, and all of them are saying basically the same thing, then you're basically saying that 30 independent people are all lying, and they're lying about the same thing, about you exposing your private parts and you forcing them to touch your private parts. And in other allegations, there was actual bodily fluid that was involved in some of these contacts. And you're telling me you've never disrespected anyone, allegedly asking these massage therapists for sex? That is not disrespecting anyone? This is where I'm starting to get angry.
Yeah.
Mark.
So, this is the narrative he's going to create. Like what we're hearing right now today. When you get to the end, you hear what somebody actually thinks about the whole process. And so now we're done. The suspension is done. The fine is done. The settlement is done. The payouts that went to the victims is done. And so here we are. So your reaction on that, certainly welcome. And we'll hear from Rich in 15 minutes, 888-957-9570. I think the football side of it that we can focus on is what does this mean with regard to Jimmy Garoppolo and the Browns? I know that for a lot of people, this sort of feels like a tweener to me. 6 games, that's enough. We can just ride with Jacoby. A full season, no, we need Jimmy. And of course, it lands right in the middle. Is that enough to go get Jimmy Garoppolo? Here's just one thing I'll add to the conversation that's a read. I have no idea where this guy's going to end up. Is it a trade or a cut? But when you're talking about big level business and high profile names, and this is both of those things. This is a man with a contract worth $25 million. He is a celebrity. He is Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers. These are massive, massive brands. They do not want to waste a week, okay? This idea, it'll work out next year. That's not the way they look at this. Everything is urgent all the time. And these two sides are moving toward week 1 of the National Football League. Today is August 18th. And both of them are like, flicking limes through Corona bottles.
Plenty of time.
Something's going on. You gotta know something.
Maybe nothing's going on.
That we don't, if there's nothing going on, that's my point. Jimmy and Don Yee should be and would be freaking out. He's going to lose a season.
Well, Don can't even get in touch with him.
He's right there on the sideline in Santa Clara.
You've got 12 days until you have to cut him. So right now, if there's nothing going on, and I don't believe that there's anything going on, 11 games, if that's so much that now Cleveland's going to make a move, I think something will happen sooner rather than later, to your point. But I think 11 games is a spot where they figure they can roll with Jacoby Brissett, hope that you're 6-5, and at that point, come back and make a push after that. And, if you're the Niners, you're not hoping somebody gets hurt, but you're hoping over the next 12 days, something happens to some other quarterback to where they come calling. But in the meantime, there's nothing going on out there.
I read it differently because you're right. If the 49ers, fine, we're chilling. Look, if we cut him, we cut him.
Right.
But if I'm Jimmy, what is he, 31? Is that how old he is?
Yeah.
You're telling me that this guy who's been to 2 of the last 3 NFC title games, and he's 31 years old, and the 49ers, based on what you're saying, there's nothing going on. No one wants you, but we're not cutting you. We just want you to keep running in shorts on the sideline here in Santa Clara. We're not even going to let you come with us to Minnesota. You can keep using Santa Clara for the next couple weeks. We won't be here. You're telling me that guy wouldn't be screaming bloody murder in the streets. Let me go. The wickedly talented.
Nice.
Adele Dazeem, let him go. You would be.
He knows the game.
You would be screaming in the streets. You've got to cut me. This is unfair. You're holding me for what? What are you holding me for?
Just in case something happens.
That's a real thing to do to someone's career who's done what he's done for this team for the last 5 years.
What have they done for the guy? They paid him over $100 million.
And what has he done for them?
He's done well. So you've done right by each other, but he understands the game.
Wow.
This is not...
I'd be furious if I were him, if that's what's happening.
And I think that's what's happening.
Furious.
Well, and you have 12 more days to get to the point where they cut him, and at that point, he can say, that was messed up, the way that was handled. But he understands the way this goes. He understands the game, Mark. This is not kindergarten soccer where everybody gets an equal amount of time and you all get a trophy.
No, but come on, man. This is a guy with a 33-14 record, the most position.
He did great by you, and you paid him handsomely.
Right, but he has a career to go have, and if you don't want him... Well,
you got 12 days. You got 12 days to figure out how this is going to go. It does the Niners no good to cut him right now and say, yeah, Jimmy, Cleveland called 11 games. They're going to ride with Jacoby. Miami doesn't want you. He's seen you up close. Salah's seen you up close, and he doesn't want you. And we're not trading you to Seattle, so, we're going to cut you now. Go ahead and go to Seattle and give them our playbook.
You're going to say, this is the trade the 49ers are making. Instead of doing right by your guy who revitalized your organization.
Wow.
You're going to mess up the potential of another year of his career in the hopes that over a 12-day period, somebody suffers a catastrophic injury at the position?
So in 12
that's what you're
in 12
that's
days,
the trade you're making?
Are you really going to upset his year by holding him for 12 more days?
Yes.
No.
He could be Seattle's starter if he gets up there now.
You don't want him to be Seattle's starter.
Maybe you don't. But
what are we doing if we're going to ship him to Seattle?
They're not going to ship him to Seattle. But you would think if you don't want someone, let him go have his career somewhere else. Let him go. You don't want the guy?
You're not cutthroat enough. It's a cutthroat business.
Dude.
Jimmy, here,
right,
I'll tell you what, Jimmy. We're going to pay you, Jimmy. We're going to pay you your contract, and we're going to cut you.
Then you sit down with Don Yee, and you do this 2 weeks ago, and you say, here's the deal. We'll cut you right now as long as you sign on this dotted line that you won't sign with Seattle.
Well, that's not. Don Yee's never going to agree to that.
Why not?
Because that's one of the few places he might be able to get a gig.
I disagree.
So Don Yee says, you know what? Keep us till August 30th. Meanwhile, Don Yee's working the back channels for teams who would sign him if and when he's cut.
And this is where 49er fans are, and I can safely use this word, triggered. Because of the experience we've had with the last 5 years and the frustrations and the interceptions and the shoulder and the ACL and all these little things that get us going, we have this wildly ridiculous thought that the league doesn't want Jimmy. It's hysterical. Look around the league and look who's starting at a quarterback position. Look at Pittsburgh. And we're going to say that a quarterback who went 33-14 as a career is unwanted by the league?
Who wants Jimmy then?
I'm sure if he were just sitting on the open market, he would have 10 teams call tomorrow, at least for a backup job.
In 12 days, we'll be able to see that.
Wow.
So August 30th is cut down day. You're telling me 12 days before the start of the season, that's not enough time for a team and a hot quarterback commodity like this?
Hey.
If he really is this sought after, on August 31st, there's going to be multiple suitors trying to call him, knowing that he probably won't answer.
But those suitors are coming in at $8 million, and he's supposed to make 24. This is also money. My point is if I'm the 49ers and I'm chilling to this level, I would hope it's because there was some sort of conversation in the back channels that has taken place, which is why I have believed all along that Cleveland was a possibility.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I thought they're waiting for this day.
Right.
And maybe they are.
Maybe
we'll get this news sounder coming up in the next hour.
But if not, then I think it speaks to maybe a different reality than what you have as it pertains to just how sought after he is.
Well, 888-957-9570 is the number. Rich Ornberger in 8 minutes. Let's see. Let's go out to the phones. How about Albert? Albert in South City here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Albert. Good morning. What are you doing?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, I wanted to comment on this whole Jimmy trade.
Yeah, what do you think?
I don't understand why everyone thinks that a team is going to trade for him. Every team is looking at this situation, seeing that he doesn't have a playbook. He's not traveling with the team to Minnesota. He's not able to participate in meetings. Every team knows that they're going to have to dump him, and they can pick him up for free off the waiver wire.
So why wouldn't the 49ers do that already, I guess is my question. If it's a fait accompli, like so many of you think, and he's definitely going to be cut, the 49ers holding on to him all the way up till week 1 does what?
It gives them just a blink of a chance of someone calling in and picking him up as a trade, but there's no way anyone's going to do it.
Yeah, that's a weird line to me. If the 49ers, thanks, Albert. If that's what the 49ers are doing, I mean, in my opinion, Jimmy would have a right to be mildly perturbed.
Well, I disagree with you. Okay. Because you pay the guy and you've given him a whole boatload of money, and right now you have him under contract. And based on the way this works, he's your player until you decide he's not your player. So they don't owe him anything. It would be nice if they could have done him a solid and found a place to trade him. And I believe they've tried. Boy, have they tried to trade him. Yep. And I think they were waiting for this Cleveland decision to come down. You mentioned it. 11 games is a little bit of a tweener. It's a little tweener country because Deshaun Watson will play the last 6 games, and Deshaun Watson's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. So then it comes down for Cleveland of, would you rather have Jimmy Garoppolo for 11 or Jacoby Brissett for the first 11? And that's where it becomes interesting. So I would love it if the Browns said, you know what, Niners, we're going to give you a 5th, or we're going to give you a conditional 4th, whatever it is. You know, maybe it's based on how many yards Jimmy throws for. Will determine what the compensation is. I would love for that to happen, but if it doesn't, the Niners don't owe him anything.
Rich Ornberger will have much to say on this. Super funny guy, and put him in line with other NFL analysts who are high on the 49ers to make the Super Bowl. Take a listen to what he has to say. We'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
Would you sustain a question?
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. And that's a phrase that is used often by this man in the In-N-Out drive-thru. He walks up. That's right. He doesn't even drive through. He walks up, and that little, yeah, hello, sir. Can I take your order? And he just goes, no compromises. And they give him everything.
Nice.
Is that pretty much how it goes, Rich? Do we have Rich?
I order no compromises style, and it is, trust me, the hot and sweet peppers, chef kiss, fingers to the sky, bon appetit, yes.
How are you, buddy? It's Rich Ornberger all over the NFL, and he loves himself some 49ers futures, which we'll get to in a second. But has your phone calmed down since going viral over the last 2 weeks because of your story of getting in a car accident on purpose in order to keep Bill Belichick off your back?
I am currently speaking to you both, Mark and Dibs, from federal penitentiary. The statute of limitations apparently was not up. No. The reality of the situation was, while I would never suggest that anybody following my actions, do what I say, not as I do sort of situation here. It did, though, get me out of that lateness and that fine, and somehow I was able to continue my career. So I'm very, very fortunate. And yeah, the phone has finally stopped ringing off the hook, now just intermittent.
My favorite part of the story is later when you're going down this ultra-long hallway and Bill Belichick's coming the other way and you're terrified to pass him, and he mentions basically that he had seen the pictures showing me just how much he doesn't miss any detail in anything.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I mean, that place, there were times where I thought to myself, like, does he have, like, cameras and recording devices in restaurants around the town? Because, like, it just felt like he knew everything that you do, everything that you would hear occasionally stories of guys, where they would be like, yeah, I was out to dinner, and then, Bill came up to me while I was stretching and be like, hey, how was your steak last night? And it's just like, oh, wait, who told you where I was? Me and my wife just decided to go out spur of the moment. Yeah, no, I love that place. And then he would just walk away. So, like, I don't know. I think he's just trying to screw with people, but he really did have tabs on everything. And so it is not beyond me that even if he's questioned about my story, that he knew that I was, making up the whole thing. So
Rich Ornberger with us. Okay, we want your read on two things. First, let's just get a reaction to you with what's happened over the last hour with Deshaun Watson.
My reaction is this. The NFL has a very simple structure when it comes to discipline. And that discipline and that structure is, if you're talented, they will find a way to get you on the field as quickly as possible. And that rule, that golden rule, has never really been broken. I mean, we saw how they handled the Kareem Hunt situation, how we've seen them handle the situations with Tyreek Hill. We've seen how they've handled Ben Roethlisberger and Zeke Elliott. It doesn't matter what. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter what you're guilty for, because obviously the discipline will change accordingly depending on severity. But the one thing that is majorly consistent is what really matters is who you are. So if you're a Deshaun Watson, a guy who can singularly change the fates of a franchise, and obviously here in the coming years, assuming he stays healthy, will have a transcendent impact on the Cleveland Browns, the NFL is going to give him every opportunity to come back and fulfill the promise that he'll be one of the best quarterbacks in this league, because they know that those jersey sales and those ticket sales and the outcomes of him playing far benefit whatever short-term blowback they're going to receive for a suspension or a fine or discipline that seems underwhelming compared to the actions committed.
Yeah, and the punishment is 11 games. And so Cleveland has Jacoby Brissett at quarterback for the first 11, or perhaps Jimmy Garoppolo. If you put your Cleveland Browns GM hat on, which way would you go with that?
I think they're probably done spending money in the quarterback room. I think the plan all along has been to have Jacoby Brissett be their starting quarterback. I could be wrong. Maybe if Jimmy Garoppolo gets cut, released by the 49ers, then they might be interested in signing him. I don't necessarily see a trade coming that way because, I just don't see them interested in spending any more capital on quarterback. Part of the Baker Mayfield deal, he goes to Carolina, and they get a conditional pick, coming back their way for that. But they traded an incredible amount of draft capital to get Deshaun Watson in trade in the first place. And then, by the way, are still going to spend their $45+ million on Deshaun Watson, whether it's going into his bank account or the $5 million fine plus the money that's owed to him during his 11-game suspension will go into charitable causes throughout the NFL. They're still spending that money. So I don't think they're interested in spending that much more and absorbing Jimmy Garoppolo's contract. That's just my opinion. And also Jacoby Brissett, sort of following the same vein, I think is actually a pretty talented quarterback. I'm not going to say he's anywhere near great or elite. And, there are times where, he's not even very good. But I think he's good. I think he's got talent. And I think he was able to muster wins with a bad Colts franchise years ago when he was named the starter after Andrew Luck's retirement. And with a full offseason under his belt with the Browns, I think, potentially he can keep things stable while they're waiting for Deshaun Watson to come back after Week 11.
So, Rich, here's another side to this that I think we're all really interested in, and having been a player in the league, I bet you could give us some insight on this. The 49ers appear to just be chilling with the whole Jimmy thing. And so that's leading all of us to go, oh, nobody wants Jimmy. There's no trade. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. But if that is true, and the 49ers are simply holding him to the end of training camp and then cutting him right up against the season, which sort of gets in the way of him maybe getting his feet wet with another team, if you're just going to release him, are they doing wrong by Jimmy by holding him this long? If you were Jimmy, would that upset you?
Oh, yeah. If you're Jimmy, that is upsetting. But for the 49ers, they're in a situation where I think overall Jimmy has been a good soldier for them. But as you've heard recently, it wasn't all rainbows and sunshine. I don't know where the report was sourced from, but the report's coming out that Jimmy G was a little difficult to get a hold of during the offseason, that he didn't make great efforts, whether it be from coaches or front office or even teammates, to create relationships with the 49ers personnel overall during his time away from the team. So there's history here, and I'm not saying that's a part of the calculus outside of just trying to get what value you can for Jimmy G in trade. But I do think that's a part of the puzzle. It's like, if he was, 100% the character player that they were hoping he would be, and obviously level of talent withstanding, because I think at the time they signed him, they thought he was going to be the next big quarterback. They gave him that type of money. And life pans out the way it does. He got injured a bunch of times. He had games and moments where, had he played a little bit better, performed a little bit better, the team would have had more success. Okay, but if you put all that aside and you say, but the entire way he was a great soldier and he did everything our way, well, then maybe in trade or as this contract is coming to or the trade talks are coming to a slowdown, maybe you try to help them out. But it doesn't sound like they're interested in that because there were other things that came along with Jimmy G that we weren't privy to prior, and maybe that's having an effect on how they handle him now. We will never have the answers to those questions, but that could be involved in sort of the advanced mathematics here.
And now the page turns to number 5, from number 10 to number 5, Trey Lance. Is he good enough to make the Niners a real Super Bowl contender?
All he has to be is better than Jimmy Garoppolo for the Niners to be a serious Super Bowl contender. And I mean that, like Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't want to underrate how difficult it is to be a starting quarterback in this league and how well he handled that. Is he elite? No, he's not a top 10 quarterback. He's not even really a top 15 quarterback. But is Jimmy Garoppolo like one of those guys who isn't going to really hurt you and understands offense well enough to orchestrate, game-winning drives and keep his cool under pressure? Yeah, absolutely. Jimmy has proven that time and time again. But he has a lower ceiling than Trey Lance. We've already seen it this preseason. Some of the plays that Trey makes, Jimmy just can't make. He has a bigger arm. It's going to open up the playbook a little bit, and he's very early in his maturation process. So out the gates, where you're going to set the bar is where the last guy was. At Trey Lance's, if Trey Lance can be at least as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, they're a serious playoff contender. If he can be better than Jimmy Garoppolo, which, again, the bar's not being set astronomically high, they are a serious Super Bowl contender, assuming health along the other pieces on this roster.
Rich Ohrnberger, hey, where are you right now?
I'm actually sitting in my home studios here in San Diego.
Okay.
Extra 1360, just really considering where I'm going to go to eat breakfast because nobody's going to be home when I get back, and I'm starving.
You haven't had breakfast yet?
I you know what? I don't eat prior to the show because I show up at like 4:30 in the morning, and I just try to make it through. Actually, I lied. No, I stopped at Starbucks this morning. I had a couple of egg bites. Yeah, no, I just lied. Yeah,
the egg bites are quality purchase.
And you were able to drive there without incident?
Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, I was able to get there without slamming my car into anybody on purpose this morning, so that's good.
That's exciting. All right, well, enjoy your second breakfast, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, there he goes.
Rich.
That's Rich Ohrnberger.
Who intentionally crashed his car so he wouldn't be late for a Bill Belichick practice, knowing that he would either get fined, cut, or both. So you're late, he oversleeps, and you start to have that panic, knowing that your boss, Bill Belichick, and we've all done morning radio, and we've had days where we've overslept, and like, okay, I'm just going to have to be late and hopefully nothing happens. In his case, your career is literally on the line, so you intentionally crash your car.
No, he was driving. The story's been told. You can go find this. He told it on Fox Sports Radio a couple of weeks ago. He told it on his own station in San Diego a couple of weeks ago. It went viral. The story's everywhere. You can go read about it or listen to him tell it. It's hysterical. But yeah, what would you do? You're driving, you're late, but going through your mind is, they're going to fire me. Like, I am, second, third year? I think he just played 3 years. He is a young...
You're not Tom Brady.
He's a young player, and he's not a starter.
Yeah.
He's a backup offensive lineman. Belichick's your boss. You oversleep. You're driving to work, and I'm going to get fired when I get there. What do? Hot shot? What do?
You crash your car. It makes perfect sense when you think about it.
The greatest part of the story is he goes, so I see this guy at the bottom of a hill on a street, kind of at the corner, just sort of half parked. And I go, I'm doing it. And he just drives all the way down, and he tries to do it, obviously, in a way that's not going to get anyone hurt. And boom, just right into the back of the car. He goes, Santa Claus got out of the car in front of me. The guy looked like he was 140 years old. Couldn't believe it. The guy couldn't have been nicer. Was only checking on me. Rich is like, I have no idea how much money was in my wallet, but I gave it all to him. He's like, I think it was like $500 or $600. I had just been to the bank. He's like, the guy wouldn't take it. I refused. I gave it to him. He probably thinks it was the greatest day of his life. Someone gave him $500 and insurance took care of his beat up car. But it was hilarious. He got to the Patriots facility. Belichick and his assistant bought in enough. Offensive line coach Dante Scarnecchia looks at him in the room and goes,
Right.
Sit down. okay, whatever. Like you could tell.
My favorite is they don't let him in the big team meeting, so he goes in the offensive line room. Normally it's a 10 or 15 minute thing. Yeah. He's in there for an hour. And so now it's going through your head like, they know and what's going to happen when they come in. And, like you say, Skarnecki gives him the look like, really? Huh? An accident, huh?
You walk by Belichick an hour later and he's like, so, a little car trouble today, huh?
Right.
Man, it's so
And he says,
funny.
I saw the pictures. And Rich is like, what? Already?
So the greatest thing is when he told this story a couple of weeks ago, he said his phone went nuts with all of his former players, all the teammates who went, I knew it! I knew you were full of crap that day! Like, he hadn't told anyone.
Yeah.
So funny, so funny. Love Rich. How about this? Translate this for me. I'd like a translation sensation.
Okay, that's $1. I'll do it for $1.
Cha-ching!
Browns general manager Andrew Berry.
Okay.
Has been asked, now that you know that Deshaun Watson will miss 11 games, will Jacoby Brissett be your starting quarterback?
Boy, that's a great question.
For those first 11 games. And here's the quote. You tell me. Quote, we have a lot of confidence in Jacoby. End quote.
End quote? Oh. It's a 4 for your... Oh. We have a lot of confidence in Jacoby.
We have a lot of confidence in Jacoby.
Jimmy.
It's at minimum a non-answer.
Yes, and at maximum, it's a half answer. It's what you want if you're Jacoby Brissett is yeah, of course. Next question.
That's why we brought him in.
Yeah.
Good use of the capital. Yeah, that's kind of what that is.
This is going to be the newest great drop on 95.7 The Game. None other than Gabe Kapler. Don't call him Yapler.
It's worth consideration.
Will Joey Bart be changing spots in the lineup? Is that a consideration?
Yeah.
All right. Were you mad at Susan Slusser last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Camilo Duvall your only good reliever?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it works for everything.
Right.
It's
it
just...
That thing is the drop that keeps on giving, without a doubt.
Oh, God. So, by the way, if you haven't heard the back and forth between Gabe and Susan Slusser.
And also Alex Pavlovich, who kind of started the whole thing off.
Insider, right? So,
and it's a give and take about the bullpen and the fact that they really only have one reliever.
And a potential pinch runner with Tommy LaStella getting out on the base paths. And I think that was in reference to the ninth inning when LaStella did what I want him to do in every at-bat from now on. When it's in the dirt, swing at it and hope that you can run to first base and the ball gets by the catcher.
Because he can't hit?
Oh, my gosh. So he strikes out. He gets on first base. So we'll play that for you in 10 minutes. But not done with this yet. We have a lot of confidence in Jacoby. There is no yes. There is no no.
Right.
It's a classic non-answer.
But I think Rich nailed it on the head when he said the Browns aren't looking to spend any more money in their quarterback room. So what I'm hearing Rich say,
that's an interesting
and
comment.
Based on what the analysis is of Jacoby Brissett, it feels like a lot of teams are in that wait-and-see mode as it pertains to Jimmy Garoppolo. Why would you trade an asset for Jimmy when it's known that the 49ers are going to cut him?
It's not known.
They're not going to keep him.
First and foremost. And second of all, the idea...
Are they going to keep him?
No, they're not going to keep him, but somebody else could acquire him any day. It's a possibility.
Right. I think...
It's not going to cost you anything to get him. Here's how I would respond to Rich if you were still here. The Browns don't want to spend any more room or money in their quarterback room. Are you sure? And why not? Because this is the NFL, which if this situation with Deshaun Watson is proving anything, it does prove that money does grow on trees. It does for NFL teams. They've got the most cap space of any team in the NFL, and this isn't going to cost you that much. Jimmy will absolutely take a pay cut to come to Cleveland because he has to. He is going to take a massive pay cut no matter what, one way or another. If the 49ers cut him, he stands to make zero this year. And on the open market, 10, 12, maybe at the most is what he's going to get. If the 49ers and Browns can get together, along with Jimmy and his agent, to shave that salary down to whatever you want, call it 15, and the Browns say, we'll pay 10, 49ers can pay 5, 49ers can pay 3, whatever, there's a conversation to be had there. And it makes all the sense in the world. What are you're holding on to $10 million if you're the Browns when you got the most cap space in the league? Because why? Like, you're trying to win.
Because we have confidence in Jacoby Brissett.
Come on, for 11 games? Again, this is a roster that can win. It can win, and in my opinion, it has a better chance to win with Jimmy than it does with Jacoby.
How much better? I mean, are we talking about a 30% chance or 1%
11
chance?
games, I'd handicap Jacoby at 4-7. And I can put Jimmy at maybe 6-5.
Wow, I think you're selling Jacoby way short at 4-7.
No. I mean, this is,
and you're overvaluing Jimmy Garoppolo, which is what you have been wont to do. Jimmy Garoppolo coming off a shoulder surgery.
You're overvaluing Jacoby Brissett. Do you want to know what his career record is? This is not a winning starting quarterback in the NFL.
Game show music, please.
I know.
How many starts?
I know somebody who is a winning quarterback.
How many starts for Brissett? 11?
Okay. How many? Well, no, he was the starting quarterback for the Browns once upon a time. I mean, for the Colts.
Yeah, for a whole season?
Yeah, once upon a time.
In the post-Luck era.
Games played in his career.
Starts?
Games played, 60. I got to find the starts.
37.
37 starts.
He's probably 15-22.
Do you have it? What do you got? I don't have it. I'll go under. I'll go under 15.
I believe he's 13-24.
Okay.
So winning percentage sounds right along the lines of 4-7. Like, this is not... He ain't winning.
He's not very good.
In the AFC, he's not winning. And maybe Jimmy wouldn't either, but if I'm getting Deshaun week 13, and I'd like to have a shot at the playoffs, do you understand what a big deal 2 wins is? And I think Jimmy gets you those wins, and yes, I would pay $12 million for them.
For 2 wins?
Absolutely.
I don't
if
think
I'm the
that
Browns,
Jimmy gets you the 2 wins over Jacoby. And by the way, quarterback
that
record is a very unfair comparison when you're talking about a good team versus a bad team.
Maybe, but this is a good team.
Right. So Jacoby Brissett, though, with Indianapolis versus Jimmy Garoppolo with the Niners.
I mean,
Jimmy's a better quarterback, but I don't know if he's that much better based on winning percentage. Jimmy won more in large part because his team was better.
There's some fairness to that, but he's a better player.
Agreed.
The
I don't think that over 11
level.
games he's a 2-win improvement,
I do.
especially coming off a shoulder surgery.
Yeah,
we'll see. Just Jimmy already a weak arm quarterback coming off a shoulder surgery. I don't necessarily think that helps him win more games.
Yeah, I don't know if I call him a weak-armed quarterback. He had a hard time.
It's a bit of a personal shot.
Yeah. I don't know if he had a weak arm.
Didn't have a strong arm.
He didn't have great decisions all the time.
You wouldn't call him a strong arm quarterback.
I mean,
you wouldn't call him a very mobile quarterback.
No, I'd call him a good one though.
He's good, very smart.
I wouldn't call Tom Brady a mobile quarterback, and I wouldn't say that he has the strongest arm in the NFL either.
Certainly not.
Right? I mean, that's not.
Now we're comparing Jimmy to Tom Brady.
No, I'm simply comparing your words to other examples in the NFL where that's not necessary to win. And what you need is a winner. What you need is somebody.
He's a winner.
You need a horse. You need a brown horse for the Browns. Anyway, that's my read on it, and totally fair to disagree. But in 11 games, I say Jacoby goes 4-7 and Jimmy goes 6-5. And if I'm the Browns, I'd absolutely pay $12 million for that.
I think the Browns go 4-0 to start the year, no matter who they have.
Wow!
At the Panthers, they host the Jets, they host the Steelers. They play at Atlanta. You want to talk about soft serve?
You got yourself a bet right now.
Oh, I'm not going to bet you that they go 4-0.
I'll give you odds.
Do we give me 10-1? We're talking about Cleveland here.
You're the one who made the statement. Why would you make the statement if it's a 10-1 odd?
Because I make bold statements. I don't have a strong opinion. I'm not a guy who errs on the fence.
They are not going 4-0. No, I'm not giving you 10-1.
Over under 2.5 wins. Would you go under?
Not what the statement was.
I'm asking you.
The statement was
I'm asking
4-0.
you a question.
Over under 2, I'd take the under.
You think they'll go 2-2 in those 4? That's a bet I would make.
Well, let's keep negotiating a settlement. But
let's figure out who their quarterback is. If it's Jimmy G, I'm out.
Well, yeah, then we'll just eat burritos and move on with our lives. But anyway.
If he gets traded.
Gabe Kapler, along with the assembled Giants media last night. I think you're going to want to hear this, and that is coming up next. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Will and Dibby.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
It goes on and on.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. So, hey, Elvis Andrus. White Sox.
Yeah.
Done deal.
I mean, couldn't the Giants have used him? We should have asked Gabe about that yesterday. Gabe, and maybe I'll ask Yapler that. Mr. Yapler, Coach Yapler, you seem to have a bunch of guys who can't hit. Elvis Andrus is a guy who used to be able to hit. Did you have any interest in him?
Yeah. We, as an organization, love backups. And Elvis Andrus is a backup. And so we probably should sign him. Yeah, I think that's the way it went, but he went to the White Sox. Yeah, it's under consideration. All right, so are we the ones who ticked him off? Because Gabe's got this new pitch. You asked him about it. Like, dude, you got thrown out of a game. What's going on with all this anger?
Yeah.
You need some anger management? And he was super... He was a good sport. He was playful with the impersonation sensation, if you will.
Cha-ching!
I think he thinks his cadence is a little bit faster than we do. And he's right if you're just sitting there talking to him. But when you get after a game and we have to stop and think about what exactly we're going to say because it's going to be replayed on the internet, then yes, sometimes that is the cadence.
You have to take into a lot of consideration a lot of things after a game. So when there are considerations, the cadence does slow down a little bit.
So, okay, let's get to the bottom of this. What upset Gabe yesterday? There are 3 options in your multiple choice Scantron. Option A, it was us. We made him mad.
Yeah.
Option B, it was a hanging Dominic Leone breaking ball. Or option C, was it the reporters themselves? Take a listen to this exchange. There's a little Pavlovich in here. There's some Susan Slusser. She's the star of the show. And then there's Gabe.
I think Listella was fine in that situation. Did something happen there that a pinch runner would have been valuable?
No, I mean, obviously he's got the Achilles things and is not quite as fast as he.
Right, but what I may be missing something.
No, just wondering, because usually that he would be a guy in those situations where you might consider a pinch runner for.
With a pitcher in that situation?
Well, you didn't. That's what I'm saying. You don't have.
I'm just curious. I feel like you might be seeing something that I'm missing. So I'm curious if there's anything there.
Nope, just asking.
Okay.
Man, that's a little as testy as he gets, really.
The audience needs to understand, too, now that when people say K to each other, this group particularly, I'm going to borrow a word from Deshaun Watson, gets all triggered.
Definitely.
Right?
Kyle does, our producer.
Kyle, if you text him the letter K, it ruins the whole day. Like, we've all got to have a meeting. What happened? Why are you upset with me? Like, hey, would you want Ornberger tomorrow morning? Sure. Okay. Oh God. Like everything's over and we got to start a whole meeting and all of this.
Can't you just say okay? I mean, is it that hard to type with your index finger, your furious index texting?
Tell you what, that's doubling my time.
It is.
Right?
Although you're so fast with those indexes. You can hit an O and then a K. But just
listen to him at the end. That
K.
Right? It's a little dismissive, right? Okay, all right. It was like
not even a full. It's like a lowercase K.
Totally. It was almost like we got to the end of this and I was right. That's what it feels and sounds like. So let's work backward with the premise. Tom Listella gets on first base to start the bottom of the 9th inning.
He's got an Achilles issue.
He does. He has an Achilles issue, like all the Giants. He can't move, and so I get what Susan's thinking. Totally fair question. Which is, are you pinch running for him there? Because as we know, if you get a gapper, if Yaz hits a gapper, you want to tie the game right there. Well, Listella's only getting to third. So do you pinch run? Now, you don't want to waste one of your bench players. You might end up in extra innings. So I think she insinuated, well, what about a pitcher? Is there a pitcher who can leg it out a little bit? Can you grab one of those bullpen arms who can't pitch? Can they run? Somebody, a starter. Right? Can they go out there and run around the bases for you a little bit? Can Alex Wood move?
It's
something
a fair
like that.
question, but at the same time, it's kind of a loaded question because he didn't pinch run for him. So I could see why he's a little bit annoyed because...
But that's the question. Like, why didn't you? Or was it a consideration?
Right. And, of course he considered it, but he didn't do it. So,
But I don't know that he did consider it. He's sort of... the way he took it was, Susan, you're insinuating that we would have tied the game had I pinch run. As we know, what happened next was a ground ball double play from Mike Yastrzemski, and that was the end of that.
Right.
And there's nobody that was going to break that up or change that, which I think was Gabe's point. It just seems to me this is a little bit of a misunderstanding. I think Susan's asking a question that will give light to the way that Gabe's brain works within a game, and Gabe felt it was being insinuated that something might have happened differently there had he pinch run. And
maybe the insinuation also was that he didn't think about having a pitcher go in and pinch run for a guy with a bum Achilles.
Yeah. Can we hear this again, Spadone, one more time?
I think Listella was fine in that situation. Did something happen there that a pinch runner would have been valuable?
No, I mean, obviously he's got the Achilles things and is not quite as fast as he.
Right, but what I may be missing something.
No, just wondering because usually that he would be a guy in those situations where you might consider a pinch runner for.
With a pitcher in that situation?
Well, you didn't. That's what I'm saying. You don't have.
I'm just curious. I feel like you might be seeing something that I'm missing. So I'm curious if there's anything there.
Nope, just asking.
Okay.
I'm a huge Slusser guy. Yeah, I'm Team Kapler on this one.
Are you?
Because of what he said. It would something else have happened had we pinch run for him there. So that, to me, this is a non-starter. Now, if, to your point, if there's a ball driven into the gap and Listella only gets to third, now I think it's something that is worthy of a query. It was a ground ball double play anyway. So what are we talking about here?
But I'm not on either team here because I don't think anybody
12-3.
Well, nobody did anything wrong. Like, who said that a question from a reporter has to be insinuating that another answer might have worked? She is simply trying to find out, hey, in that situation, is that something that you would consider a pinch runner for?
And he said Listella was fine.
But that may come up again.
Right.
That may come up again where you're like, is Listella capable of scoring from first on a double? Is kind of the question. And it's completely fair. And by the way, it's kind of innocuous. Like, there's nothing offensive here.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not trying to, come down Susan's road. She's the best in the business in terms of beat reporters in this market. You'd put her up there. It's Mayoko, it's Slusser, and then you can figure out.
Are you doing beat writer rankings?
If you did Mount Beat Writer more, if you did the Mount Rushmore,
I think I'm here
beat reporters
for beat writer rankings.
Just no rankings. I deal in Rushmores, Mark. I was the first guy to do Rushmores at this level, and then everybody else in America ripped me off. But that's fine. I'm a giver. It's a great bit. Those two are on the Rushmore. And then you can start to pick through who the other two members of the Rushmore would be. And, I would maybe go Monty Poole with the Warriors on that Rushmore beat. So I'm not trying to come down Slusser's road.
Don't sleep on 95.7 The Game insider Anthony Slater for the Warriors, obviously.
Slates. Right. If we're not going to put in Slates there.
No, he's good.
What's he doing on the team?
And again, when you do a Rushmore like this, you're going to have 4 in and everyone else out. Mm-hmm. You're going to offend
everybody.
Everybody else. But I'm not afraid.
The Major Bags alert and
your
our
various
own insider,
yeah.
Alex Pavlovich.
Sure.
I mean, come on. They're all over the place.
They're great.
Don't you Jennifer Lee Chan me. I mean, come on. Everybody's on the beat.
That the Susan Slusser question was out of bounds by any stretch.
Right.
But in this case, the guy grounded out into a double play. So what are we really talking about here?
I guess what's more interesting for me is that it seemed to get under Gabe's skin.
Yeah.
And how many times did he say to us yesterday, it's kind of his thing, is just not letting stuff get under his skin. In fact, we've spent the better part of the year hearing from a lot of Giants fans and listeners who are like, you'd love to see Gabe get a little hot every now and then. But he doesn't do it. Like, trying to upset this guy, it took 3 years for an umpire to do something that ticked him off enough to get thrown out. It took 3 years. And the next time you get upset 2 weeks later is because someone asked you if you wanted a pinch run for Listella. It's just kind of, And I know he wasn't terribly mad, but
no, and he's gripping and he's frustrated
annoyed
right now.
He's annoyed. He's annoyed with these outcomes.
He's annoyed with his own bullpen. And, part of the Gabe Kapler MO is you don't single a guy out, you don't rip a guy. It's the process, it's the team, and all the rest of it. And the other cut that we played during the changeover as it pertained to Camilo Doval, that to me is even more interesting because that really is the big problem right now. You've got one guy you can throw out of the pen.
You're exactly right. Let's hear that real quick from Gabe.
A little too early in the season or too much of a workload recently for Camilo to consider, maybe bringing him in some of those situations?
It's worth consideration. I mean, I think everything is.
For like 4 outs, not for like a 6 outs.
I think anything is worth consideration and is being considered.
Tonight specifically, what went into that consideration with Camilo potentially coming in with 2 outs and second and third in the 8th?
It was a consideration, and it was one of those things where we need to have confidence with everybody in our bullpen. Like Camilo Doval cannot handle the load for the entire bullpen all the time. We have to have everybody contribute, and we trust these guys to do so.
Okay, now here's where I'm going to have Gabe's back because I accept everything that he just said there. Even though it was terribly funny to hear everybody use the word consideration really 47 times in a row.
It's worth consideration.
Okay, that's fine. And I thought the same thing too, right? There's that second and third. Leon gets the second out, and then everybody stops, and we're all looking at each other. It's like, okay, here we go.
What?
Pop quiz, hot shot. What do you do?
You love that.
What do you do? And they stuck with Leon, and it bit them, and they lost the game 3-2. So I had conversations immediately last night.
I've had conversations.
Yes, not considerations, conversations.
Nice.
Where people are saying, gosh, this guy Kapler. And that's why when I woke up this morning, I'm driving to the show, and I'm getting ready to talk to you, and I'm man, I want to be a reliever. I would love to be a reliever. I would love for the radio industry to work that way. I would love for us to come in here and most of the days everyone's like, you know what? You actually don't need to talk today. You could just go get some coffee and just sit down.
You got to show prep, though. You got to be ready.
You got to be ready, but we'll let you know if we need a show. And then
if we have a Jimmy G topic come up, we're going to get you up in the green room. We're going to get you ready.
Right. We're going to wave you in.
Go to the righty.
You can come in. You can just talk for 7 minutes. And then you can hit the showers and go home. And by the way, if that 7-minute segment doesn't go well, it's Nahagian's fault.
Guys, I thought that Mark was the one to talk about Jimmy G.
You idiot, Matt.
I was wrong.
Why'd you go to Willard? That was a stupid move. I can't believe you did that.
We had used JD 3 straight days. I felt as if we needed a fresh voice. Look.
When does this get to the reliever's lap? When is the pitch right down the middle Dominic's fault as opposed to Gabe's fault or Farhan's fault? All these relievers who collectively put up a 2.7 ERA last year.
I think it's 2.99.
Whatever. Yep. And they can't collectively put up 4.5 this year. Now, I will grant you this.
Dominic Leon, by the way, is at 4.5. He's at 4.5 exactly.
I mean, at the deadline, I said it. If the present matters to you, you got to go get relievers. They didn't do it. You want to criticize the Giants for that? I'll be in line with you. They should have done something. Did they have the opportunity to? I have no idea. But that's what I would have done if I were them, if they truly thought they had a chance at winning this thing. And the 5-game win streak last week kind of made everybody feel like they do. They do, actually. I mean, it's not a great shot, but they got a shot. And you had to go get relievers. They didn't do it. So you want to criticize there, that's fine. But at the beginning of the year, who the hell knew that Alvarez was going to get hurt, Rogers was not going to pitch well, McGee was washed, and Leon would go half the year and go sideways? Who knew any of this stuff?
Well, they all have pitched much closer to who they actually are. And Dominic Leon is a great example. I don't even know who
these guys are. Like
Leon's ERA by year, 2.17, 8.4, 6.33, 2.56, 4.50, 5.53, 8.38. Last year, 1.51. In 57 appearances, his ERA was 1.51. This year, he's at 4.5. His career is a 3.74 ERA guy. Last year was an anomaly for Dominic Leone and about 5 other guys in that bullpen.
Also really good for the first half of this year, though, too. And then all of a sudden, he's hit a wall. Harleen Garcia, same thing. Now it looks like he's kind of come out of it. So I guess my point is, I'm with you if you think they needed to do something at the deadline. But when you're Gabe last night, or any of these nights, a reliever goes out there and messes up, and we're like, this idiot Kapler, who are you supposed to go to? He's got no one to go to. None of them are pitching well.
Well, then you can look at the usage question, and this goes to the beloved spreadsheet and their approach, because in appearances in Major League Baseball, the Giants have 3 guys in the top 19 in appearances, which tells me you are overusing your bullpen.
But that was the case last year.
You're second in baseball, but last year you had guys coming up and down. No, you didn't have the same number. John Brebbia leads baseball in appearances with 56. Tyler Rogers is 13th with an ERA of 4.7. So you pitch him all the time, and he's not very good. Doval has appeared in 50 games with a 2.76 ERA. Your ERA for your pen is a 1.5 higher. Last year you did well at shuffling guys up and down from the farm. This year you haven't had that. So the few good pitchers you have, you are overusing them.
Yeah, I mean, he does not have great options right now. Last year, they had a bunch of guys who led the league in appearances. Rogers, I think, was number 1 in baseball, and that worked. It's a fair question to ask whether or not usage burns them out at the end of the year. But remember, we went into that about a week and a half ago. Their ERA last year was better in the second half of the year than it was in the first. So it's confusing. I would have loved to see them do something at the deadline. Gabe is short on options right now. Hold on. Kyle says he's got audio evidence that points to Gabe's spicy mood starting because of his appearance on this show.
Yeah, I think there's a thought. I mean, Joey's not going to be in the lineup today, so he needs a day off from time to time, as tough and as durable as he's been. I think it's always worth consideration.
Now, why is that audio evidence of a spicy mood, Kyle?
Because the consideration word started on our show.
Well, that's
I didn't
true.
even hear that.
Okay.
Hit me again with that.
One more time.
As he's been, I think it's always worth consideration.
Wow. Okay.
Huge
all right.
development. We got him locked into consideration, and then the reporters pressed him on more consideration, and he had time to consider his consideration, and it all started right here on Will and Dibby.
Well,
it's worth consideration.
Yeah, so the word consideration, which is our Pee-wee's Playhouse word of the day, clearly it is it's going to come off to some people as dismissive. In other words, it almost sounds right now like Gabe is like, hey, have you considered moving Bart in the lineup?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, Gabe, have you considered changing your name to Bob? I mean,
it's worth consideration.
It's worth consideration, right? I mean, like
Bob Kapler.
I mean, hey, Camilo Duvall,
insurance agent.
How about a 6-out save under consideration? How about starting him? Why don't you just let him go every inning for the rest of the year? Yeah, it's under consideration. I mean, it is a little. Again, this is what we talked about with JD when he came in here yesterday and called him a phony. It's like I don't think this about Gabe, but I do understand why his words sometimes come across to other people like I know a bunch of stuff and y'all know a bunch of nothing. I get it. I don't think
that's where you need to give yourself some consideration into what JD was saying. By the way, last year Tyler Rogers was second in baseball.
Okay, second
in appearances, but
second.
He was the only one in the top 30. Jose Alvarez was 38th in appearances. So to your point, they don't have as many guys this year that they can use. But to my point, the guys that they do have, he's overusing them. He's using Brebbia too much. Doval is headed for overuse on his own. So I think two things in this case can be equally true.
Uh-oh.
If you look at last year, the guys that they used, Jake McGee, not here. Alvarez, not here. Tyler Rogers, not the same pitcher he was.
Yeah.
So
Zach Littell, up and down.
Right.
Dominic
Leone, back to the pitcher he's been his whole career.
Yep.
Last year was a crazy anomaly.
And some injuries to the starters that caused opener games and all of that. I know you had some of that last year too. Listen,
I would just like to see his starters pitch longer. Like last night was great. Rodon was able to go out and go over 100 pitches. That was a nice change.
Yep, absolutely. Although Matt, the wheels were coming off there at the very end.
A little bit. He had a headache.
Yeah, he did. Which, by the way, gosh, when I saw him, that one hit my
heartstrings. You're a headache guy. Your team headache.
That's the worst label anyone's ever given me in my life.
You're a headache guy.
But
your team headache.
I've had a lot of people call me a headache. I've never been called a headache guy.
No, you're a headache guy.
I do. I get headaches.
And I'm a limper. I've got leg issues.
You do. Watching you walk down the hall is like watching belt leg out a double. It is.
It's tough. I'm nursing the Achilles right now. I'm trying to get it back to health. I'm about 80% right now, which is good news.
That's good. I like 80.
You're a headache guy. I'm a limper.
I do. I deal with migraines. You don't even know this. There was a show last week. I didn't even get to the car before I got sick.
Like throwing up?
Oh, yeah. Right after, just straight. Yeah. Oh, you weren't here. It was the day I did the show with Kyle. Coincidence? Kyle
I was hoping for a Dante Whitner drop there from Hugh Spadoni, but
Kyle, man, we were legging out an inside the. Yeah, we were legging one out that day.
HEAD.
Yeah, we were.
It was
It was
bad.
tough. You guys were scuffling.
No, I mean not that. Like everything felt and sounded normal. I was just about to die the entire time.
Oh man.
Yeah, one of those. You got,
those are tough.
You got to get through them.
Well, like yesterday, and I had like that 20-minute span where I was quite physically uncomfortable.
Oh gosh, was it
that
20 minutes?
Tuesday.
Was it 20 minutes?
Oh yeah, I was hiding it well, but diarrhea.
You ever do one of those things?
I think they're soft.
You're having a conversation with someone, and you're like, I know something's not right.
Yeah.
Something's not right.
Yeah, your boy had a little bubble
Your
guts.
answers were getting shorter. You were finishing sentences, and then your head was going.
Totally. And you didn't see me. I was grinding my fingers into the console, trying to fight through it.
I thought you were about to keel over.
I pulled through.
Yeah, you did fine.
Dan Dibley here. Squirt. That's a 4, Spadoni.
All right, that's about enough of that.
That's a 4.
Anyway, it's all sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org, and when you do, get tickets to Petco Park and laugh at them for all that goes wrong come playoff time. That's my suggestion from me to you, and you can listen to the Odyssey app the whole way down there and check out what's going on with all of the shows here on 95.7 The Game or thousands of other stations, and all the podcasts, thousands, millions of them, in fact, are free. So sports talk, music, news, podcast, everything you need, even Warriors games when the time comes, live on the free Odyssey app. Okay, coming up next, we got to get into this and love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. It's almost like a power rankings conversation, if you will. Right now, as we sit here August 18th, where do you rank the 49ers in the NFC? Because the more I think about this, the more I'm able to talk myself into what might be a little bit of a surprising reality for the 49ers. We'll get into that coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the book.
Squirt. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, apparently we've got fresh Jimmy to Cleveland or not sound that's pretty fun. We also are already discussing Pick Your Battles because it's a decisive Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's got a winning record. So I don't want to spend any time bragging about my 3-game win streak that has taken me from last place to a position where I could potentially even win the whole banana.
But you just did.
No, I don't want to do that. What I want to do is congratulate the whole team for being above 500 as we get to a decisive Thursday.
21 and 15 right now. 21 and 15. We will finish collectively with the winning record.
We will. That is, and nobody will finish below 500. 500 is the worst thing that could happen for any individual. So we're all very, very smart, which is wonderful.
I had a bad beat last night.
Did you?
Couple
What happened?
of free throws.
That
WNBA playoff game.
You started texting about that, and I'm like, I don't even know what he's talking about.
Of course.
You're like, no, you texted and said, I need a bucket. And I'm like, does he have to throw up? Like, what is he? I'm like, I don't even know what you like, because I was in the thick of the Giants game. It's a close game, 1-run game. J.D. Davis is hitting his 48th home run as a Giant, and I'm like, What's he need a bucket for?
I had the Aces laying 16.5 against the Sparks.
Yeah.
Aces are up 5 with about 4 minutes left. Okay, it's over. Aces go on a run. I need a bucket. I get a bucket, and it comes down to 2 Megan Gustafson free throws.
2 free throws.
Yeah, inside, unfortunately.
Oh.
She hit them both. The Aces win by 16. They don't cover 16 and a hook. And now I'm on the hook. A loss today, and I'm on donut duty.
And you're getting donuts.
Yeah.
Gosh.
The only way Spadoni can be on donuts is if he loses and we all win.
And we all win, yeah.
And you hold the tiebreaker on Kyle, too.
I hold it on you and on Kyle, so yeah.
The only way you can buy donuts is if you lose and we win.
And you win, right. So, fun.
Or if you lose and Spadoni loses.
Something. And sometimes when you lose,
we all win.
You really win.
We all do in this bit.
And sometimes it rains. So there's that. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Before we get to this 49er thing, I got another 49er thing. So Kyle, who is this? You said Jonathan Jones? Jonathan Jones with CBS. Check this out with his very definitive, kinda statement about Jimmy G and the Browns.
Do they go after Jimmy Garoppolo? That's the question that a lot of people have, and I understand why. They're not going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. They're not going to trade for his salary cap number, which is around $24 million. Everyone in the NFL is waiting on the San Francisco 49ers to ultimately cut Jimmy Garoppolo, and then there can be a sort of feeding frenzy on Garoppolo. Are the Browns interested? They've done their homework, no question about it. They will continue to monitor it, and it obviously depends on the play of Jacoby Brissett.
Okay, so they're absolutely not trading for Jimmy Garoppolo unless Jacoby Brissett doesn't play well and unless they change their mind.
A lot of butts
That's
in there.
what I got in there.
It's worth consideration.
Yeah,
I like big butts, and I cannot lie. There's a lot of consideration, a lot of ifs, ands, or buts. So Jacoby Brissett comes out in the second preseason game and stinks. Well, maybe they'll trade for Jimmy Garoppolo after all, is what he's saying.
You know what? It's funny because he called it a feeding frenzy, which would sort of lend, I think, some credence to what I was saying to you earlier, which is I know everyone loves that. The NFL's done with Jimmy. If he's a free agent tomorrow, Donnie's going to get a lot of phone calls because he's not going to be very expensive. But if we all buy that there's a feeding frenzy and you want the guy and not going to cost you very much to trade for him, why wouldn't you trade for him?
I'm not buying there's a feeding frenzy, first of all.
Okay, if Jimmy is just there, you could have him as a backup. You don't think the Giants, the Dolphins, the Falcons, the Seahawks, the Browns, and the Texans are all calling? They're all going to call.
Of course they're going to call.
Okay,
but
so
they're not making any offer of any. They're not offering anything. Well, the Niners would take.
They'd offer no. I'm talking about as a free agent. If you wait for him to get cut and there's a feeding frenzy, well, that means you're taking a real good chance you're not going to get him. If you want him and he's cheap and you can just get him now for like a backup offensive lineman, why wouldn't you do it?
Because there's not a feeding frenzy. I don't know where you're
words.
getting.
Those are his words.
Jimmy's?
No.
Don Yee?
The report from Brown's practice that we just listened to.
That there's a feeding frenzy.
When he's cut, there will be a feeding frenzy.
His opinion.
Right.
And,
that's
you
all
have
we're
your
dealing
opinion.
with here.
Right. So if there really was going to be a feeding frenzy, some team would have made an offer at this point, and they would have offered the Niners something, and I believe the Niners would take a something for Jimmy Garoppolo. So I don't believe that there will be a feeding frenzy. When he's cut on August 30th, and I hope he's traded before then, but if we get to August 30th and he's cut, how long do you think it'll take for him to sign somewhere else? If it's within an hour,
Take under 48 hours.
There will be a feeding frenzy.
Yeah, I'll take under 48 hours for sure. Absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you want that guy in your roster? Like, if it's cheap. Like, part of this that I don't think we also take into account is that Jimmy and his agent have some say here. Like, they may want to be released so that he can pick where he goes.
Sure.
And if that's the case, all you got to do is tell all these teams that may be called. Who knows? The Browns have already called and said, we'll give you a 5th rounder, right? And let's say Jimmy doesn't want to go to Cleveland. He doesn't want any part of this Deshaun and losing my job in week 13 crap. He doesn't want any of that. And then all you got to do is say to Cleveland, no, I will not take a pay cut. Period. I will not take a pay cut. Well, then that kills the deal.
Right.
Because the 49ers aren't going to pick up half the salary.
Or
and the Browns,
or whatever
right,
it
and the
is.
Browns are not going to pay 20. Like, Jonathan Jones is right about that. Nobody's paying $25 million to Jimmy this year.
Yeah.
Period.
They're probably not paying more than $5 million to Jimmy this year.
Well, no, I think he would. I think he gets.
I think 5's a nice number for Jimmy. If he's going to be your backup,
5 is like weak backup money now.
What does Sudfeld make?
Kyle, do you know that off the top of your head? What's Sudfeld
$2 million
getting?
fully guaranteed.
Okay, $2 million fully guaranteed.
I mean, and that's for a backup for a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, but this is Jimmy Garoppolo.
You overvalue Jimmy Garoppolo.
And you undervalue him.
And we're going to find out.
Nate Sudfeld has not been to 2 of the last 3 NFC title games.
Right.
There's a resume here, and it matters. It's so wild to me.
He's injured.
Give me the last quarterback.
Goods.
Give me the last quarterback in the history of the NFL that had a 700 winning percentage in the league. Was like, it's never happened ever in the history of the league. So I'll stop you right there. It's never happened. This is so weird to me that everyone thinks about it this way.
I love the winning percentage argument.
What else? What other argument is there?
7 passes in a playoff game. That's a win.
Has he ever thrown more picks than TDs in the history of his life in a year, ever? Like, this is a good player.
Only Joe Namath throws more picks than TDs.
I mean,
even Jameis Winston, when he went 30 for 30, I believe had more touchdowns than picks.
There was a documentary on it?
No, he threw 30 picks, and he had 30 touchdowns. I'm fascinated at where the value is going to fall. So let's just say that he gets cut August 30th. How long will it take for someone to sign him? And I do believe that he will be signed. I don't think he has to wait. You think it's going to be an instantaneous feeding frenzy. I think it'll take a little bit longer. And then we'll see just how much a team pays for him to come in.
The reason I think
it
takes no time because they've been all sitting here for 6 months jockeying. So whatever is going to happen, everybody already knows. Like, the Niners know. Jimmy knows. Don Yee knows. They know who's interested. They know who's not. They know who's playing what card right now. And if they get released, they know exactly who to call. Yeah, like I think that takes a day.
So Seattle.
Sure.
What do they pay him?
8. It depends on what they want him to do. I would imagine
they want him to start.
Well, then,
or at least try to start.
Maybe 10 or 12 again, because who else is calling? And that's what I mean by a feeding frenzy. It doesn't mean, oh my gosh, we're all dying for Jimmy. But this idea that 6 or 7 teams wouldn't be on the phone trying to get him is crazy. It's crazy. You'd love to have that guy on your team.
There's a difference between making a call and trying to get him. If you really were trying to get him, you would send a 3rd right now and you would get him.
No,
or you would send a 4th right now and you would get him.
Well,
if you really wanted him that badly, you would want him now in camp. You would want him to be your guy, and you wouldn't want to wait for him to be cut.
You don't have that. You may not have that control. Again, if you're Seattle and you want him that bad, what's your play here? Too bad, kids. I'm the Niners, and I'm not taking your call. And we got control of him. So they may not have a choice. There's so many different aspects that are going on here all at once. And the fact that it's so quiet, everyone has talked to everyone. Do we agree?
Yes.
Right? So they all know.
Don Yee's not waiting for August 30th to, all right, Jimmy, let's roll up our sleeves and see who wants
They
you.
all know the score. They know exactly what's going on. We're trying to find out why hasn't it happened yet. And the 49ers are the ones with their hand on the button, if you will. And I don't know what their motivation is as to why a move, either cut or trade, has not happened yet.
Either the Niners haven't gotten enough compensation or Jimmy Garoppolo has lightweight refused to take a pay cut to go to said destination.
Correct.
So if those two things, either one is in play, then he becomes untradeable. Then the other piece is if he gets cut and he's a street free agent, what team steps forward at that point and offers him how much money and, how many years. He probably isn't going to get multiple years. It's going to be a 1-year deal, most likely, unless, Seattle, turns out we love you.
Right. Austin in Redwood City on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Austin, what are you doing?
Hey, nothing much. On my way back to work. Look, this is what I got with this Jimmy. There's no way I would take a pay cut, especially if I took the team to the Super Bowl and to the conference. And if I'm top 10 in all categories, and number one in one of the categories at that. Only thing Jimmy needs is a decent running back and an okay defense and a couple good receivers for him to actually win it all. That's something that we was lacking in with the Niners. We didn't have good receivers. Is why Jimmy wasn't succeeding. And then, not only that, Jimmy is a great quarterback. I love Jimmy, man.
Is he getting emotional?
I don't know. I think his phone was.
Was that some T.O. right there? That's my quarterback?
Like, as soon as he tried to call him a great quarterback, the phone was like, I'm out. I'm out. By the way, Jimmy's taking a pay cut. He doesn't have a choice. Does everyone get that? Jimmy's not getting $24-point-something million this year. Who's paying him that? The 49ers can cut him. And as you've talked about, I don't know what the open market holds. You think it's 5, I think it's 10, whatever. He's not getting 24.
Right.
He's not getting 25.
He might get 2 years and $15 million. Who knows what he gets?
He's got no control over that part of it whatsoever. But whatever somebody would pay him, Don Yee knows exactly what that is right now at this hour. That I can promise you. Brian in Livermore next up with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Brian, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, I think Jimmy G gets picked up within about 3 to 5 days tops for a 1-year deal, probably around $8.5 million.
I can believe that.
Why would you not take him if he's on the open market? He's got so much experience versus guys who are out there looking to get picked up. And he's probably for the first time in his career is going to be healthy.
That's funny. That's funny. Thanks for the call.
That's mean.
Probably for the first time in his career, he's going to be healthy.
Well, no, he's been healthy before at the start of years.
He reportedly didn't play through pain in New England when he had a boo-boo on his finger.
Reportedly played through a ton of it in the playoffs this year.
Tore his ACL week 3. Couldn't stay healthy then. And last year, he got hurt, and he played through it.
Yep.
But he got hurt. So to think that this time will be different, that's why I laughed.
Well, I mean, look, it is, I guess it's an injury year, right? It's an even-numbered year.
Here we go.
Yeah, you win series this year, the Giants,
Jimmy
G gets hurt.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, what really matters here at the end that's going to drive this deal also is what Jimmy wants. Right? Does he want to absolutely compete for a starting job right away? Does he want to play the Trubisky role? Like, I raised my eyebrows big time when Trubisky did that last year. Maybe it worked for him. And if you're forgetting what happened is Mitch Trubisky was coming off of being the Bears starter and was not a great one, but was a fringe this is a guy who could compete or high-level backup. He decides to go to the Bills. It's like one thing to take a backup job. It's another thing to take the backup behind the best player in the league. You knew you weren't getting a shot to play. And it's an interesting way to go about it because what do we know about our world? We're always sort of intrigued by the backup quarterback. So he doesn't play at all, and then he gets a deal to start for the Steelers. Now, I don't know, Pickett may end up taking this job from him pretty quick. They're excited about what he's doing there.
Yeah.
But that's what you want to create here. Jimmy's goal for this year, I don't think it's to win a Super Bowl. I don't think it's I need to start. I don't think it's I need to back up. It's to create free agency intrigue.
Get the gig before the gig.
For next
year. For sure.
That's
and
what you're trying to
Trubisky,
do.
by the way, 1 year, $2.5 million to be Buffalo's backup.
Yeah.
Now, Jimmy Garoppolo will get more than $2.5 million. He's a better quarterback than Mitchell Trubisky, but this is the sort of deal I think that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be looking at, where August, not that much money, but this sort of a deal where every team pretty much is set with their starting quarterback. New York, maybe there's some question. I don't believe Miami is a question mark at all. Well, I mean, that would be a shocker to me.
I don't even know who their backup is. Who's backing up in Miami?
No, I was talking about as a starter.
No, I understand that. No, he's not going in there as the starter.
Right. The only place he could walk in as a potential starter on August 30th would be New York if they made a dramatic switchola, or Seattle that's got two guys, neither of whom you want to be the starter.
Yeah. Do we know? Honestly, I don't even know. Who's backing up Tua? Oh, it's Bridgewater. Bridgewater's backing up Tua
Teddy
in Miami.
B.
Yeah, Teddy B. Skylar Thompson, QB3. All right. I look, I don't know, but I'm pretty confident that as soon as, if he ever hits the open market, that's going to move quickly. Really, just by virtue of how long this has taken to get to this point, because every conversation that you would want to have has happened by now.
He's got 12 days until cut down day.
Yeah.
So if you're Don Yee and you're gearing up for the inevitable cut, thinking that this trade, if it's not Cleveland, this trade's not going to happen. If you were advising Jimmy G on location, take the money out of it. Where would you want your client to go, Don?
Seattle.
Just go to Seattle and stick it to him.
I mean, it's not even about stick it to him. That's the clearest path to a starting job in the NFL right now.
But they're not very good.
No, but
you're exposing your client to multiple hits and potentially more injury.
That's fair.
But you're looking to get him on the field and get him as many starts as possible.
I mean, New York would be my second, and Houston would be my third. Just because Davis Mills is still unproven, and there seems to be a connection there with Nick Caserio that probably there'd be some openness there. And I mean, not a tough division, not a lot of tough games, indoors, whatnot. That's probably my list. That'd be my list.
I like that.
Yeah.
You and Don in lockstep.
There you go.
I think New York would be the best spot for him in terms of, he's been a guy who's been durable in cold weather games, and the Giants have a good running game and a division like you were mentioning with Houston that's not that great.
The issue there is Tyrod Taylor is enough of a backup where you're not going to just dump him, I don't think.
Right.
And you're not keeping three guys. Like, they're going to take another look at Daniel Jones for at least half the season, probably, I think. So unless they're, as you said, it's a pretty dramatic move if they do that. We'll see. Let me run this by you. The more I'm sitting here thinking about this, the more I believe the 49ers might be the favorite in the NFC.
The whole NFC?
The favorite.
The whole thing?
The favorite.
Number one.
Yep.
The Big Kahuna.
The more I
Big
think
Kahuna
about
burger.
it. I mean, Ornberger said it. Chris Canty said it. I've been doing a lot of reading on these camps. You got Green Bay already having a meeting with the wide receivers because Aaron Rodgers is throwing them under the bus. And it's still 3.5 weeks till week one. So now let's go to... There's only 4 teams people are really supposedly excited about in the NFC. Like, the Eagles and Cowboys are kind of over here like, okay. And
in
that's
the maybe pile.
Wonky division. But who's got cachet in the NFC?
Tampa Bay.
The Packers.
Green Bay.
Tampa Bay. The Rams. And the 49ers. That's what I would say. Arizona, Dallas, Philly, we see you. But those are the 4 teams that people are like, we're going to talk a lot about those 4 teams. Okay. Rodgers has got no Devontae Adams and is already screaming at all of his rookie wide receivers.
He is such a peach.
Okay.
That guy's a beauty.
Right. And he's got long hair and all that's going on.
Ayahuasca.
What's the number one story out of Rams camp?
That guy's arm's going to fall off.
Okay,
He's got elbow issues.
Matt Stafford's got elbow problems, but don't worry, I can make all the throws. And super thin, not a team with a whole lot of depth. They're like, we got 2 running backs. They both have soft tissue injuries. They're both out. So, yes, good players, Super Bowl champs, no doubt. Very, very high level, but could that go sideways quick? Sure could. Now let's go to Tampa Bay. What's the stories coming out of camp? First of all, Tom hadn't been there for a week and a half.
That's 10 days.
Okay, so
a little vacation.
So there's that. Now let's go to who Tom throws to. What are we used to with Tampa Bay? You had Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Russell Gage and Gronk. Gage, gone. Godwin, coming back from injury, may not be normal the whole year. Gronk, gone. Signed Julio Jones. Watch the tape. He's dust. He's cooked.
Man.
It's over.
Sad to see.
Who's exciting in that backfield? Fournette?
Yeah.
You're scared of that guy?
Not really. I mean, the durability question's always there.
I'm not here to say Tom's going to get old this year because, as you know, I'm done with that forever.
Yeah.
But with all that the 49ers have outside of Trey Lance, is it crazy for me to say this is the most balanced juggernaut the NFC has? I don't think it is.
It's a little bit crazy because you're talking about a guy who's made 2 NFL starts in the most important position in all of sports. So you are looking at a young quarterback who's very inexperienced. You're expecting him to be able to navigate a 17-game season for the first time, get into the playoffs, navigate a playoff run, and all the rest of it. Now, all of the talk around camp, other than his accuracy issues and his stats, his practice stats that we've all talked about.
11 of 18 yesterday, Dibs.
Yeah, it's a big step forward for Trey. But, he sure looked good in the first preseason game. And if he can take that into the regular season and improve and grow with the Shanahan offense and the balanced team, like you mentioned, absolutely they should be considered one of the favorites. And, you lay out a good case. You can write off Tom Brady at your own peril.
Not writing them off.
The Rams are still a more talented offense than the 49ers. And I mean, I think they've got a better 1-2 punch at receiver.
Cup
with
and Robinson versus Debo and
Ayuk. Yes.
That's close.
It's close if Brandon Ayuk has a full season.
Yeah, I'll say okay, but it's not like the Niners are lacking there.
Cooper Kupp is the best receiver in football. He
was last year.
Damn near won the Triple Crown. Yep. And Allen Robinson is a top 10, maybe a top 12 receiver.
I think Allen Robinson, just quick aside, there's a mid-round target for your fantasy team. Because
if he's your third receiver, you have a dominant team.
He's a good receiver, and he's just been Chicago'd for the last 4 years.
That's true.
Life. That's all that's happened there.
As we were talking about this, here's another wild hair idea. If Matthew Stafford's elbow is really as wonky as we think, what about Jimmy Garoppolo in blue and yellow?
I've heard it. Yeah.
I mean, if his elbow is... If he's got
Maybe
elbow
that's
issues,
why they don't want to cut him.
If he's got elbow issues and you're Jimmy G, and I ask you the Don Yee question again, if Stafford's got elbow issues, maybe you throw him in there and be Stafford's backup and wait for that arm to fall off.
Go to L.A. If the Rams are interested, that's choice one.
Even though you're a backup.
Choice one.
Even though you're waiting for that arm to fall off.
Choice one.
Because of the... taking the helmet off.
Because of everything. Yeah, are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. Stafford and Herbert would both be there, and L.A. would probably like Jimmy better than both of them. It's perfect for L.A. All right. More on this coming up around the bend. 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line and Twitch and YouTube. Your comments are certainly welcome there as well. Hey, we got to mention this just real quick. This by far funniest video in baseball this year. And so we'll clue you in on what we're talking about, maybe play a little bit of the sound of it coming up next right here on Willard and Dibs.
They can't stop Cupper Coop.
Spend your mornings with the Morning Roast.
This team is so far away.
everybody needs to put out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Except for the guy on the field last night at Oracle Park. Can I ask a quick, I know, you're just drunk. I get it. I know that these things are probably not planned, unless they're at the Super Bowl and it's for some ad or whatnot, but hasn't that lost its luster yet? Running out on the field, the cameras aren't even going to show you anymore. I know you'll end up on the internet. Someone will get it with a phone video. That's the way it ended up last night at the Giants game. Do you even get cool points with your friends anymore for that, running out onto the field?
It comes down to a dare. It's a dare situation. Oh, dude, I dare you to run on the field right now. You won't do it. You're too scared. You're too scared to do it.
Remember that happened in the Timberwolves playoff game, right? Multiple times. It was chaining down to the hoop.
She tried to glue her hands to the baseline.
Well, that was a protest, right?
A protestation sensation.
Yeah, there was something. There was animal cruelty or something like that, right? Yeah, this is just somebody who had one too many pops, and congrats on all the money that it takes to get drunk at a game. It's too expensive to get drunk at a game.
I think
you show up that way.
The punishment for running on the field should be swift, it should be immediate, and it should be fair across all genders, all races, all colors, all creeds.
Bend the knee.
The security guard gets to come across the middle and smoke you. Lay you the truck out. And you know what, Mark? If you have, hey, drunk fan, he's drunk at the 20, he's drunk at the 15. The Kevin Harlan call is amazing. You should be allowed to just come over and just crush this person.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Or I'm also fine with just you don't get to come here ever again.
Banned for life.
Yes.
Good luck enforcing that.
I mean, come on. Adam Silver, that sucker.
They banned me from the bank pharmacy in Fairfax.
I do wonder how are they using facial recognition? Because we get stories like that. Remember the guy that went after Russell Westbrook a few years ago? Utah, was it?
Yeah.
They're like, this person will never be allowed in another game at Utah ever again. How do you enforce that? You're like, what? Oh, there's Billy. We found him. Get out of here. How? How do you stop that guy from coming in?
You don't. And, not to make light of security breaches, but we even had a situation where Fake Clay was able to get through Chase Center security and get on the floor and shoot jumpers. So they're not going to have a picture of every banned for life person at every gate at every arena, which is why the punishment for these interlopers should be swift and it should be impactful. And you know what? Go ahead and tase this person. Let's just light him up with about 40,000 volts, because you know what, Mark? That will send a message to the next idiot.
Yeah.
If you get your ribs broken by a security guard or you get tased up, the next person might think twice.
Ribs
As
broken.
it is now, it's if you get hit, you're gonna have to wear a flak jacket to work.
I'll tell
maybe
you what.
you'd send a message.
Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
Reminds me of the great Joe Starkey call. The fan is onto the field.
Yeah, the fan is on the field.
The fan is onto the field.
Yeah,
instead of the band.
Yeah,
that's a one.
Sorry.
Did you see
Kyle right now?
Did you see the news that broke today? Starkey related. He's announced his retirement.
His last year.
This is it. Yeah,
amazing. What a career.
No, it's an incredible run.
Yeah,
and I've always kind of
that's Joe.
I've always had a kind of a soft spot for the Roxy Bernstein angle. Not that Roxy has been waiting for that job, but Cal grad, excellent play-by-play guy. He's done it all. I'm sure he would love to have that job.
The interview process in the absence of Joe Starkey will be one person, and it will be quick.
But Joe Starkey is 138 years old.
Correct.
So if you're Roxy, 12 years ago, you're thinking, all right, this is it for Joe. This is going to be, I'll tell you what, honey, this is going to be Joe's last year. No more chasing the dream nationally. I'm getting the Cal gig. And, Joe Starkey's been doing it for 74 years or something.
Can I tell you, John Bloom, who comes on all the time?
Cal guy?
Actually, his parents are, and he's a huge Cal fan, but he is one of the voices of the Phoenix Suns. So the main voice of the Phoenix Suns, his name is Al McCoy. He is
the real McCoy.
Yeah, he's 89. So that story that you just told about what the last 12 years have been like for Roxy, a little similar.
Yeah. And when that's just
Hey, Al.
Hey, Al. Al, you're 89, bro. I mean, yeah.
Wait, what did I do wrong? Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
What did I do wrong?
So same thing. I mean, same thing with all these jobs because these jobs are incredible. And, like Dave Fleming is a great example. I'm sure he's not champing at the bit because he gets his 3 innings or, he gets the 3rd and the 4th and he comes back in the 7th or whatever. But I'm sure deep down, there's part of him thinking, I'd love to have the Lions. Dave is fine.
He's got that for as long as he wants it.
But
Dave is
like
still
said,
just 28 years old, so Dave's
seriously.
got plenty.
I heard him, I think, with Bonte and Chasky, and they were talking about, he's like, yeah, my kids are starting high school. I said, what?
Yeah.
Dave Fleming has kids in high school.
Yep.
I remember when they were, not even babies.
Right.
They were zygotes.
He only looks like he's 28.
Totally.
He's actually 29. So, speaking of what did I do wrong? I wonder if that, where on the slide did that thought go through the mind of David Vassegh, longtime radio reporter for the Dodgers. He was on this show just 3-4 weeks ago as we were previewing the Giants and Dodgers series. Did you see this online? Did you see this on the internet, everybody, yesterday? David decided, and apparently he had been talking about it all day, if not all week. The Dodgers are in Milwaukee, and that slide out there in the outfield?
Bernie Brewer
comes flying down that thing, maybe when someone hits a home run. David's like, we're doing it. Give me a magic carpet ride. I want to go down the slide, and I want to see what happens. Well, here's what happened.
Vasse's been talking for 3 days about going down the slide here in Milwaukee. I've never heard somebody so excited about doing anything, and David did do it today. Watch.
All right, here we go. Holy crap! Holy crap!